And we now move on to One Piece Odyssey by Woadyb, whose name I've been mispronouncing for 2 hours.
No worries, no worries. I'd be curious to know too as well, because I missed it as well. But for anyone who doesn't know how to pronounce my name, hi, what's up, everybody? I'm Woadyb. Easiest way to remember that is Woadyb. Easiest way to know how to say the name. But welcome, everybody. We're going to be rocking some One Piece Odyssey. It's a newer game. It's only been out since January. I have been tirelessly and effortlessly running this game for like the last 11 weeks or so. It's a bit of a passion project of mine for 2023 here. One Piece, favorite anime, RPG. I'm known for turn-based RPGs, so it was like a match made in heaven here, but not going to talk too much before the run because there's going to be plenty of time throughout the run to talk and discuss. But I am joined by one of your event organizers, the lead organizer actually, Mr. Ozmourn is going to be joining me on some commentary buddy. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a case of somebody who's unfamiliar with the run, but they're going to have some fun asking questions and kind of reacting in the moment to stuff. So it should be a fun time. It should be great, but don't worry, I've got some help along the way. See, to my left, we've got my Pikachu with the straw hat. We've got the straw hats hanging out on the shelf here, so we've got the whole clan hanging out here today. All you gotta know is the One Piece is real. Also, they're saying they can't hear you, or at least somebody said they can't hear you. No worries, but yeah, if we want, we can get started while we figure out what's going on with Oz. Because like I said, there'll be plenty of time for talk and discussion. Let me know if I'm clear to start the countdown. All right, then 3, 2, 1, go.
Go ahead.
All right, let's make it happen.
3,
welcome to One Piece Odyssey.
1, go.
All right, let's make it happen. Welcome to One Piece Odyssey.
So
there is no having to watch some cutscenes.
So all cutscenes in this game are skippable. So there is no having to watch some cutscenes. Even some dialogue between characters is fairly skippable. So there's actually a very small amount of like dialogue mashing that you actually have to do. So this is actually a run with no breaks, believe it or not. I'm hearing there's duplicate audio.
Here in the beginning, we have been stranded on this island, and so we are now in the process of finding our missing crew members. Zoro and Nami have been basically knocked out of commission. We just don't know quite where they're at. Hello, yes. Can you all hear me? Am I still echoing? I can hear you, but can everyone else? Oz just talk. Did you just hear Oz? All right, We'll talk some more, Oz. Say some things. Speak some words. No worries. In the meantime, while we're working to fix on that, here at the beginning of the game, like I was saying, we are basically trying to find Nami and Zoro. They have landed somewhere completely else from us. It appears that they have ended up in well, at least Nami has ended up in the King Kong Garden. So we're trying to get to the end there and rescue Nami. But along the way, the game's going to kind of teach us how to play. So this first battle is actually just where the game teaches about basic attacks and just the general rules of combat. So for this fight, we're basically just going to spam the attack button, because that's all we can do. The game kind of blocks us from doing much else. will say playing this will give you enough lore to get through four of the arcs, but there's still going to be a lot of content missing, so it's still going to be recommended to experience the show or read the manga yourself. Unfortunately, you can't. You'll get enough to kind of feel informed, but not enough to have everything. You'll be missing some gaps, which will lead to some confusion. All right, in this battle, we basically learn how to use special attacks, which are going to be a key factor in dealing some of the damage that we're going to be doing. So the game pretty much requires you to do a Gum Gum Gatling. So this kind of first sequence of battles are all pretty typecast and kind of set in stone due to the fact that a lot of it is like tutorial. And so from there, you know, there's only so much you can really control at this point in the run. But don't worry, that's only the first like 9.5 minutes. Here is where the game is going to teach us about dramatic events. These are important because these are going to play a huge role into how much we level up and how early we're going to level up, because these will give us boosted experience by about 30%. Sorry, not 30, it's double. It's double the experience, or it's like a 20 times boost, if I remember correctly, which... as I lose my train of thought here. Yeah, you basically get double the experience points if you complete what the dramatic event is asking. So in this dramatic event, we need to protect Usopp before he gets knocked out from these 3 penguins. So what we're going to do now is we're going to basically have Luffy and Sanji use their AoE moves that can hit at a range. And we'll get more into the finer points of combat at some point here in the run. And we're going to use that to basically attack them and save Usopp before he gets knocked out of commission. And we're going to have Chopper here take out the last enemy with his arm point stance. But yeah, combat in this game is basically on it's on like a grid zone area type system. All those words are interchangeable. Basically, there are 4, maybe 5 quadrants in each battle. And so at the beginning of every battle, each character is basically randomly assigned. Sometimes everyone assigned to their own zone. Sometimes there'll be characters assigned in zones together. All kinds of little things like that. And then from there, the way you fight enemies is going to depend on kind of what's in front of you. If there are enemies in your zone, you can't leave that zone until the enemies... Is that an Oz? I was going to say, I can't hear Oz. Can y'all hear him and I can't hear him and we're just talking over each other?
I mean, I just haven't been speaking.
I was just
like, you're in your zone right now. I did not want to like
somebody talking. I
interrupt you. You know.
But yeah, combat, like I said, it's basically on a quadrant or zones, and so you can't leave a zone if there's an enemy in your zone. So you either have to defeat that enemy, or you need to use a specific type of move to move your character, or use an ability that has a long distance effect to it. So like with Sanji here, I'm going to have him do his AoE move on Robin's groups of enemies, just because he's going to be able to take out not only he's going to take out one of them, and he's going to heavily weaken the other one, which will be key in getting through this battle as quickly as possible. And then everybody takes turns. There is no explicit speed system or speed stat that determines turn order. It's just going to be based on, the characters and everything. And so you can kind of tell who's going to go next based on the icon next to an enemy's name. If the icon is a full kind of red circle, if the arrows are fully red, that means an enemy is going to go next. And I'm going to use that information to redirect certain turns and attacks to specific enemies, to maybe get them to not take their turn, because the more turns people take, the more time it takes to get through battle. Because watching animations can be kind of lengthy and drawn out. So the more animations we have to watch, the more time we lose per battle. But here we have the Delcong fight. So this is kind of the first boss, if you will. We're trying to save Nami. It's also where the game teaches us about using items and how to use items. Thankfully, this is pretty pretty self-explanatory. It's open a menu, click an item, heal Nami, and so we have to use our first turn to heal Nami. And then from there, we're just going to jump into the battle. It's also where it teaches us that we can actually pick who goes next, which is super handy in the strats we're going to use, so we can actually pick who we want to go next, if maybe the person it automatically selects isn't the person we actually want. So I wanted Nami to go next, so it already selected her, so I was cool with that. But by pushing L1 or R1, we can swap characters. And then from here, we're going to just continue working down these enemies. Nami has a massive AoE move that will hit the entire field, which is why we use that first, because she nukes 2 of the enemies and heavily weakens the other ones. And then this one's weak enough that Robin can just slap it with her move, just do a little basic attack. And then from here, we're actually just going to spam basic attacks on the Delcong, because like I said earlier, animations take a while. And the more we have to watch, some animations are anywhere from like 5 to 8 seconds long. And then we're actually going to take Nami out and bring Zora in. And the reason for that, something we haven't talked about yet, but that's typing. One Piece Odyssey utilizes a rock, paper, scissors like combat system, for those who don't know. So if you notice next to each of the characters, there is either a red icon, a green icon, or a orange icon. Those represent power, speed, and technique. And just like, you know, maybe Fire Emblem or any other game that might utilize that system, they play a huge role into how you can utilize or do the most damage to an enemy. So you've got power types, which is what Luffy is. Luffy, Sanji, and Chopper, they're power types. You have them, and they are going to be strong against speed types. So anytime we have a speed enemy, that's going to be a huge factor into doing the most damage, is we're going to use our power types. Our technique types are going to be eventually Frankie, who won't be with us for a while, but for now it's Usopp and Nami. They're going to be very strong against technique types. And our technique types, which are going to be Brook, who we will not see till practically the end of the game, unfortunately for you Brook lovers out there. But Zoro and Robin are your technique types, and they're going to be best at handling our power types. But after that Delcong battle, we actually unlock speed up function, which is going to allow us to make combats at least feel a lot faster, because it's going to speed up their turn orders, and like when characters go do special moves and abilities, all actions are going to be at a much faster rate. Doesn't make you run faster outside of combat, but at least makes the battles a lot faster. But all right, that's kind of combat in One Piece in a nutshell. How you doing, Oz? That's thank you. So here we actually jump right into our next boss battle against the Fire Colossus. The Colossus, or Colossi, I think is the plural way of saying that. They're the guardians of the island, and so we've unfortunately invoked the wrath of one of them. And so we're basically just beating this one up. Some of you may have noticed, if you're watching, you're probably wondering, why am I level 40 at the start of the game? It seems a little weird, right? Well, if you've played Metroid or any other video game like Castlevania Symphony of the Night, you might have an idea of what's probably coming up soon. That's right. This game is going to Metroid us.
That's a phrase that I need explanation as to how. What do you mean by that?
So, if you're not aware, Oz, a number of video games, and I want to say Metroid, and somebody can fact check me on this. Metroid, I believe, was one of the first games, because it was Super Metroid, I'm pretty certain, that did this, where you start the game off powered up, and then something happens as part of the plot, and you lose all your abilities, and you basically go back to like level 1, if you will. Is probably the easiest way to put it. And so that's what happened here. If you notice, we're doing like no damage all of a sudden. We don't have access to anything other than basic attacks, and that's because it's tied into the plot of this game. And that's where we're on this island because we've been stranded, and we meet this girl and this guy, who we're going to see here in a moment. But this girl named Lim, she's kind of an odd one. She walks up to all of us. She kind of taps us, or like touches our shoulders or our chests or our bodies, and shortly afterwards these cubes emerge from our bodies and our powers have been removed from us. She's not a fan of pirates, and since we are pirates, she basically wanted to take away our abilities. And so to get our abilities back, we have to explore this island and find the Colossus, which will get us back memory cubes. And then these memory cubes will allow us to unlock our powers. But because of the size of some of these cubes, and this is me jumping ahead in the story a little bit, we'll have to revisit memories of our adventures to help like awaken some of these cubes that we get. And that's why we end up revisiting some parts of the actual anime and manga.
Can I eat all this meat?
Only if you could get to it before Luffy. Luffy loves his meat. So yeah, if you can actually get to the food before he finishes it, then yeah, you can definitely eat it.
Nice.
And then the other person we met is Audio, who's like Lim's partner on this island and kind of helps us and guides us and gives us the information because they've been living on this island for a while. Lim is kind of an observer. She just kind of comes along to understand, why we are doing things the way we are, and because we don't really follow her idea of what pirates are or have been and what she's been taught. So she's curious as to why we are the way we are.
See.
And then Audio is the one here who puts us on our journey to understand the island and find the Colossus and defeat the Colossi to get their cores and stuff. Yeah, but first we're gonna head to the cavern or the lakeshore cave, where we were recommended to go to test ourselves, to maybe try and get back some of our powers. Along the way, like most games, the game's trying to teach us bits and pieces of how to play. So this is where the game tells us about, how to interact with enemies or what interactive enemies looks like. So what the game's actually encouraging me to do is to like run up and fight this enemy, but this is a speedrun. We're not gonna do it. I don't think that's required. But it basically teaches that if we run into an enemy from the backside, we have a chance of getting a preemptive, which will give us a guaranteed critical hit. Or the enemy will notice us. There'll be a red icon above their head. Or if the enemy runs into our back, then there's a chance they'll get a preemptive critical from their attacks. It's like your pretty standard RPG content. That's fair. That's actually a pretty common mispronunciation, so I just run with it.
Woody,
yeah, because it's one letter off from Woody, so.
Yeah, fair.
I can understand because the A and the O and the A look pretty close to each other. But here we find a chest. This is where the game teaches us about equipping accessories. We're actually going to not equip this accessory. It's only like a defensive item. This is a speed run. We want to do damage. We want to take enemies out of commission, and we don't really need the defense unless it's going to benefit us. I will say in this run, we definitely in this route take more of a glass cannon approach because thankfully a lot of our natural stats will generally keep us alive in most cases. There are a couple bad case scenarios depending on the RNG of what boss enemies will do, but for the most part, I have not found in any of my runs to where, if I had just a little bit more defense, this battle would have went this much different. But we see the cube, but before we can get to the cube, we get attacked by a couple enemies, a couple squirrels. So in this fight, we only really have access to basic attacks. So utilizing type advantage is going to be important. So one of the first things I have to check is who's in front of the squirrel, and it's got to be Zoro because of the type advantage, and Zoro is not in front of the squirrel. And we want Luffy in front of one of these bats because these bats are speed types, and there we got what's called a knockback. It's a rare thing you can get, but it's super handy if you do get it, because it's going to take the damage you do to one enemy and transfer it to another enemy. So that's just going to help us get through this fight a lot quicker. And then Robin's going to actually help out Sanji because these are power types. And so Robin's going to help take them down, where Sanji is only a speed type, so Sanji's a power type, so he's just going to do neutral damage at the end of the day. And then Luffy's going to deal with these bats. And we actually got double knockback, which is super handy. I don't think I've ever seen that. So that's very, very helpful in getting through this fight pretty much ASAP, because I believe Robin may be able to kill this squirrel on her basic attack now, since there's no enemy blocking her from leaving that zone. Yeah, this actually ended up being probably one of the best versions of this fight I've ever seen with the double knockback. And there the game teaches us, because it's the first time we level up, it teaches us about the stats. You have attack stat, which is your standard attack stat, your TP, which is your technical points for using special abilities. You have defense, which is your resistance to physical attacks. You have your guts, which is your resistance to special attacks. And then I feel like there was a third stat in there that I've totally forgotten. There's a lot of stats, but I've totally forgotten one of them. And we get a couple more tutorials. We learn about color of observation hockey, which I'll talk about in a little bit. We don't really use it. Learn about cubes, which is kind of like a pseudo power-up for abilities. If you've got 3 cubes, which we actually get 3 right away. And we're gonna put them on Luffy. Because we're gonna fight this enemy for a hopeful chance of getting a boosted we basically fight this encounter because Gum Gum Gatling with 3 fragments at level 2 will instantly win this fight in 1 Gatling, making us level 3. It's a quick fight, takes like 5 seconds, and part of the reason we do it is because there's a chance you get a dramatic event, and if you get a dramatic event you'll hit level 5, which is key in having higher early game levels. And to try and utilize the amount of turns the enemy gets, we're going to try and switch some people around. Luffy's going to Gatling a few people. He'll take out a group. Zoro level 3, unless he low rolls, should kill both bats. Looks like he did a low roll one of them. It's unfortunate, but not the end of the world. And then Sanji's going to take out the one attacking. Robin will just attack because she can't actually one-shot a bat because of the type disadvantage. And then from there, we should be able to just kind of melee the rest of them to get through this fight. But any questions or anything at this point, Oz? I feel like I'm doing all the talking, man.
Oh, I just don't want to interrupt you. Like, you speak so intelligently about One Piece and not this game. For me personally, I feel like the past 20 minutes have kind of summed up all of the reasons why I don't typically play RPGs, because I promise you I would have passed out from information overload at least 10 minutes ago.
There's a lot of information. There is a lot of information to keep track of. You are not wrong when it comes to these RPG speedruns.
Mm-hmm. Like at any point, like this is why, like a lot of my speedruns are just like puzzle platformers, or it's like just like regular 3D platformers, because like the information that I've had to read on screen just through your speedrun, it triggers my fight or flight response. I just I cannot imagine needing to memorize this much for such a lengthy run already. I'm only in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, and it does. I will say, with the nature of how this run is and things that we'll get into later, it does get a little bit more simplified towards the back half. Because you're a lot stronger, we can front load a lot more into like our attacking options, and so it allows us to just kind of have a very it's like a 1-2 setup, boom, and initiate the action. Here there's a lot more like do this, do that, make sure you attack this person, don't attack that person, try to move this person here. So like in this fight alone, I actually have 2 strats. I have a level 3 strat and I have a level 5 strat, depending on what level we are going into it. And so we're doing the level 3 strat. Because the level 5 strat, we would have accidentally killed that squirrel much more early on because of how much higher our level is. But we wanted to make sure we got the kill with Luffy because that gives us the experience boost. Because if you saw there, it said defeat the wild squirrel with Luffy. Those are the dramatic events I was talking about earlier, and you'll see a number of them throughout this game where it's like defeat X enemy using this person, or defeat this enemy before their next turn, or whatever the ruling set is. And it's a huge key factor into early game leveling, because chapter 2, as weird as it sounds for a 6-hour run, which mind you, chapter 2 is the first like 2 hours and 10 minutes of the run. Like it's almost half of the run because of how long chapter 2 is.
How many chapters are there?
There are 9 chapters.
Dang.
And chapter 2 takes about 2 hours and like 15 or so minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, because we don't have access to high-powered accessories. We also don't have access to something we'll get into later, which is Robin's fusing ability, which I'll save for the end of chapter 2. We have to be more mindful of our actions, and then we kind of have to hope for certain outcomes in battles to give us more levels so we can deal more damage and get through the fights quicker. And that's actually going to be a huge... The biggest part of the RNG of this run is actually this next dungeon that we're going to be coming to.
How much of a factor is RNG in this run? Like, how easily can you like manipulate the battles to what you want them to be?
So, in the time I've spent running this game, I will say a lot of the strats that I've been doing for several runs now, and they tend to be fairly consistent. I would still say there's still RNG at the end of the day because bosses have essentially like the big bosses, not like kind of like the weak like mid boss things, but like the story bosses. They tend to have like 4 types of actions that they're going to possibly do. They're going to either do a basic attack, which is preferred because it's shorter animation and doesn't do as much damage, or they're going to do a single target special attack, a local area AoE special attack, or a mass AoE attack. And in most cases, if they do the mass AoE attack, which does have the lowest % chance, you do have a, depending on the typing and what your team setup is, like there's a decent chance 1 or 2 characters die in the process, which depending on the fight, that may be totally fine. In fact, it might be beneficial because then again, you don't have to, because there's no defending option, there's no skip turn option. So, you know, if you don't end a fight and you have a character that maybe doesn't have as much to do, or a character that's not as needed, like maybe they're more of a support role, or they're there to just kind of buff up characters with items and stuff, you have to just basic attack or do something with them to get their turn to be over with. So that's where the RNG still kind of comes into play, but it's not so much RNG that I think anybody who tries to run this game would be deterred, because I know there are games, and I run a few myself, where there's so much RNG at times that, you know, you end up resetting the first 30 minutes of a run, because you're just not quite getting the outcome you need, because of how like fast your time is, and like you need a certain optimal beginning to finish the run. At this point, there's nothing like that, because I've done with this dungeon that we'll talk about in a moment, where this is the biggest RNG part of it. Fun fact, I've actually never reset a run of this game. In the 11 weeks that I've run this, I've completed all 11 attempted runs, and I have PB'd 8 of them. 8 of the 11 runs have all had PBs, so
you might even see a PB today.
I mean, we'll see. I'm only 1.3 seconds ahead. I'll be honest, I had a monster of a run yesterday, PB'd by about 13 minutes, and I don't know where this run's gonna go, man.
I mean, your summer best is still
right.
5:30, right?
PB today.
Your summer best is a 5:30, right? That's what it is.
Again? Yes.
Yeah, summer best. Yeah, it's a 5:30.
Yeah, my summer best is my current PB is a 5:35.
Yeah.
Alright, so we get the bonus crit, no dramatic, which is unfortunate, but not the end of the world. But yeah, let's talk about Thunderhead Ruins. I was just talking about how this is the biggest RNG part of the run.
That squirrel is something in my... That is a sleep paralysis demon I have, I swear. The face that squirrel is making. I'm sorry, but continue with what you're saying.
It's a thing of nightmares. That's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine. So Thunderhead Ruins. This is the first like official like real dungeon. I guess Lakeshore Cave is kind of a dungeon, but this is like got, you know, like puzzles and like, I mean, they're very easy puzzles, but like you have to move like turn kits and things like that. I don't know why I said turn kit. You have to move generators around to like activate doors and things with electricity. Smiling squirrel is horrifying. I mean, that's fair. It is pretty horrifying. But what we're doing here, some might be thinking is like, well, why am I fighting random encounters? Like, aren't you like ideally trying to skip these? Well, I would love to skip them. The problem is if I skip all these encounters, I'm only going to be like level 7 or 8 leaving this dungeon, and while it's probably very feasible, the fights will be very slow. in the upcoming chapter, in chapter 2, especially the early fights, until we get to like where we get accessories and we can boost our attack by equipping stuff. So what we do instead is we utilize the power of the camping bonus, which I hadn't talked about yet, but we did during some of my discussion. In this game, you can camp. Partying is a big thing with the Straw Hat crews and having parties. So they have utilized that into the world of this game, where if you camp, what can happen there is you can get, not that you can get, but you will get a 50% chance to get a critical attack. But you'll also get a 30% boost to experience earned. And so, and that's only for 10 battles though. So for the next 10 battles, you get those like boosts, 30% extra experience, 50% chance of critical hit. So what we do in Thunderhead Ruins is we actually fight 9 encounters along the way to the boss of this dungeon, and in hopes of getting dramatic events, because they're purely randomized. As of right now, we actually have 0 dramatic events. Which is not great. It's not uncommon either, per se. Most runs, well, I have only gotten 1 dramatic occurrence, and not more than that. I also did the wrong move there. I did not mean to steal money. That was kind of funny. Definitely a mess up on my end.
Accidental theft.
But yeah, so we're gonna fight 9 encounters along the way here, in hopes of getting some dramatics. Didn't quite get any, unfortunately, so far, so which is fine. It doesn't make the run, I mean, it might make the early part of chapter 2 a little bit slower, but it's not going to make the run like unfinishable or anything. But we still got several more chances. You know, we're not done fighting, because my current PB only has 2 dramatic, which is more than normal. Normally I only get like 1, and I've had 1 run. Funny enough, it was the marathon. I ran this in a marathon last week, and that run was the first time I got 0 dramatic. So will we get a twofer? Is this going to be the marathon curse of running this game? No dramatics in Thunderhead? We'll find out after the next, I think, 5 battles. I have not been counting. I'm kind of on autopilot because I fight the same 9 encounters, so I just kind of use that to know where I'm at.
God, that bat came at you like it was personal. My goodness.
Yeah, sometimes it is. So what I've been doing in some of these fights is I have been swapping around Zoro and Luffy. Reason being is because the squirrels are power types, bats are speed types, and so just to get through the fights as quickly as possible, if you know Zoro's in front of the bats and Luffy's in front of the squirrel or the Isas, then I might want to swap them out because you know I'm going to one-shot them that way versus like not one-shotting them, and then you're obviously wasting more time in your turns just to get through the fights. Have some more nightmare fuel. Looks like we're still playing the no dramatic game. Fine, sometimes it just happens. These ones were all power types, so it did not work out in our favor. We're getting through this fight quickly, but not the end of the world ultimately. What call that the 1 HP warrior. Enemy ends up with just a single HP, it feels like, which can happen. It happens a lot for some weird reason. All right. Another thing this game utilizes, because all the Straw Hats are very unique individuals, there are specific traits most of them will utilize. Now, we can't control Frankie or Brooke, for those who know what One Piece is and who those characters are, but everybody else we can play as or control at any time. So Chopper's thing is he can go into tiny like caves and crevices to get underneath things. Luffy has the ability of Gum Gum Rocket. As you'll see, we'll use it to latch onto things like vines, as well as just pick up things from a distance, just stuff like that, ultimately. Zoro has the ability to cut steel doors, and Nami, if you're controlling Nami, or if you run by it, a little Nami bubble might pop up in the bottom corner.
where she mentions there's money on the ground, or she senses money. So her thing is like she can find just loose money, because Nami, for those who know One Piece, is a cat burglar. She loves the berries. Actually, in the world of One Piece, money is referred to as berries.
Interesting.
And money's called berries in the world of One Piece. So she can sense berries on the ground, which we'll utilize a few times to help with money routing. Sanji has the ability to find ingredients because he's the chef, and so he does have the ability to cook in this game, which we only utilize one time for a very powerful food item, but not until chapter 8, because I've ratted out a few of the other we cook a couple times. I take it back. We have to cook for the story, because that's where the game teaches you about it, and we make a couple of boosted items for chapter 2, but for the most part we don't do a ton of cooking throughout the run. I've got 2 more fights to try and get a dramatic, or we're going to be having a repeat of my last marathon run. 1 more chance to get a dramatic. Fine, I've got practice doing this. It'll be okay. Yeah, most likely we'll end up at level 12 without any dramatics.
There's the device.
Sanji can pick up ingredients for cooking. Let me do the menu real quick. We want to utilize as much attack power and strength as we can. And yeah, it looks like apparently this is going to be my new thing for any time I run this in a marathon. Is apparently the Thunderhead Runes doesn't like to give me dramatics. Because that was our last fight before the boss. Kind of funny how two marathons in a row now I've had no dramatics in Thunderhead Runes. Whoop! In the heat of talking, I forgot to hit the switch twice.
Oh,
and it's fine. It's a minor time loss.
Minor. In the grand scheme of 6 hours, what is a few seconds?
It's true, actually. Unless there's luckily with the way this game is structured and a lot of what goes into it, there's not a ton that if it's missed or forgotten that it's gonna I mean, obviously it'll cost you some time, but there's nothing where it's oh, I did this and I can't do anything about it. There is auto-saving, so worst absolute case scenario, if there's ever a situation where I don't know, there's a pretty astronomical mess up, you can generally just quit the title screen and load the autosave.
Yo, it's Thunder Colossus time.
Yep. And take down our first this will be our first Colossus, because we didn't actually defeat the fire one. The fire one we had to run away from because of our lack of abilities.
I assume there's one per. I assume there's one per element.
Yeah, there's a lightning, a wind, an ice, and a fire one.
Almost.
How bad is not getting enough cubes? I assume you're referring to the fragments. The only time that would be bad would be Robin, because Robin needs 6 cubes for crafting. So that would be the only time where it'll be kind of bad, is if I don't pick up the Robin cubes. Because to increase her ability to fuse things, she has to have the cubes. And if I don't have the cubes, then I can't upgrade. I can't do the crafting to upgrade the items, and so that causes issues. But if you know where to get them, because technically, you can revisit areas. So if you can identify where you forgot the item, you can just go and get it. Whenever there's maybe a moment to go and get it.
Actually, finding the Thunder Colossus makes me want to ask Chad a question. In chat, in so many pieces of fiction where there is 4 elements, everyone can agree that the first 3 elements are water, fire, and air in some way. But what is the 4th element? Is it earth or is it electricity? Because no one can seem to come to a consensus on this. That's
like just in general, like the fourth element, like it's more of a toss-up.
Yeah, because like in this game, or like in a game like Breath of the Wild, the fourth element is electricity, but in Avatar: The Last Airbender, it's earth, and a few others as well.
Question, actually. So, like, for context there, like, PB had 2 dramatic events, and this one had none. I'm about a minute and a half behind PB. So, not the, like, it's not, like, as you can see, it's not, like, minutes of time loss.
And so the first Colossus has fallen.
Yes, the first Colossus has fallen. First until Final Fantasy. Yeah, so now we have defeated the Colossus, we've acquired their core, we've also acquired some giant memory cubes, and unlike the first set of memory cubes that gave us our initial powers, this one we can't just straight up absorb back into our body. This is where the game starts to utilize its kind of like connection to the One Piece source materia, and like where it kind of builds upon the idea of doing more than just running around this island for, you know, the length of a casual playthrough, and that's revisiting memories of the world of One Piece. So if you're, you know, fan of One Piece or familiar with the source materia, this is where you get to kind of geek out and nerd a little, because what's cool about this is, while we are going to like revisit these memories, we are going to be as our current selves, while the, you know, the world may view us as our older selves, or ourselves at the time of the events. You know, we'll be like, oh yeah, I remember we had this to do, or there was this thing, or this is how this went, or we need to do this. So things will like not be like, they won't be like a full one-to-one, but there'll be enough like closeness to what happened. You can still kind of like experience the old story, but at the same time have it modified enough for like a fresher experience.
I see.
But the game does actually, what's actually really cool though, not to cut you off there, is as you complete story objectives. So something we only do one time in the entire run because it's helpful at that point in time, is that there are a bunch of objectives. So they're kind of like, you know, a way to just add more gameplay value. There are these like in-game objectives. So if you ever notice at like the top of the screen, it might say like objective completed or something. And so throughout the story, like when you're in like one of these memories, if once you get through certain parts and you like complete that part of the story, and you go to the objective, you can actually play a video that recaps the actual manga events of what happens for that arc. So there is a way to get like the actual events of the manga kind of recapped to you in a way, if one chooses to like view this. They're fun video files. They're kind of like they're not like fully animated, but there is like, you know, it's like drawings on a mural. It's like a mural is being drawn, like showcasing the key points of the video.
See. So now we're at chapter 2. Beautiful.
Yeah. We're at chapter 2, and we'll be here for the next 2 hours, give or take.
2 hours. Let's see. Well, like
hour and a half.
We're 40 minutes in, and we've already completed chapter 1. For comparison, like what would like a casual playthrough? How long would it take for like a casual playthrough to get to this point?
Casual playthrough to get to this point would probably be, I mean, it depends on how much you explore the island, because the game does have a lot of like forced pathing, is maybe how I want to phrase that. So there are a lot of like invisible progression walls where there's only, at certain points, there's only so much deviation you can make. So like what will happen there is like you can explore the island, but you can only explore so much of the island, for instance. Because you either don't have access to a certain ability, or you don't have access, like for instance, like in, you know, you'll eventually get Frankie, who's another member of the Straw Hats, and he can build bridges. So there's like bridges you can't build. So if you go to a place where there's a bridge, well, you can't do that, so you can't explore it. Just little things like that. So I would say getting to this point as a casual playthrough, like unless you just get really lost in the idea of like running around the island and picking up random shiny objects, I mean, you would probably be there after the first like 90 minutes, because like there's cutscenes. The cutscenes are kind of lengthy at times, so like if you take the cutscenes out of it, like hour and a half. Like it's pretty quick to get to chapter 2. But then chapter 2 casually, I think it took me like 3 or 4 streams to like get through this chapter because of how long it is. Because there's so many cutscenes, there's so much running around, and I'm a very meticulous RPG player, so I'm always constantly like checking nooks and crannies. I'm picking up any shiny thing I see on the ground. I'm like, was it Gumball or whatever Cartoon Network show? It's like, ooh, piece of candy, ooh, piece of candy. It was like Chowder or something, or Flapjack, or one of those Cartoon Network shows had that joke in it.
Oh, I love Flapjack.
It was Flapjack, but they're like, ooh, piece of candy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are here in Alabasta, and for fans of One Piece, this is a bittersweet reunion moment right here where we get to see the Going Merry. That's the name of the ship to my right. This was the Straw Hat's first ship for the first, I think it's like 350 episodes, 340 episodes before a new ship was given to them. And so it's
350 episodes, dear Lord.
Say again?
I said 350 episodes, dear Lord.
I mean, there's like 1,000 and something.
I
mean, the manga's up to 1,081 chapters.
That's beautiful and scary all at once.
Oh, apparently, ooh, piece of candy is from Family Guy. It's James Woods thing. Oh, I thought it was from Flapjack. Maybe it's something else I was thinking of.
No, but like, I thought it was Flapjack too because I thought like Flapjack and Captain Knuckles were like obsessed with candy, weren't they?
It might have been both. It may have been a version of. Maybe they said something different. Maybe it was a new piece of candy.
Yeah. True.
Right now we're just running through the streets of Alabasta. Basically, we're trying to figure out what we're gonna do. We can't get in our ship because there's Marines waiting, but we've got a couple of roadblocks here where the gates are closed. The guy who has the key is on the ground. He's got stomach pain. He's got some sort of weird disease, illness thing that doesn't make a lot of sense. So we're trying to like get some medicine. So now we gotta go get some stolen medicine, and then we'll finally get our key. But yeah, there's a lot of like traveling through Alabasta because it's a giant desert kingdom, and we don't exactly have cars in the world of One Piece per se, you know? A lot of ships. Depends on the island, though. A lot of islands are developed in many different ways, but actually, before I forget, I've got a menu to do here.
I love menuing in my speedruns.
Love menuing your speedruns. Alright, so luckily, some of the menuing is already... Once I move... My fingers are doing their own thing.
I think menuing like is an underrated skill in speedrun. Like, have you ever seen someone go through a menu so fast it doesn't look real? Like, that's beautiful. It's so beautiful. When I think a lot of people don't like menuing, and yeah, if you do it a lot, it's like not that great. But I think if like really quick and precise menuing looks so beautiful. It's great.
Yeah, menuing is wild, especially like when you get really good at it. So here we have a very random kind of boss battle. And so in this battle, what we're going to do is we're actually going to use Usopp's Rubber Band of Doom. Because for weak-minded individuals, it can actually make them become unconscious or faint. It's the type of status effect it is in the game. And so we use that to try and get him to basically lose his turn, essentially. Because he'll either stay unconscious for the remainder of this turn and the next turn, or when their turn comes, they awaken from their unconscious state, but then they've lost their turn by that point. And so it just utilizes us from not having to worry about them getting turns and such like that. So from there, we're just gonna do what we can. It is a technique type, so unfortunately, Luffy is kind of useless in this fight because of type disadvantage. And we only have 2 speed types, so it's not like I can swap him out for somebody else that will do more damage in this battle as well. Plus, he's got much higher attack stat.
What type is Luffy again?
Luffy is a power type.
Power type.
And I actually forgot to make Usopp go first before the guy went, so he actually did get his turn off.
I love the Rubber Band of Doom attack. That was great.
Yeah, Usopp is kind of a goofy arguably like gag-esque type character. Like, I don't want to like undermine him by saying he's like a gag character, but he's definitely like a lot of the comedic folly amongst other characters too, because like Luffy's a pretty mindless, arguably kind of dumb character for being the main hero, but you know, he's got good values. He's got good values that help him be the main. Because let's be real, because even Goku wasn't the smartest type of character, but you know, he was still the main hero of his product. Yeah, Usopp's great. A lot of people love him. He's got usually some of the funniest moments in the show. But yes, Rubber Band of Doom. He even uses like an inflatable hammer. Like, it's just a lot of comedy gold when Usopp's involved. He's kind of a scaredy cat. He's kind of an afraid person, but he's the sniper of the crew. For your own knowledge there, Oz, you know, give you a little One Piece primer, because we're really just running around a lot right now. Luffy wants to be king of the pirates. That's the basically premise of the show. Luffy's trying to become king of the pirates, and he wants to find the One Piece. So he wants to form the greatest pirate crew in the world. And he's got very particular needs of roles for his pirate crew. He wants a swordsman, who is Zoro. He wants a doctor, who is Chopper, the tiny little reindeer guy.
He's just like me. He's just a silly little guy, and I'm a silly little guy too. I speak with him.
He wants a navigator, who is Nami. He wants a sniper, who is Usopp. He wants a musician, who's Brook. He wants a shipwright, who will be Frankie. And then there's another member of the crew who is not featured in the game that came like afterwards. His name is Jinbei. I don't remember the exact role of the ship he fills in. I think he's the one who steers. He basically steers the ship. Like, he's the one who drives the ship. I forgot what they like. They give him like a specific term for that. I've like totally forgotten. But yeah, he's only got a crew of about 9 people currently. 10 people. I think my math is off here. Either 9 or 10. Small but mighty crew.
Spice Bean Plaza. That's a great name for a plaza.
Yeah, we're gonna head into the Spice Bean restaurant and bar.
Oh my god,
Okay,
you're making me hungry. Oh, that reminds me, I need to order food. I asked Woadyb at the beginning of the run, would it be okay if I ordered food, because like I haven't eaten anything today.
Hey, go for it. Like I said, this part of the run, there's so much running around. There's not a ton really happening, especially when we have to run from point A to point B.
Nice.
Like I'm missing one piece. Well, while Oz is in the middle of ordering food, here is where the game is.
You know.
I was going to say, speaking of food, this is where the game teaches us about Sanji's ability, where he can see special ingredients on the ground as the form of a fish icon. Basically just means that if there's a rare ingredient or an uncommon ingredient nearby, you might be able to pick it up. It will help with some of the cooking recipes that we do throughout the run. We don't actually really, this is the only time we actually do it. We don't pick up a lot of food items because in chapter 4, there's a very unique shop. It's the only time you ever see the shop that will sell us 9 basically cooked dishes. So it prevents the need to route in a lot of basically buying of, or not buying, but basically routing in, locating the ingredients, because that's what I was originally doing when I was routing. When I was routing this, I like, before I even got to chapter 4, and I had not realized that was a thing. I was like, okay, what's this pickup? What's this pickup? What's this pickup? Like, okay, I need to pick up this many of this. I can have this many of this. I need to buy this. And then I get to like chapter 4, and I realize, oh, there's a shop that will literally sell me 9 of all these powerful dishes. And that is enough to realistically get me to the end of this run. okay, I'm gonna dump all these out of the routing. Helmsman, thank you. That's what it's called. It's the helmsman.
I do like how, like, he has the ability to like find special ingredients, but you only use it once in the entire. I love RPG speedruns where like you have the specific ability that's actually like really useful, but like in a speedrunning sense, you don't use it whatsoever. It's not useful at all. Like,
yeah, I think it's part of it is because like, sorry about that. Part of it is because like it takes anywhere from 3 to 4 ingredients to make something, to like make some of these dishes, and a lot of these dishes at the end of the day they only do so much for you. Like they don't all have uses in the speedrun. Some of them are like heal your characters, give you back TP. Like the ones we utilize in the speedrun are mostly about like TP replenishment, as well as like attack boosting stats. But we don't make like Phoenix Downs, which is the only way to get status reviving. Like if a character dies, you have to have like a food item, which you can't buy. So that does make certain things a little dangerous if they don't go your way. But yeah, I mean it's a great ability like casually, especially because you have to cook all like one of the trophies is to cook all of the dishes. So you do have to like find the ingredients and stuff like that. So a moment ago we actually took out a we basically took out a scorpion for story purposes, because we have to make some scorpion and clam soup at this point. And so we fought the scorpion, but we also are fighting these enemies because we're hoping for a dramatic event so we can kind of help help fix our leveling and our XP gains right now. Because we're a much lower level than we would like to be, so some of these fights are gonna be a bit harder to get through as a result. But so far, no luck with the dramatic occurrences. This fight is a bit on the slower side because the dramatic occurrence can happen at any point in the fight. So sometimes, it can happen like several turns into it versus only like the very beginning. We didn't get a dramatic, it's fine. And then we're gonna pick up a couple items here. 7,000 because money routing is pretty tight early game until after the first shop. Once we get through the first shop, the money is not as big of a problem, but being able to afford the first shop can be pretty tight if you don't collect the appropriate amount of money. And I've had times where some of the RNG with money earned from battles has actually left me just shy of the amount I need, because I need about 180,000.
I need to see your notes for this run. Like, I can't imagine what the amount of notes that you have for this.
I mean, I'll be honest. They're the thing with like RPG speedrun notes. You have to find a balance between how much information you're going to include in the actual run notes that's relevant to the run, and how much information that you would maybe include like on a separate sheet of paper or a separate document. Because you don't want the notes to be like too bloated, because then it's just a lot of information you're having to juggle in the middle of a run. And if the run doesn't have like moments where you can like turbo through a cutscene if turbo's allowed, or if like this game where there is no break, I only have like brief moments of cutscene skipping to scroll my notes. If there's too much in my notes, it makes it harder to keep track of where I'm supposed to be. So my notes have all the necessity items in terms of like fight this, fight that, pick up this item, but it doesn't have like this enemy will give you this much experience, or this enemy will give you this much, or this is what you can expect from here in this. I admittedly do a lot of that through feeling. There's definitely runners out there who don't do that. That's fine, but that would be a lot for me to try and process in a run. Yes, yes, Ace was there. It's because we're in Alabasta. Why wouldn't Ace be there? That's where we first meet Ace. Ace, for context, is Luffy's quote-unquote brother, non-biological, but they grew up as kids and hung out. So they view each other as brothers. So now we have collected food and supplies. So now, by story reasoning, we are ready to venture through the desert.
Venturing through the desert.
Yep, we got our food, got our supplies, so now it's time to actually trek through the desert and get to... I can't even remember where they're trying to head to. And at this point, I feel like they're trying to find Vivi. Princess Vivi is a friend of theirs who is the basically the daughter of the king of this land. So in the context of the One Piece story, to bring you up to speed here, Oz, we get to an island. We're traveling around. We get to an island. We meet a girl who's pretending to be a bad person. She's really not. Her name is Princess Nefertari Vivi, and she tells us about her country has basically been overtaken by an evil man by the name of Crocodile, and so we decide to go to Alabasta, her kingdom, to help take down Crocodile, and that's kind of what we're doing here. So now we're trying to find Vivi, because at this point she's been kind of like taken, or she's been like taken to a different place. So that's why we're trekking through the desert to try and find her. Here we're gonna fight these 3 battles here, actually, in hopes of getting some dramatics. Same idea. We're gonna hope that we'll get a dramatic event, because that's just gonna help us again level up, try and off-center some of our DPS, so we can get through these fights a lot quicker, versus like maybe slower, longer fights because of the lower amount of levels and stuff. So still no dramatic. Like I said, I'm gonna start calling this the marathon curse to running this game. The lack of dramatics.
I forget. So like you're wanting a dramatic?
Yes, we 100% want dramatics because it's gonna basically give us 20 times experience if we get it.
Okay.
And so like it does depend on the enemy that you're fighting, of course. But no, we do want the dramatics because it's going to allow us to be level up quicker, and it's going to make some of these early game fights, while we don't have access to things like accessories or the ability to do what's called fusing, which is a special ability that Robin gets, to basically stockpile our accessories with a lot of attack, kind of offset the level need. And so with getting no dramatics, we're basically at the lowest possible level that we can be through these fights. Doesn't mean they're unwinnable, it just means they're going to be a lot slower in comparison.
Do you know the exact percentage of a dramatic appearing? If you explain that, I probably missed it.
I've not explained that because I don't know. To my understanding, in the first couple weeks, when a lot of the routing was going on, and members of the community put some very wonderful effort into, there's like a spreadsheet with a lot of information about this game, like levels and experience earned. From what I understand, there is no definitive percent chance. I could be wrong. I may have missed that part of the discussion. It's purely randomized because it's like you get into the way I understand it from what they saw in the game code is like you get into a battle, and then it has like a percent chance to use. Yeah, like Art is one of the members in chat there who helped with a lot of the like spreadsheets and the maps and like a lot of the information, like the cheat engine and stuff to make like the auto splitter and just all the data gained. Like they went really hard on that information. Yeah, I don't remember the percent chance. It wasn't very high, but then it's like you get into a battle and then like it has a chance to roll it, and then I think each time an enemy takes a turn, there's another chance for it to roll it. Because like I said, it can happen like halfway into, like it can happen within like a turn or two as well. An enemy can just be like, hey, you know what, I'm gonna power up, or this dramatic's gonna trigger because of this.
I see.
But from what I understand, there's no way to manipulate that has been currently found.
Okay, that makes sense.
But here we're getting to the battle where the dramatics, if you're ambush, I could see that. Getting ambush could potentially make it higher. So this is actually where we get to one of the kind of the first major boss battle where the higher level would benefit us more if we had it. It's against two Sandora dragons here. These things are pretty tanky, and they are both technique types. So it does mean that, like I was saying before, Luffy is arguably kind of useless in this fight because of the type disadvantage. So this is where Usopp is going to shine really hard because it's a type win for him. So he's going to Usopp hammer as much as possible, but because of the lower level, we're not going to deal as much damage as one would maybe want to if you were a higher level. So the fight will be winnable. It's just going to be much slower than it would have been if we had gotten some dramatics. But at a higher level, Usopp will do upwards of 450 to 500 damage per hammer, and he's only doing about 354 at his current level. So that's where it's, you know, causing a bit of, longer-winded fight. Because you can see there, Luffy only did 94 damage with that hit. That's how, like, underpowered he is going to be in that fight. And see, Usopp's even doing less now because the effects of the exhaust balls, which I hadn't talked about, have worn off.
I see. Someone in the chat says maximum of 4 dramatics per fight.
Yeah, I did see that. Makes
So
sense.
like,
with the nature of the fights, I've gotten 2. I've never had more than that because usually the fight's over by that point. But I can see that.
so like, would like a theoretically perfect run just means like every turn within battle is a dramatic?
I mean, yeah. I mean, the most I've ever gotten was 4 so I had a run several PBs ago where I actually had 4 dramatics. I actually had 4 dramatics through the Thunderhead rune. So that's 4 out of 9 battles had dramatic events occur in them, which is the most I'd ever seen. So yeah, in theory, if you could get like 5, 6, I mean, I'd be baffled, but yeah, that could be a run potentially, depending on your skill level and how the rest of it goes. That may be very hard to beat or very challenging to beat. You can see here, like, basic attacks just don't do any damage, but we need TP, and so the only way to get TP back is through basic attacks. So this is where, you know, we're losing a lot of the time on this run because we just don't have the levels to do enough damage to get through this fight quicker. So it's causing us to take a much slower approach to the fight. And this is actually a case where this is also something I've never seen before. I've gotten no dramatics even up to this point. At least in the last marathon run, I did eventually get some dramatic events afterwards, but this case I've gotten 0 still. So like I said, very, very interesting outcome, but not that worried about it. Because we'll get through it anyway. So Luffy did get knocked out there, and that was my negligence on healing, but it's fine. It's not the end of the world. We will probably try to bring him back alive at some point, because we are going to want to get the dramatic, because there is a dramatic for Luffy to defeat this Sandora dragon, number B. And so we are, with how things have been going, we're going to definitely want the experience earned from it.
One thing I love about RPGs is that like you're currently fighting an enemy that could definitely just kill you immediately if you wanted to, but no, it's polite. It wants to wait its turn for you. That's the thing I love about turn-based RPGs. I'm just like, if this wasn't turn-based, they kill you in an instant. Yeah,
exactly. It stands there. Yeah, I would say Usopp getting unconscious isn't great because he is kind of the meat of the damage. But it's fine. After this battle, we'll finally get access to like equipment and accessories, so things should hopefully start to kind of level themselves out a bit. After this fight, this is like I said, this is probably the hard, like one of the harder points in the battle. It's just getting to this fight and getting through it. But like you can see, I'm only doing like 1 damage per hit, so I have to waste turns to do basic attacks, be able to do the special attacks, or hope for a critical attack to pop up. Alright, so I think it's time to bring Luffy back. We are going to use one of our only revival items at this time, because like I said, we want to have Luffy try and win this fight as best as we can, so we can get the experience from it. Classic Usopp feint. He's so close. God, Luffy, finish this battle off. See, easy. We made it. That was nothing. Just the casual 5.5 minute time loss over PB.
Oh, that's beautiful.
All right, we're still estimated to be 20 minutes ahead of estimate, so it's fine. Yeah, that was definitely so that.
How much did you lose on goal? What's the best possible time?
Say again.
What's best possible time right now?
5:40.
5:40 already? It's only an hour 10.
Yeah, my PB's at 5:35.
True.
Well, hey, like I said, this is a case where while this is something I would have loved to happen not in a marathon, apparently running this game in a marathon has its own kind of outcome. Because like I said, this is my second time running this in marathon. It's had very just kind of goofy outcome so far with how the battles have been going.
I mean, that's just the nature of RPGs, right? Like you're because usually people are like, hey, my estimate is gonna be like 10 or so minutes off from my PB. But if you're running an RPG, I'm gonna just add like 20 more minutes to that, and then we're good.
Like I said, after this fight, we'll finally start getting like we'll start getting like accessories and stuff, and so that will help. While our level won't be higher, we'll at least be able to dish out more damage, and then it will just offset itself over time as we gain levels. And who knows, we'll get dramatics in other fights ideally, and then those will help just kind of catch us up to where we should be. Like I said, I think we're through the root of the issues for the most part. I ain't scared. Alright. So we've had our food and water stolen from us at this point.
Oh, rude.
I know, right? Rude. Anything, this proves that skipping the 9 encounters is not wise because of how slow that Sandora dragon fight was. Yeah, on a normal, maybe a normal run with at least one dramatic encounter, like I said, Usopp will do like 450 or so damage. Not like 230, so he lost like 200 attack due to being that much slower. But here we're gonna get our introduction to the Yoisa shops. It's this little yellow guy here. They sell basically accessories. A lot of their shops will also sell very unique items that are only available in those shops. We don't buy a lot of the named items. We buy a couple at a few points, but for the most part, we buy these attack boosting items. So here we buy 12 attack boosting rings. So that way we can do that to help our characters, especially because we kind of need it right now with how everything is going. And so we're gonna go ahead and gear everybody up with some attack boosting items so that we can start dealing at least a little bit more damage out than we have been. So here we got try and get our materials back. So we're gonna use Nami to nuke the whole field because they are all technique types. So what better way than to make sure we get the most DPS out of it? Same thing. Usopp's a technique type, or he's a speed type, so he's going to be able to hurt these technique types pretty well. We do want to make sure we don't overuse our TP though, because it's a huge factor into like some of the battles that we'll do. So if we overuse it though, it makes other fights slower because then we run out of, we don't have TP to do the stronger moves. So it's, you know, just a fine balance. In this case where Nami has no TP, we want her to try and get some TP. And actually the next fight Zoro is going to be a big factor into, so just want to make sure he gets some more TP. So it's just a balance of, it's basically a balance of using basic attacks versus special attacks to not only deal as much damage as you can, but also not overuse your TP. Because if it's a case where like, hey, this enemy might die because I'm going to sneeze on him, I should probably sneeze on him and not, you know, throw the whole couch at him.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're continuing to try to locate our missing supplies. So now we're going to head trek this way. So we got some of our supplies, but not all of them. So we were kind of told our food is over in this direction. So we're going to go find our food. And we come up to our next battle. One of my viewers refers to this part of the run as Florida Simulator, because we're going around punching gators. Because this next boss battle is against what's called a banana gator. That's because on its forehead there is a banana, or at least some sort of birthmark that looks like a banana growing off part of his forehead. So in this fight, the gator is a power type, so we're going to put Zoro in front of it, and we want to make sure Nami is not in front of the gator because of the type difference. And we're going to actually open with Nami nuking the whole field, just to try and get some damage out there and get some, you know, hopefully some people paralyzed, as you see there, and then weaken what we can. Luffy and the others are going to deal with the straggler bandit guys first, while Zoro is going to focus on our gator buddy there as much as he can. So we're going to tiger trap as much as we can because it's his hardest hitting move. At some point I am going to use one of my debuffing abilities to help get more damage in there. Now we got to paralyze Luffy. Not the best case, but it's fine. Nami will go ahead and finish that guy off. Usopp, we don't want to use too much of his TP because we're going to need some TP in the next fight. Plus, hey, again, basic attack takes him out. May as well just use the basic attack. And luckily, we've inflicted bleed damage, so he's going to take an extra 100 per turn. Basic attack due to low TP. He also, so not only will he take bleed damage, but he does do reduced damage, which is super handy. And then we're gonna have Luffy actually defeat this guy as a typing. That will help us the most. Usopp's just gonna attack. We'll go ahead and exhaust ball, just so we can help reduce the amount of guts it has. So we'll do more. Now we do 700 per hit. And Luffy's gonna jump in with some Gum Gum Bullet. Basically just maximizing damage as much as we can. And Usopp's probably just gonna do basic attack. Nami can help out with some Cyclone Tempos. Healing if she needs to, just kind of depends on. Because the Guts Balls only last for like 3 turns. So of course, utilizing as much as we can in 3 turns. Yeah, Usopp basically needs to build his TP up because he's gonna be doing a lot in the next 3 fights. So the more TP he has, the better the outcome will be. I actually did the wrong move. But it's fine. And the gator's down. As you can see, we're gaining levels and such, so we'll, like I said, things will eventually level themselves out. But once we get through chapter 2 and we unlock the fuse ability, then all will be right in the world with battle outcomes and DPS checks. Then we're just going to stockpile a bunch of attack onto our equipment items. But here's where the game introduces us to what I generally call the Nami money. It's where you run around with Nami, and if you have the berry icon on the ground, you have the ability to pick up money. So pick up a smooth 45k there, because like I said, early game money is pretty tight. And we're going to do a quick menu here. We're actually going to take off Luffy's gear and Nami's gear, and we're going to put it on Usopp and Chopper. And that's because this is where the game is going to the game also introduces us to another mechanic. This is actually side content, but the game requires you to do this. This one only because, again, it's trying to teach you what these are. These are called frayed memories. So the way these work are you basically go into like a contained space, and the only people who can enter this contained space are specific people that are part of it or chosen or involved in some manner. I forgot how the game explains why only 3 or 4 people will show up in this place. So that's why we did that menu, is because Luffy's not there, Nami's not there. What's the point of them having all that accessory and attack boosting and leaving Chopper and Usopp with not as much attack boost? So we do a menu, we take their gear off, and we move it to them, because we only have Zoro, Chopper, and Usopp for this section here. And here we're going to fight a bunch of plants. And the reason why we wanted all that TP is because, hey, look at that. We finally got a dramatic. Though it is only going to affect these 3, that's still, better than we've had so far. But this can be challenging. This dramatic can be a little hard to get through just because of how hard these guys can hit. Because they can basically take, our boy out. In fact, I'm probably not going to get it, I hate to say. Because I don't, well, we'll see. Because I don't have a way to use an AoE move to hit the plants. I couldn't take Usopp away, but let's see if we can kind of get through this. It's going to be challenging because of the nature of them all trying to attack Usopp. So it's like I'm basically battling to heal and hope they don't hit him. And I think one of them has a turn. And nope, yep, we lost it. And unfortunately, it just wasn't in the cards because Usopp got knocked out. Yeah, that's just unfortunately one of those outcomes where we don't have the ability to move people if there's people in our area. And because there were people in our area, that one plant was preventing us from moving everybody.
So while we got a dramatic, we weren't able to capitalize on it. But like I said, it's fine because it is just those three who are getting it, which I guess for Zoro wouldn't have been bad, but ideally you would want the whole team because everybody gets experience. I haven't really touched on that. Everybody does get experience. And if you die, you do get experience too. So if a character gets knocked out, it's not a necessity for me to try and revive them or bring them back online. And so now we are continuing to try and fix. So basically with the frayed memories, we have to find what's going on in it, and then we have to basically fix what is happening inside here. So we're trying to find these herbs to help this kid, because this kid is looking for these herbs. But there's a bunch of bandits and evil plants trying to stop us. We're going to keep Usopp away so that way he can't be taken out. We can help where needed. Go. So just utilizing type advantage as much as we can.
I love the way this man runs.
That's Usopp for you. It is kind of fun running around with Usopp. We don't really run around with Usopp a ton, just because it's extra menuing to change the character you're running around with, but it is entertaining. We're actually going to use an energy apple to heal Usopp. He's not that close to being dead for this next fight. This is the last fight in the memory. It's against another Sandor dragon, but it shouldn't be as slow because we have the power of team-up attacks, which we are going to utilize at least one time in this fight, because we're trying to deal over 1,000 damage to complete an objective to get another attack 114 item. As long as we deal over 1,000 damage in a hit, it will complete the objective, which this will do. I was a little worried it wasn't going to because of the lower leveling, but thankfully it still did. And then of course Usopp's gonna start hammer time. Hey, we got a crit. Look at that DPS output from Usopp.
Nice.
And perfect. And he'll take bleed damage, which will take him out. That's the Sandora fight. See, much quicker than the first one, right? Just a little bit stronger. So you can see how having like equipment items can drastically buff up my attack. And mind you, this is me at like lower level. So if you take into account like if we had gotten more dramatics and completed them and were higher levels, like you can kind of imagine what the actual outcome of some of these fights would look like under that pretense. But here we're going to do a quick little menu. We're going to basically take off just Chopper's gear at this point. And then we're going to wreck attack Nami first. And then Luffy. Mostly because we want Luffy to have the freeze element jewel that we got from that mission. The freeze element jewel just basically gives us the properties of like ice. And so the Gators, because we do have a boss battle, kind of the next boss battles against 2 Gators. So we've got a battle against 2 of those coming up, and so it will just help Luffy dish out some more damage this way. Because the game does allow us to like auto-equip our characters and to, min-max our menuing by doing Luffy's second. It does equip that item on him. But he does have a higher base attack stat than Nami, so even though Nami was given more powerful attack items, it does end up putting her a little bit more on par with Luffy's stats, so that way they can both contribute in their own ways in their fights. And here we're just continuing our traveling, running around Alabasta. I was gonna say, I feel like I'm talking so much, we haven't checked in on the marathon. I don't know if we have any donations or anything that might want to be read that popped up at any time. Probably now would be a good time to do any of that or talk about what we're here for.
We do not have any new donations, but I would like to remind people we are raising money for Go Rescue Pet Adoption Center, and we have a variety of incentives to help us save the puppies. First off, we got the Entropy Center 80% Glitch exhibition, which we need to raise $60 for. We're currently at 0, but I believe we can make it. We got a few days to do that. In terms of polls, we also got Streets of Rage 4, Food Icon Bid War. Currently, Pizza and Poutine is leading with $10, but there's also Onigiri and Ramen, Apple and Chicken, and Tofu and Salad, along with Disneyland Adventures being another poll for a sing-along bid war. With Part of Your World, I'll Make a Man Out of You, and Proud of Your Boy. I'm personally rooting for I'll Make a Man Out of You, but Part of Your World is leading with $25.
No, I'm rooting for Proud of Your Boy because I sang that at a showcase in high school. And so
Nice.
I'm just happy to put some behind it. And it's also the only one from the list that actually isn't from a Disney movie. It's from the Broadway rendition of the Disney movie. Which just goes to show how much of a nerd I am when it comes to musicals.
Yeah. In terms of other targets, we also have upgrade to hard difficulty on Bram Stoker's Dracula. We're only $10 away from that. And if we get $45 more, we'll have watch the director's Ghost Godzilla movie for Luigi's Mansion 3, which will be pretty nice.
Yeah, let's get out there and save those doggos.
Only $10 away from 400. $10 away from 400, so you can get that right now.
So that's easy.
Easy. You can get it right before the clock hits 1 hour 30 minutes. The next 60 seconds to do it, or in the stream. But
all right, so in that time, basically all I did was we camped again because because of how much travel you're doing, the game has a bunch of like forced camp moments, which is fine. It just helps us replenish not only our crit chance option, but then our 30% attack boost. Our 30% boost experience earned in fights. But we did another cooking menu just to give us a couple more attack boosting items, which we're probably going to need to just help get through some of the boss fights that are going to be coming up a little bit quicker than we kind of have been at this time, which is totally fine. And then, just running around. We did pass through an area where there were these like there was a cutscene, and I had a fight in the middle of when we were talking where I fought this bird because we stepped on a bunch of bones that made noise, and so it was like the game's way of creating like this like danger element. And so there were these like bone piles I had to like avoid and such, or I would be forced into like more fights. So we've made it to the greater desert, and so we're trying to get to a place called Rain Dinners. Rain Dinners is the name of Crocodile's headquarters, his hideout, and so that's where we've been trying to get to this whole time. And so we weren't able to get through the desert, so apparently there's a cave to the north, so that's where we're headed now. We're gonna head to the north where this cave is and try to use that to help us get towards Rain Dinners. Dodge that scorpion because he spotted us. In that last fight, I just realized Nami just hit level 12. Alright, now our wallet's been stolen in true fashion. So, Issa has stolen our wallet, and so now we have to run all the way back the way we just came to get our wallet. I will say, if you play this game casually, with how long this chapter is, and then how much shorter the rest of the game is, it does feel like a weird case of like it had this like ambition for this really grand like experience like for these chapters, but then like I don't know if they ran out of money or direction change, but it was very jarring to see the kind of like shift in like length of time spent in chapters after this one, because like I said, this took me like I streamed my entire I practically streamed my entire playthrough of this, and I think it took me like 4 streams to get through chapter 2. With like how much there was to do and everything. Knowing the company probably budget. It's always unfortunate to see, but I guess it be what it be. So here we have a battle against a bunch of pieces. These are the same enemies we've been seeing up to this point, so they're not too dangerous. So we do try to replenish some of our TP after the first round, which is why we're just kind of doing basic attacks. Zoro definitely needs more TP, so we're going to make sure we get an attack in with him. And it will be helpful for Usopp to also have some. Like, for, again, whatever reason, Chapter 2 also makes use of a lot of technique-type enemies, which is why Usopp and Nami are kind of like the MVPs of this chapter. Whereas, like, after this, Usopp's usage kind of falls down a little bit. Like, he's still useful, but he doesn't become like one of the main, like he's probably one of the main DPSs for most of this chapter, him and Zoro. And then Luffy is like the big one for like the boss of this chapter, because the boss of this chapter is a speed type. Now that's maybe a lot of feel sure when you're watching Woadyb. That's probably true. That's probably true. Because we skip everything. No side quests, because that's the other thing. Again, very, very weird, very interesting choice, I thought, is throughout this whole chapter, all the side quests, so we've been skipping all of them, but there's these little blue icons on the map you may have noticed or not noticed. Those are like side missions. After like this one, a lot of the side missions actually don't pop up until you finish the chapter, like you finish the story part of the chapter. And then when you revisit the area, then you get the side quests. Versus like being able to do them literally throughout.
Yo, speaking of side quests, it actually transitions into a question that I wanted to ask, but I didn't like know when to ask it. It's just like, if this is like any percent, that's nearly almost 6 hours, then like what would 100% of this game look like?
You know, I've jokingly said to myself, I've thought about a plat percent run, but then I'm like, so I guess it would depend on how you define 100%. Are we talking like all the trophies, or like is there a different, I guess, arbitrary set of rules you would impose or something like that?
I mean, aside from trophies, like what is there to collect in the game that the game tracks?
So the only thing the game really, I guess, tracks that they collect are these things called Yoisa cubes. Because like they're the Yaya cubes. Sorry, they're these things you can pick up called Yaya cubes, and there is a trophy to collect like 99 of them. And then as you collect them, you can turn them in, and you get stuff for I think like every 10 or 5 that you turn in. It's probably the closest to something, and then maybe like the cube fragments. But there's like, you don't need all of them to get the trophies for that. There's just like a set number you have to get for each trophy. So I would say kind of like, but I don't know, like I guess couple, I don't know, 15 to 20, 15 hours maybe.
And all bosses, BK says?
I'd say somewhere between 15 and 20 hours. Because a lot of the stuff like that you would collect, you could just route into the story part of it. So like what I'm doing from like a story perspective, I could just, you know, route into like what I'm doing and then utilize and then, you know, make that part of it. Come on, Zoro. Let's see. All super moves. How would that even? Oh, because you're talking about the. Yeah, I guess that's also true. We would collect frayed memories. Yeah, I mean, I guess without proper routing, if I had to just, you know, throw a wild number out there, it would probably be like, I want to say 20 hours. You can probably do it all in 20 hours. Alright, so we took down another gator, but then we're immediately thrown into another fight with an even stronger gator called the Bushy Banana Gator. He's got even more bananas on his forehead.
Dang, Bushy, I love that name so much. Bushy Banana Gator.
So this is the technique type. This is again where Usopp's gonna kind of become the champ of this battle. We're actually gonna have Zoro use the bond move to help utilize as much damage as possible. Because of the same typing, he doesn't deal as much damage, but this move collectively kind of ignores typing. It will help push a lot more damage out. And then Usopp, again, is the MVP of this fight with Usopp Hammer. And then we're actually going to take Nami out and have his Chopper kind of help with some supplemental healing and stuff. So like he's gonna, Luffy got confused, so the Chopper can heal status ailments, which is what he did there. He's just gonna help where he can. Of course, Luffy's also taking a lot of damage at this point too, so have to be mindful of that. Because we're gonna get another dramatic event, kill the enemy using Luffy. Let's see, and actually we're just gonna have, I probably should have Chopper heal actually, but just to add a little more damage. Alright, though in an effort to not let Luffy die, we're gonna actually heal first turn because the Gator's gonna attack. Okay, he went for Usopp though, so we do want to try and make sure Luffy gets the kill. So it's one of those, like, you want to get a crit, but you also want to hope to not get a crit, because then it might kill the enemy. It's like, with where the HP values are, we're definitely threading the needle there to where I'm probably going to have Usopp just basic attack. Oh, that is a needle thread if I've seen one. And I'm worried about the bleed damage. Even though it looks like it's like 1 HP, I'm worried that the 20% reduction from bleeding is going to be just enough to make Luffy not kill him with this move. So we took that small time loss there to make sure we heal that off of him. Man, I'm not even level 15 still. This is this is definitely one of the more interesting versions of this run I've had to do. It's been fun. It's good knowledge for me to know what happens on a lower scale of level, what these fights look like. Well, we got to the cave.
How many dramatics do you have by this point? If you want
What's up?
How many dramatics do you on average have by this point?
Well, so the dramatics I've got at this point, the only dramatics I've gotten are all the ones that are guaranteed to happen, because the ones that happen in like the boss battles are all guaranteed to happen. There are some like pseudo boss battle ones that have random chances, but like the ones I've gotten at this point have all been guaranteed ones. I have so far not gotten a single non-guaranteed one. We got one, which was against those stone plants, but they took out Usopp, so we didn't actually get that. Plus, it would have only been for Usopp, Zoro, and Chopper, so it wouldn't have helped like the group collectively.
That crab is staring into my soul.
He was staring into your soul. That's referred to as a crab mover. They actually move us through the quicksand. But yeah, Luffy sadly caused the cave-in after he punched out that gator. It made a cave-in happen, and so now we're backtracking through the desert because we're going to use the crab movers to get through the area and get to the rain dinners. You're probably wondering, how would I ride a crab? Well, thankfully in the world of One Piece, some of the creatures are pretty big in size. Like, very big in size. For anybody wondering in chat, there is no English dub for this game, so I do apologize for anybody who's playing the more listening game versus the watching game. So yeah, if anyone's wondering, there's not a language element to this run in any way, especially because you can just skip all the cutscenes that are voiced.
I was gonna ask if there's like, if they at any point anyone tested out a specific language for text that was faster.
As of right now, no. I can't imagine, because even so, what's uncommon with this game that a lot of games don't have is, even when it's not like an authentic cutscene, so like an actual like self-moving cutscene where you just watch the outcome of it. Ones where there's even just characters having a dialogue and it's not really voice acted, you can still hold square to skip most of those. There's only like a finite amount that you have to like actually mash through, so without actually testing it, I would have to say it's probably very negligible, if any whatsoever, that a different language would be faster, but I'd have to test it, so I'm not going to say it's not a thing. I'd have to first figure out how to change the language. There, we actually switched to Nami because we wanted to pick up 2 sets of money. Just because we want to make sure we have enough money to afford some stuff later, and so those pickups are all like on the way. Also, this is a funny little visual glitch where Nami's hair gets stuck, and that's why it looks like that right now. Kind of funny, I'd have to say. All right, so we're gonna take off Nami's gear because we don't need her to have gear at this moment. And then we're going to bring Sanji into the fold because there's going to be a battle coming up where Sanji will be needed for the dramatic event. We want to, make sure we get it, especially now with how some of the stuff has been going. The extra experience is gonna go a long way to ensuring we can catch up on levels where we would normally want to be. Because we're definitely about 4 or so levels behind where I traditionally would be, I would say. Because normally I'm like 17, like around like level 17 or so. At this point, I think we're only like 15. So, yeah, we're like 14. Like Luffy just hit 15.
Is there a max level in this game?
99.
No, 99. Okay. I didn't know if it went past that.
No, it goes to 99. There is a trophy to get level 70 with everybody, though.
Mm.
One of my viewers likes to refer to these giant pandas as bodyguards for Bret Hart. For anybody who knows who Bret Hart might be, I feel like that reference is pretty dating yourself if you understand it. That man has not been relevant in wrestling for a very long time. Wild steamed hams with cheese has entered chat. Right, so we're actually going to take Usopp out for Sanji, and Sanji is going to focus on Panda A, because that's the one we have to defeat for the dramatic event. And then Chopper will help take down Panda B. We'll make sure we don't target the wrong one by accident. Lead damage almost got the better of him. We should be able to just melee take him out at this point. How low his HP is. There we go, we'll get the bonus XP. And then our boy Zoro will take out the last one. One thing I didn't mention is when you do level up, you do get free healing. So there are times where, like, if my characters take a bunch of damage or they're knocked out or defeated, and they end up leveling up, they get basically healed back to full, which is super helpful. But now we've gotten the rain dinners. Vivi's not, or we've helped Vivi, we've rescued her, but we still need to stop Crocodile. And so now we need to make our way to the capital, Alubarna, and try and put a stop to Crocodile's tyrannical reign on the people of Alabasta. No time to play casino games. I wonder if today's run has to be offset for the amazing run I had yesterday. What it currently feels like.
You did have an amazing run yesterday.
I did.
For those yeah, go ahead.
What were you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say, like, for those that don't know, I came into Woady's stream, like the moment that the run ended, and I was just like, do I need to lower your estimate? And he was just like, yeah, you probably should, because originally his estimate was 6 hours and 15 minutes, and now it's 6 on the dot, which is great.
Because my PB before yesterday was a 5:48. It was like a 5:48, and then I saved 13 minutes yesterday. Yeah, I guess we'll find out if I got overzealous. I mean, right now we're still way ahead of estimate, even with being about 11.5 minutes behind. I don't think we're going to PB, which is fine. We're here to have fun and show off the run. We're not here to set records, but I think we're still on pace to be ahead. I can promise you that much, at least. And like I said, after this chapter, things will start to kind of level themselves out for the most part, because we'll get access to, I keep alluding to fusing ability, but it's basically a thing that Robin has access to, where it allows us to basically take an accessory item, and then if it has an open slot, we can fuse something onto that open slot. And so that's where we utilize, basically take a bunch of like flat attack items, and then we dump it on the items that have open slots. And then from there, it's just, stacking attack on attack on attack. And then that's just going to help, make sure that we're dealing mass damage, even if we're not quite at the right level. Obviously, we won't deal as much damage, but we're still going to deal a good enough damage that it's still going to help offset a lot of like what's been happening. Plus, there's always a chance that in any of these fights, because there's still plenty of fights for the rest of this chapter, we could get a dramatic, we could get something that will, as long as we accomplish it, will give us a huge boost. Considering what level we're at, we may level up several times and kind of help bring us up to where we would normally be if the earlier part of the run had gone in a different way. Alright, here we're going to actually take off Sanji's gear because we don't need him now. We're going back to Nami. Nami helping things out. And then we got to make sure, we bring in the OG squad, the main 4. We don't need Chopper and Sanji for now. Yeah, now we're about to have a bunch of battles back to back pretty much at this point. So we try to enter town. There's a bunch of fake soldiers preventing us from entering town. So now we're going to basically move some people around so that way we can maximize our turn order to deal as much damage as possible. Now I'm just going to jump in with an AoE move to help weaken as many as she can. We're going to have Luffy Gatling his group, because he's got a speed type in there, which he'll take out in a power type. All the other ones are technique types, so it's going to be more beneficial for Zoro and Usopp to take care of the other groups. There we go. We got a crit with Usopp. He took out his enemy, and then we're going to have Zoro. I guess these are technique types, so the DPS is neutral for them. Okay, we're actually going to have Nami hop in, get some TP back. Where we're going to try and take advantage of turn order as much as possible. Try and ensure that we deal the most damage. And eliminate that the enemies get as many turns as possible. Give me levels. So I mean, what I've learned with, because like I said, I've done a similar version of this run. Again, this one's even lower level than the one I did a week ago, but the experience that I earned, because a lot of these battles I'm getting into, these are like pseudo boss battles, so they do give a lot of experience. It does end up kind of offsetting itself, because the average level that I finished chapter 2 at is in the like 21 to 24 level range, and like we're like level 16 now. I do tend to be around 18 to 20 in this part, so like I said, it does balance itself out eventually. And so once you get through chapter 2, like things should start to streamline a lot smoother. That's why Chapter 2 is the hardest part of the run, arguably. It's also, we actually have a category that is just getting through Crocodile. So people can't do 6-hour runs, but might want to run this game. That run, you know, like I said, it's about 2.5 hours. I think my fastest Crocodile time is like a 2:09 without DLC, so 2.5 average. A much shorter run if people want to run something. So fight against a bunch of guys, same thing. Nami opens up with a mass attack, try and paralyze some people, and then from there we're just going to take out the groups as best as possible. Some of these enemies have a chance to power up or do something that is going to make them do a stronger attack and maybe give us a dramatic. So we're kind of hoping for maybe a dramatic event occurrence. So far, no luck with it. Obviously, if the enemies die, they can't get a little dramatic on me because they're not alive. They trigger a dramatic, but it's fine. It's all it's part of the RNG fun. Let's see, we're actually gonna have Luffy hit the speed type, so we can maximize damage. He's paralyzed, so I'm not too worried about that. And then that will get us through the fight. Because like I said, you can see I'm leveling up after every fight now. Because the experience in the back half of this chapter, because that's the other thing, if you think about it, is like I fought a bunch of battles up to this point, and for some reason the early fights in this chapter, like the experience that the enemies give you, for some reason it's just really low. But then you get to Alubarna, and then there's this like weird shift in XP, and then the enemies are suddenly giving you a lot more experience as well. And so that's kind of like I said, why like now things are going to start kind of leveling themselves out. Then we'll kind of break even ultimately, I think, at the end. But we've basically rescued Vivi. She was kidnapped briefly there, so now we're going to head back to Alubarna. One thing we're going to do is we're actually going to run into probably one of our last random encounters that we'll fight. Is we're actually going to run into this gator, and we're going to hope it triggers a dramatic occurrence, because the dramatic event will give us a ton of experience if it happens. So this is one of those, like, we go in, we kind of wait a turn to see what the gator does, and we hope that it's going to power up. Unfortunately, it didn't power up. So I have a couple options here. I think because of the lower level, I guess I'm going to end up killing him anyway. I'll just finish him, just for the TP. Normally I would run away from the fight, but I decided to go ahead and just finish the fight. Just for this, I got one additional level just to help, give me a little bit more strength. But normally you would flee from that fight, because what you do is you have Zoro attack first, do Tiger Trap. The Gator will usually go next. If it powers up, you'll get a dramatic, which I've only gotten one time, and that was in my current PB. And if it doesn't happen, then you flee from the fight, because you don't get usually a ton of experience at that point. But it's fine. Okay, and so Nami basically nukes the field, and then from there we just basic attack with everybody, just so we can build TP, because we've got a boss battle coming up here in a little bit. So we just want to make sure that we're going to have good TP levels going into the fight, so that way we can maximize our damage output. Probably would have made more sense to have... Well, actually, no. Luffy had somebody in front of him, so it's fine. Yeah, this way we have plenty of TP, because the next fight is kind of a doozy, but not really a doozy. But it's our first fight, and this is the first boss battle that's going to introduce us to a mechanic called dodging, or attack ineffectiveness. So bosses have a chance to basically take your attack and in some ways like null and void like the damage it can deal. And they can do that up to 3 times per fight at like a 15% chance. Now I will say, in terms of a turn order, this is definitely one of the weirdest turn orders I think I've ever utilized. So we're gonna have to use Usopp's first turn to make sure he gets in front of Tashigi. So that way we can ensure he is keeping her there and she doesn't move to another quadrant, because Usopp is going to be strong against Shigi, which is what we want to deal with, and then Zoro's going to be strong against Smoker, which is what he's going to deal with. So that's kind of how we have things positioned. So Zoro's going to focus on Smoker. Luffy's actually going to use his pistol, his range move, to try and work on some of these speed type enemies, just to get them out of the way. Though Nami is going to nuke the field again on her next turn, and then she'll revert to more of a support role at that point.
Can I say something for a moment?
Yeah, of course, go for it.
We have a new donation incentive that just opened up. Hold on, let me find it right here.
Hey.
Forewarned, bonus banishment ritual level for $60.
Nice. Yeah, let's get them donations in.
Yeah, we have a lot of really good incentives for tomorrow, so make sure you get those in. Because I know a lot of the runners are really excited to show those off.
And so Nami is now going to revert more to a support role as we work down Smoker into Shigi. Yeah, like I said, he hasn't done it yet. This is only about a 15% chance, but boss characters do have a, like I said, about a 15% chance to make your attack essentially null and void. And they can only do that max of 3 times, thankfully, so it's not a mechanic that will, like, bash you over the head for, like, any sort of entirety of the run, which is super handy. But it can take, like, a case where, you know, you wind up an attack, and then that attack, you know, you just lose all your TP and your damage output because of what happens. Luckily, there is a way around it. I don't utilize it in this fight because we don't want to use up our bond moves, but I did find out... That was unfortunate. Did not actually see that coming. That does make it a little bit of an issue because now I can't get the dramatic because I don't believe I have any item that will... Yeah, unfortunately I don't have a way of reviving our boy there, so a little misplay on my end, but not the end of the world. Just won't get as much experience. But what I was starting to say is basically because of the bond move, that attack actually cannot be dodged. So thankfully, there are a couple of fights where we do utilize that because of just how dangerous it is if the enemy dodges me, to ensure a more consistent fight. We've made it to the capital.
Oh my god, that guy is on the ground. Look at that.
Yeah, there's a bit of a little bit of civil unrest kind of happening inside this place at this time. So yeah, you might find a couple knocked out soldiers in a few random places.
They're just vibing.
Yeah, they're just vibing. Exactly. Let's see. We're gonna move the cubes to bullet, and then we're gonna actually wreck attack Nami. We just picked up another attack accessory item that we want to utilize. And we're just gonna do a free heal. Admittedly, I did not pay attention to who leveled up in that previous fight, so just to be safe, we're gonna trigger the healing. There we go, a dramatic event. Now, can we actually complete this one? that will give us a pretty good boost if we get it. So let's do our best to try and get this one. We can get some experience to really help get us back to where we want to be level wise to ensure, like I said, we can break even by the end of this run. There we go, dramatic complete. That's going to give us a huge boost of experience. And there's a chance we might get another one, depending on what these enemies decide to do on their turns. When I let them. In this case, I did not. That's fine. Yep, with the help of that experience, we were able to gain a couple more levels. So now we're about like the level 20 range. Like I was saying, like chapter 2 tends to finish average around like level, like I said, 22 to 24, give or take. That just helps that. They were just going to run past everybody as we make our way, because we don't need to pick up any of these items or chest or anything.
Oh, we love Chopper. Just fitting through the small spaces. We love a little guy.
I'm surprised you haven't asked why the reindeer can talk.
That, you know what? My suspension of disbelief can only go so far, but I guess it doesn't apply to talking reindeers.
Essentially, and this is just me trying to find an excuse to talk about One Piece. Basically, Chopper was a reindeer who ate a devil fruit called the human fruit, and it thus turned him into a part human reindeer, because the human fruit is what's known as a zone devil fruit, which is a type of devil fruit that allows the user to essentially transform into an animal that it represents. You'll see a few of them later on in one of the chapters we'll be in, because the next memory we visit is going to feature 2 zone devil fruit users, but that's essentially what it does in a nutshell.
So the person who eats a human fruit.
Also, funny enough, I couldn't tell you what happens if a human ate that devil fruit. What happens to a human? Because it didn't happen, but it's a fair thought process to have.
I see. Yeah, because if like an animal eats it and they turn like part human, and I'm just like, what happens if a human eats it? Do they just turn more human? What does that even mean?
Good question, actually. And to be honest with you, I hadn't even thought about it. It looks like no luck with any of these guys powering up. So these enemies have a chance to do like I said, they'll do like a power up. The gun dog. You mean was that a gun or was that a sword? So actually, fun fact for what you're asking about, for suspension of disbelief. So in there's a character in One Piece who has a sword, right? And his sword somehow, quote unquote, ate a devil fruit that turns it into an elephant. So it's a sword called Funkfried, and it can turn into an elephant.
Wait, I'm gonna need you to roll back. First of all, how did the sword eat fruit in the first
Never
place?
explained.
Okay, my suspension of disbelief can only go so far. I need explanations.
It's never explained. As far as maybe it was, and I just forgot, because this is something I've been experiencing for many years. Let's remember, but I don't recall an exact outcome of like. I don't recall an exact moment where it was explained. It was like, I think the implication is because it slices the devil fruit, it counted in some manners as eating. I could somehow absorb the powers of it from, I'm assuming, like when it sliced it.
Interesting. Is that the same thing that happened to what our chatter is saying? Like a gun that ate the dog fruit.
Yes.
That one's even weirder.
Yeah, I've actually completely forgotten about the gun. Hey, look, man, some anime, right? Because anime, you just gotta run with it sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was Mr. Four's gun. All right, now we're gonna meet a lot of people's favorite character, Bon-chan, or Mr. 2, Bon Clay. He's a bit of a character, this one. Alright, so we gotta make sure, yeah, Nami should not be in front. Same idea. We're basically going to nuke the field. Try and take out all the enemies that we can. Definitely did not take into account. Yeah, I thought Luffy's HP was a bit on the low side, so I'm gonna have to heal him to be safe. Yeah, let's say Oz is just more confused now. Don't worry, man. There's a lot. It's fine. Just start watching it. You'll understand in no time.
This is what I get for not watching anime. Like, I know at the beginning of the run that I said I don't watch One Piece, and I have never watched One Piece. But like, I really just don't watch anime in general. Like, that's something that maybe I should change.
Hey, you know what? It's always a good time to start.
Yeah, that's true. True.
I am worried about.
Much like. Oh wait, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was saying, just trying to be mindful of Luffy's HP because he is taking a lot of damage right now, so I have to be a little careful there. Try to be a little bit smarter with my heals and stuff. But Nami has now nuked the entire field, so there are no more extra people. So now it's just us against Bonchan.
Amazing.
Man,
I love the way this person is dressed.
Yeah, Bonclay is great. He, I actually cannot remember the name of his devil fruit, but basically his devil fruit allows him to impersonate whoever he wants by touching them with his. It's something like he can basically impersonate anybody he wants to, and he can change that by, I think, like, he transforms by touching his left hand to his face, and then his right hand turns him back or something. I'm trying to remember the exact explanation of it. Yeah, it's like clone. That's what it is. Thank you. He ate the clone devil fruit.
The clone devil fruit?
Yeah, because it allows him to clone, to basically change his appearance to look like somebody else.
Oh, that's great. It's actually really cool.
Possibly. I'm actually really bad at the Japanese names for the devil fruit DBK'd. All right. We're almost through chapter 2. Like I said, we're through chapter 2, and things should hopefully start to level themselves out. Yeah, pretty much at this point, the only thing between us and the end of this chapter is the crocodile. Basically the final boss of this chapter. So we gotta head to the Royal Mausoleum where Crocodile is, because in the original, because basically we're reliving the events of like what happened in their first trip here. So in the original story, Crocodile came to this country and overtook it because his whole goal was to locate what's called a poneglyph. Not going to get into that in terms of its relevancy in the world of One Piece, because then it's just more falling down the rabbit hole of like talking about One Piece lore. But there's a very unique item here that he wanted and needed, which will get us to, which is supposed to help lead us to the One Piece, is the quickest way I can explain what a road poneglyph is. And there's one here in Alabasta, so he takes over the country, basically find it. And it's in the Royal Mausoleum. So that's why our final showdown is here in the Mausoleum, because we know this is where he's going to be. Here's just pretty much running around through the dungeon at this point. Here's more One Piece lore for you, Oz.
devil fruits. That's what gives them their abilities. Luffy's stretching ability and all that stuff. There's several types of devil fruits. You have Paramecias, I think is how you say that word. You have Logia, and you have Zone, and then you have like Mythical Zone, which is like a special offshoot of Zone. But essentially, you have those three categories of devil fruits. And it's not the rarest. I think rarest is Mythical Zone, but the like second rarest devil fruit is Logia devil fruit. And the way Logia devil fruit works, and this is gonna be relevant to crocodiles while I'm explaining this. Logia devil fruit users are basically an elemental property. So we actually met one, Smoker. Smoker actually has the smoke devil fruit. And that's a Logia type of devil fruit. And so Crocodile has the sand devil fruit. So he has the ability to turn in the sand and properties of sand. In the anime, at least, because a skilled Logia devil fruit can basically turn into their element at will, Luffy loses the crocodile because he can't hit him, because Luffy is basically a melee fighter. He has a Paramecia devil fruit. His body stretches, right? And so Luffy actually loses to Crocodile the first time he fights him. And the next time he fights him, he realizes that, water is a property against sand that basically hardens sand. But basically, like, sand doesn't work well against water. So in the anime, Luffy actually uses his blood to defeat Crocodile, because he basically because he's like bleeding, so he uses like the blood from his like body covered in his fists to be able to actually punch Crocodile and like fight back. That's just the world of One Piece. And then there's and then you start to meet more and more, because for story reasons, a lot of the Logia devil fruit users tend to be villains. There's very few good guys that have Logia devil fruits. Most of them tend to be like characters who are bad guys or villain characters. Why not give the villains the stronger, damaging devil fruits? And Neil is a good guy. Oh man. You know what? I haven't seen Skype in so long. I don't know if I could even have that debate. Or Anil Ineru. Honestly, I never know what the proper pronunciation of his name is, because I see it written both ways. That's just gonna turn into, a bunch of otaku fans for One Piece, right? Yeah, so right now in the game's effort to essentially introduce some sort of like puzzle mechanic and things like that, we have to click on these like different images on the ground, these glyphs on the ground, to basically trigger the platform so we can actually progress to the center or the back of the area. I mean, that was a fun arc. And Neil was definitely a fun time. He has the Rumble Devil Fruit, which gives him lightning properties. And of course, Luffy's made of rubber, so it was made for a nice kind of dynamic between the two. Alright, so we've basically completed the puzzle, but before we leave here, because the attack stats are very important, especially in cases like this where you don't have as much, your levels aren't as high, or the lead up to this point was not the like optimal battle and stuff like that. We want to make sure we're getting all the attack items we can, because they're few and far between ones that you just freely find in chests. Okay, and then after this, let's see, we're going to take Nami's accessories off, and then we're going to give Luffy the strongest gear we got, and then Nami will backfill.
because Crocodile is a speed type, which is why we're utilizing Sanji, Chopper, and Luffy. And then we're having Nami to help from a support. Because while Chopper is kind of the healer character, because he's the only one with abilities that will heal people. Nami does have, depending on how the fight's going and how like certain things are happening, Nami does have a move called Mirage Tempo. I did use it earlier on one fight, where it basically gives the character a free dodge. It basically gives them a defense boost, but at the same time, it also gives them one free attack dodge. So that way, the next time like the enemy attacks, then their attacks won't actually go through, kind of saving you from the outcome. And saving you from damage too, because sometimes they be hitting hard. But yeah, we're just gonna get back to the top here and take down Crocodile and round out this the most interesting first 2 chapters I've ever experienced. Quick, make sure we're healed up for the fight. Time to jump in. So like most RPG fights, we do have. We're actually going to fight Crocodile twice, but the second time he's going to be powered up. Because it's some glitch in the memory, like gives him like massive boosted stats, so he becomes a lot harder to fight. But the first thing we're going to do is we actually need to take out the characters that we aren't going to use. You're actually forced to have these people in your party, so it actually doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I preemptively move them out of the party or not, because they would have been forced out anyway at the end of the day. Here we're basically just going to hit him as hard as we can and just kind of be mindful of our HP levels. There's the dodge we were talking about. That's the thing I was referring to, where there's a 15% chance up to 3 times per battle he's going to dodge an attack. And so we're just trying to basically hope it doesn't happen, because we're trying to save all of our bond moves for the second fight, the one that's a little bit more dangerous. So that's why we're using all of our strongest TP attacks, because bond moves don't use TP. So our TP levels don't matter as much going into the next fight. So we're going to ignore the tornadoes because the fight ends when he goes down. So we don't need to worry too much about defeating those tornadoes first. We just need to take down Crocodile. And then everything will be copacetic from there. We want to make sure our boy here has enough to heal. His TP levels be getting low. And then just gotta hope one more attack from Sanji will do it. Or not, because... Oh, never mind, we got the crit. Cool. Alright, first battle done. It's like I called it, level 22. This is about the average level we finish this chapter on. So now we got the second fight against Crocodile. He's a lot more dangerous in this fight, which is why we're going to utilize an item we crafted earlier to give us an attack boost, as well as some defense and guts boosts. He does not summon tornadoes on this fight, so it's not as dangerous to worry about, but he does hit a lot harder though, so we do have to be careful with that. And so we are going to spam, like I said, the bond move, because the bond move is going to allow us to not worry about the dodge attack. And depending on, so your bond level can be upwards of 10. So 10 is the max level that your bond can be at. And you'll regain it throughout the fight as certain things happen. You basically live through attacks, you heal your teammates, just little things like that. And actually, one thing I need to do is exhaust ball so he can take even more damage. Lower his defense as well. Like I said, this is just going to ensure that we deal as much damage as possible and not worry about him dodging. Because I've had some pretty crazy fights where I've had like 3 dodges in a row. I've had like where he dodges like Luffy, where I prefer him not dodge Luffy. There he took out, like, that's one of his like stronger hitting moves, so that was like one of those like dangerous occurrences where that would have, you know, this is, I was talking about this earlier, where enemies can do a variety of different attacks that will deal a different level of damage, and so him doing an AoE move knocked out Sanji, and so that, you know, made things a lot more dangerous for us. And then now he's bleeding because Chopper unfortunately doesn't have like any TP that like help, but I do believe this might kill. Yeah, it's because of the bleed, but we should be good on the next turn. I have Luffy finish him off and call it a day. And Crocodile's down.
Amazing.
Yeah, like I said, the discovery that those quote unquote bond moves are not dodgeable has made some of the more dangerous fights a lot more consistent. You do sacrifice around, depending on kind of how you're like your cubes, which I haven't talked about, I realize now. So there are these items called fragments or cubes. I think I like briefly touched on them at the beginning when we got some, but I didn't really explain them. When you have 3 cubes, and at certain points in the story, you can infuse those cubes into a character's ability, whether that's a move you use in combat. Like right now, Luffy has 3 cubes on his Gum Gum Bullet move, and then it will increase the damage that move dishes out. In addition to it, you can also put cubes for the characters who have abilities outside of combat. So that's Robin. So Robin, Usopp, and Sanji have cooking, creating, and fusing. And to get to higher levels of that, to get stronger things, you have to put cubes into those abilities as you unlock the ability to upgrade them. And so... God, I was talking about cubes. I forgot what the original explanation was for.
I love it when we go off track.
It's funny, until I ran this for a marathon, I realized, man, there was more to talk about. There was more to talk about with the nature of this run than I had given it credit for.
Yeah, you have filled up like the past like 2.5 hours. I've only like gone in with like a few snippets here and there and a few questions. I'm just letting you do your thing because like you're just so focused in the zone. It's like you're so intelligent, and it's so impressive how much like you can like hold the floor with the amount that you know about this game and about One Piece.
Well, thank you. It's been a big like I said, this is a passion project for me ever since it came out. I've been very honored to showcase it and you know, show people this kind of wonderful game, and the kind of speed run and like what it can entail, and like how, you know, how like, you know, how the game is deeper than I think people like maybe on surface level gave it credit for.
Yeah, it seems like it for sure.
Yeah, we're basically in kind of the post chapter 2 stuff, because like most you could say shonen anime, or at least in the nature of how One Piece handles things, you know, we defeated the big baddie, and there's, you know, the stuff we do afterwards before we finally leave. So we're just kind of going around gathering the Straw Hat crew before we like finally leave this Memoria and go back to Wofford for our next adventure. I actually don't know why I did that. That's what I meant to do. Oh, that's right. Now I remember why I was talking about cubes. Okay, so I was originally starting to talk about why, like, while doing bond moves will guarantee you get the hit, but you don't damage as much in some cases. So I've been playing around with the Rowdy, and I've been kind of comparing, like, you know, what move would do more damage. And there are some fights where I do use the bond move over the strongest attack, because it's about a give or take like 300 attack difference. But at 300 attack differential, the guaranteed hit, in some ways you could say outweighs the risk of of getting the extra damage. Now, if that extra damage in theory is to like actually like defeat the enemy and like win the battle and save you an additional turn, then I could see the like case for like, do I take the risk? Do I not take the risk? And that's just where a lot of the trial and error at the end of the day is going to come from. Now we're going to have a party in true One Piece Straw Hat fashion. We always got a party before we leave.
Let's party.
What better way to have a victory than food, than meat?
Oh, speaking of food, my food just came.
Man, what did you order? That it took like an hour to get here.
It was Buffalo Wild Wings, but I ordered it. It gave me like a 45-minute delivery time.
Fair enough. I have ordered food from there. It does take a minute. Dodge rate is 15%, can happen 3 times. Completely fair art. Sadly, math is not my strong suit. So if somebody else wants to do the math, where's D-Lit? He can do the math. Yeah, did you get blazing wings? What flavor you get?
I have like half lemon pepper, and then the other half is just hot.
Nice. That moment is not included because we don't spend that much time in Alabasta that we end up in a bathhouse. Unfortunately, if you want to see that, you should probably watch One Piece. Do you give me the number of attacks? I can calculate the odds of 4+ dodges. I mean, it's 4 attacks per turn. I guess it's tough to say then, indeed. You get 4 actions per turn. Best I got for you. But no, man, Buffalo Wings. Let's see what I usually get. Honey barbecue, and I usually do like 15, like 3 flavors, like enough to get 3 flavors.
Solid choice.
But I mix up the other than honey barbecue. I think it's honey barbecue. I usually will mix up the other 2 flavors based on like if they got like a promotional flavor or something happening. Happy Punch. Well, Happy Punch doesn't work the exact same way in the game as it does in the anime. Sadly, I don't use Happiness Punch just because it doesn't do a ton for me. I'd rather have Nami utilize her massive AoE Thunder move than to, because that move does like no damage and only hits the people in front of her. At most, I would hope for it to like paralyze them. But hey, we finally get to the fusing mechanic. So this is where the game finally lets us fuse items, and so this is all pure RNG. You have a chance to either fuse the exact same attack stat that's on the item, get it boosted, or get it mega boosted. This is all RNG on whether it's boosted or mega boosted. So this is where we start to really hammer home, like, just laying into enemies with attack power. But basically, we're going to take every item that we have, because everything has an open slot. There we go. We got 1 boosted item. The more we get, the better. But it's fine if we don't get any. Yeah, we're essentially going to... Hey, we got a massive boost on that one. That's good. Yeah. Honestly, without this mechanic in the game, the speedrun would be a lot harder and would probably require a lot more level grinding. It would almost feel like a Dragon Quest VIII speedrun in some ways, I would have to say. Where there's these, like, moments of, like, grinding or something. But yeah, being able to fuse these attack items onto other attack items, and then of course have a chance of those attack items getting like big boosted stats and stuff, it definitely it helps a lot. But before that, we are going to do a little bit of a menu. Oh, I did the wrong one. All right, so we're going to upgrade Rubber Band of Doom, and then Zoro here is going to reset, and he's going to upgrade his massive AoE move. Then we need to take off some gear from our boys here, these 2. Need to lose here. So does Nami. And then we're gonna wreck Usopp, Zoro, and then actually Robin gets balance. Yeah, so we got 2 items with boosted stats. 1, 2 or 3. It was at least 2, but one got a medium boost, which is double the base stat. So what I did was I took they were basically the items that have names on them, like unique accessories. Those cannot be fused into other things. So instead, what we do is we take the generic like attack 114, and then you'll see in the next chapter, not this chapter. This is chapter 3, but the next chapter, we're gonna buy attack 154 items. Those can be fused into things with open slots. So that's what that menu essentially was. Is we took all the named items. I think it was like the first, it was like 7 or 8 items, and we basically fused attack 114s into every one of them. And then if you get the medium boost, it's double the stat. So we got, it'd be 228. And then if you get like a bigger boost, I think it's like 300 or something is what it is. Or no, it's not. Sorry, the massive boost is double the stat. I think the medium one, I forgot what that number, what that percent boost is. And then the first time we're going to utilize fast traveling, actually in the heat of talking, I forgot I can fast travel there. And that's mostly because for a game that has fast traveling, it has a lot of restrictions on when you can actually fast travel. And I'm assuming it's because the game wants you to hear the dialogue between Straw Hats as you're running from point A to point B. But yeah, there's a lot of moments where if fast traveling was allowed, it would probably make a good chunk of the run a lot quicker than it was. But because of like a lot of blocking on fast traveling, it's we have to do a lot of extra stuff. All right, looks like we opened the menu fast enough to get this. So one thing I hadn't talked about is because it hasn't really come up as a problem yet, is when there is dialogue at the bottom of the screen. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. So if there is
hello, Lady Arcaders. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. It's not happening right now. So not that. So not when the bubbles are on the right side of the screen. If the bubbles are on the right side of the screen, that's fine. But if there is a bar across the bottom of the screen with characters talking, you cannot open the menu when that happens. And as a result, like if you wanted the fast travel, or if there's like you're gonna fast travel somewhere, you have to wait for that to finish before you can open the menu or even talk to somebody, like interact with somebody, interact with a save point. It like blockades you from doing any of those things until the dialogue has disappeared. So we're basically trying to kind of explain what's happening here story-wise. We get to the Dust Ruins where the next Colossus is, but there's a giant like stand pit blocking us. So Luffy finds out, or we find out, that Lim can actually take objects from memories and kind of encase them in cubes and bring them out, or basically take them out of the memory. And so that's why we're here, because we were going to help. We wanted to get the help of one of the crabs, but the big crab is too big. Now we're going to go find the small crab, but unfortunately we've got some kung fu dugongs in our way, and so they want to test their strength. And so a couple 101 fights. So Luffy is going to fight the first one on his own. And so luckily Luffy is so much stronger that it's a pretty easy win for him. The next fight is the one that is arguably a lot more dangerous. The next one is actually going to be Usopp, who has been thrusted into fighting one on his own. The problem is there's a type disadvantage between Usopp and a Dugong, because it's a power type and he's a speed type. So this fight can be kind of dangerous if certain things don't go your way, unfortunately. But what we're going to do is we're going to hopefully use the power of unconsciousness to kind of stun lock him until we can whittle his HP down. So we got the first unconsciousness, and okay, he's regained, which is not ideal, but we do what we can. So we kind of want to hope that he stays unconscious for more than a round. Now this time he did not go unconscious, so that was potentially really bad. But he just did a basic attack, and so he's unconscious again. I think we're going to be okay because this next one should take him out of commission. And there we go. That could have been dangerous. I actually think it was my second or first run. I actually had a game over. One of the like only times I've ever had a game over in this run was because I didn't make him faint. I didn't make him go unconscious, and as a result, he actually made Usopp go unconscious because he did a specific attack that had that property, and then I just had to like sit there and like watch him beat the crap out of me. Now we gotta fight one more group of dugongs before we can get to our buddy here. Let's see. Oh my god, I'm completely forgetting how to input keys. So Nami can't do as much because of the resistance to lightning. Oh hey, we got a powering up. There you go, dramatic event that might help us offset some of the DPS issues that we're dealing with, or the level issues that we have right now. We got a critical hit from our boy here. He took out that dugong instantly, and then Luffy apparently not going to have the. There we go. As I said, I did not have enough TP to do the move I wanted to do, but we took him out anyway. Get our XP bonus. Now we actually need to take Tommy out of there. Apparently we got hit with the 1 HP warrior. There we go. Alright, in a moment here, this is going to be the perfect example of where I'm kind of stuck waiting for dialogue to end before I can do anything, because they're talking. And so I opened up this chest. This is just a defensive item that we can use for some characters, but I really want to fast travel out of here. But I had to wait for them to finish their dialogue. And then I actually picked the wrong place. I went too fast. I want to go back to Nanohana so we can get out of here. Now we're done in Alabasta. Well, not for good, but we'll get into that later. It's also where the game kind of teaches us about the idea of revisiting like memories. You know, where you can, go explore and be able to fast travel and do side missions and side quests that don't unlock until after you complete like main story. So that was just the game's way of showing that like functionality of revisiting the Memoria at my own free like will and choice. Now it's time to go back into the Dust Ruins and take care of the next Colossus. Funny enough, if I hadn't nuked that dugong with one attack from Luffy, got it to about 50% HP, I would have had a chance of, or not had a chance, I would have got a dramatic for defeating that with Luffy. But did not pan out because Zoro decided to, which is fine because I have learned that if one dramatic is active, you can't trigger another dramatic. So while that one was active, if I had actually done that, then I wouldn't have gotten the other one. Alright, here we are on the Dust Ruins. We're actually going to activate the fast travel point here because it's going to help us save some time for some of the backtracking we have to do in this dungeon, because this dungeon's kind of gimmick puzzle system is where I need to find these 2 crests to open up this, like, gateway.
Can I say something right quick?
Yeah, definitely. I'm just going to be running around a whole bunch.
It's been great watching this so far, but I've been on for several hours, and I am now going to hand off hosting duties to Sapphire. Take it away, Sapphire.
I'm Sapphire Sapphic, she, her, please. I am very excited to be here on No Glitches Allowed 10, and I'll be taking over hosting for the rest of tonight.
Welcome, welcome.
But not you and me, Woadyb. Not you and me. We gotta be here till the end. We gotta be here for the whole time.
Well, so does the host.
Yeah.
We're all here to the end.
You're right.
There's one more run for tonight.
You're right. That's true.
All right, who likes light puzzles? Luckily, it's a very simple light puzzle, but yep, this game's got them too.
What in the Zelda is this?
Yeah, right. Thankfully, it's a very easy puzzle, and we don't actually do it. We don't actually have to do a ton that's required, thankfully. But basically, we come down here first. Reason being is because we want to activate this switch here, because the switch here is going to turn on the mechanism in the main room, that giant hourglass-looking thing. Because after we visit the other side, because we do want to make sure we visit the other room, because there were 2 pathways to the left and right. We're gonna visit the other way now, is because then we're gonna flip the entire place upside down, because there's things we can't do with the way the rooms are right now, and so when we flip everything upside down, it's gonna actually give us access to the things that we need to solve the mysteries of the rooms and find the crest that we need to get to the Colossus. This right here was one of my most recent time save realizations when I was looking at another runner's run and saw that they came in this room, got this cutscene, and then basically left. Originally, up until yesterday, I had actually been running to the end of that room where you get to a dead end, which there's another cutscene, and then leaving the room, ultimately, at that point. Because I thought you had to witness that cutscene to actually get to the next part, but in reality, that was not true. So that was a nice time save in my run yesterday. Now we've flipped everything upside down, so now when we revisit, so now up is down. Now when we come in this room, we can actually go to the end and acquire the item that we couldn't originally because of the way the room looked as it was flipped the other way. And then unlike most enemies in the game, where if an enemy spots you, they aggro towards you and then you have to like dodge them, these enemies aren't programmed that way. These kind of like crab, sand shell, I think they're called like kaze sancheros or something like that. I can't remember what their names. It had a fairly lengthy name, but they basically just move in a pattern. They won't aggro onto you, so you just hug the left wall and you can't actually get into a fight with them. Now this enemy is in the way, but thankfully it is not a enemy that we have to actually fight. While we got a dramatic event, the amount of experience you get from that fight, it does not make it worth it, even if you get the dramatic event. Because I did get the dramatic event in a run one time, and I fought it. I was like, oh, okay, maybe this will be worth it. It really wasn't, so I opted to still run away. Because when you run away from a fight, the enemies do disappear off screen. So it allowed me to basically not have to actually fight that enemy to get past it. Now that we've got the crest on this side, we can leave and head back to the other side and work on getting the crest there. This time, and part of the reason why we have to flip, in addition to why we have to flip the room for this other room, because like, well, why didn't we just finish the mirror puzzle the first time? Well, that's because one of the mirrors is actually was underground, covered in sand. So because of that, we couldn't actually change its positioning to be able to redirect the light where we need to open up the doorway to the thing that we were trying to access. Here we're just going to make sure we dodge our swimming crustaceans. Oh no! Now there is the timing just didn't work out for me there. There is a chance that you can fail fleeing a fight, depending on like your level versus their level, which is why in the end game, if you actually do accidentally get caught by an enemy, it's actually better to just fight the fight instead of trying to flee from it. The further you get, it's a lot safer to just suffer through the time loss in the fight and maybe hope that you get like a dramatic or something, maybe offset that. I actually had one fight where I did get caught in chapter 4, and the enemy did do a dramatic, and I killed it. And then as I'm fighting the rest of the enemies, I got another one. So I ended up getting like a huge boost of experience. That helped, but I ultimately beat that PB on a future. Because it's still going to be slower, and there's no guarantee you would get a dramatic, let alone 2 dramatics in one fight.
Do we have a?
What's up?
Do we have a minute for some donations?
Of course. Actually, I'm just running through for now, so yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so we have $29.94 from Crime saying donating for a nice donation total on the nicest of days, Thursday, obviously. And that going to Luigi's Mansion 3. Watch the Director Ghost's Godzilla movie. That only has about $15 left until we reach that goal, so pretty excited for that. And then we have another one from Ozmourn for 131 that reads, "Crime cannot get the last laugh, and I will continue to torment her fun until I win."
Oh no.
Yeah, the donation total from Crime was $420.69, and I'm just like, no.
Oh,
You cannot
that's excellent.
laugh today.
Oh, Oz. So here we have our next boss battle against the 2 wrestling dugongs and a volcano dragon in this case, which is Usopp's. Again, Usopp is the MVP for this fight, though. I will say his HP thresholds are a little bit on the low side, so I'm gonna kind of hope that our boy here, Audio, is gonna help hit us with a heal. Nope, said he hits us with a Tempesta, so you do want to be, I guess, careful with what happens next. No, I guess the volcano dragon's not going next, so we're gonna roll the die apparently, because I'm just that wild. And arguably it's fine, because Luffy will probably kill him. Not Luffy. Not Robin. Then him. Calculated, right? Alright, so now we've got our 2 crests. We're able to go ahead and get out of this dungeon. Well, not get out of it. We're now able to progress in the dungeon to go deal with the Wind Colossus. At this point, he has served his purpose. We no longer need Usopp. Going to direct attack on Luffy, Zoro, Chopper.
さて、かなり進んだな。巨像が出てもおかしくねえ雰囲気になってきたぜ。よーし、見張りは俺に任せろ。巨像はお前たちに任せた。お前も戦うんだよ。今度はどんな巨像だ。
Then at the end of the road here, we're gonna have another kind of forced encounter against a group of Delkongs. Oh, this is
God, it's so large. Okay.
weirdest turn order I think I've ever seen, or weirdest grouping of my people. I've never seen like 3 of them all on top of each other. Oh, okay. We've got a dramatic event occurring, but the DPS for something like that is going to be very interesting to see. I basically got to take this thing out as fast as possible before its next turn. And the fainting, I think, will help. I don't know if it's going to salvage anything, but we shall see. Tempesta should help. Because normally I would send 3 people against the different Delkongs to start weakening them. But with everything and how it's been going, we would definitely want to try and actually get the dramatic just for the extra experience. And it looks like we got it. Cool. That will, like I said, go a long way in helping ensure that we work on getting everything kind of back up to where it should be. Okay. Pick out one of them. I'll have her work on the dugongs. Luffy's gonna need TP for the next fight, so we do want to make sure we're being mindful of that. So, like, guest characters you can't control, so they just kind of do their own thing. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so normally how that fight would go if you don't get that, because that dramatic event's pretty rare. I don't see that too often. Is you would basically have like Chopper take on one. You would have Zoro take on one and Luffy take on one, because Luffy and Zoro, with how strong they are right now, they would get through their battle in like two hits if you count for what Audio does with his attack, or like with his action, because he does Tempesta basically. And then normally we would have Chopper use what's called Monster Point, where Chopper basically turns into this like really powerful, big, massive version of himself. He loses all of his skill abilities while he's in Monster Point form, so he can't heal or anything. But he ends up getting like a massive boost of attack power, and that just helps him deal a lot more damage. We will utilize that in a few fights coming up in the next chapter.
Wind's Colossus time. Let's go.
Yeah, now it's time for the Wind Colossus.
It only took 2 hours and 15 minutes. We're finally at another Colossus.
Yeah, we had to visit our memories.
You're right. How foolish of me.
So Luffy's gonna just spam Jet Bazooka, and now the first time he uses Jet Bazooka, he does get into what's called Gear 2, which we don't have to get into the full length of gears, but basically gears are forms that Luffy can take on to increase his attack power, and so Gear 2 will give him an attack boost. So that's why we do one of those moves. And then we're going to do the group move, just to ensure we have the extra damage to help us get through this fight. And we're going to Mirage Tempo Luffy, so that way he doesn't take too much. He can basically dodge the next attack. And then we want to have Chopper heal up and support where he can. So I think he's bleeding, so we probably should have actually did a care on Luffy. So we'll do care next turn. Since Luffy's going to get a hit here, I'm going to not heal him up just to avoid the chance of getting hit with bleed again. We're just going to take the reduced damage this time, because he's going to do his turn. And this time, we'll actually have him get healed up from it. Okay.
Oh my
God,
Chopper's so...
Get that. Alright, Mirage Tempo. Also, with those dramatics, what does happen is it also makes the character intended to get the kill be stronger with their attacks. So Luffy will actually do more damage with his TP actions.
You planning on beating bosses with Luffy?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Oh, but we got probably one of the less desired outcomes. He did his mass AoE move, which will take out Zoro. So, not the best of outcomes, so much so that...
Not Zoro!
Yeah. Basically, I gotta get Luffy to his next turn. Though I don't know if that's going to be enough to kill this guy. So we're gonna have Chopper do 1 damage.
Just one, just as a treat.
Okay, Bladed Truth is what you want to see. Real close. But we should be fine. So we're gonna basically do this. We're gonna heal bleed. And then Nami is going to Mirage Tempo. That way he's guaranteed not to take damage. Yeah, unfortunately the Zoro getting knocked out wasn't the best outcome, but it's not the worst outcome.
Amazing, good fight.
Thank you.
And with that, we're at hour 3. We finished 3 hours, y'all. We've gone so far.
We're
halfway there.
We are halfway there. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I am 16 minutes over PB right now, though.
Dang.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I wonder if me telling you to lower my estimate just cursed me.
Well, who knows?
We
still got. Hey, if half of the run you lost 16, the other half you can lose the other 14, and you'll still be on estimate. Boom. That's how it works.
Sure. Well, I'm on pace for a 550, so we're still under estimate.
Oh yeah, you're still under estimate. We're good. We're good. Just gold every split until the end. Easy. Easy.
I'm working on it, man. The level difference can really hurt that.
That's true. That's what we get with the lack of dramatics at the beginning of the game.
Yes, and so this would be like case in point of like what a less than desired outcome could have if like the RNG part of it doesn't work in your favor early on.
Do you feel like in a regular run, would you have reset by now?
Knowing me and my like just how I speedrun my games and like the time balance, because like I only stream like 3 times a week, and I only do the One Piece run on like Wednesdays. I probably wouldn't have. I probably still would have did it. I probably still would have I probably still would have finished the run just so I can like know what that like you know, they always say like worst possible outcome is, so I can know what a worst possible outcome might seem like.
Yeah.
Admittedly, I didn't anticipate it to happen in an actual marathon, so I do apologize for that.
No, you're good. I can change the estimate right here, right now, and just make chat pretend like they didn't see anything. You know, just say the word.
We'll wait for now.
We'll wait for now.
Because I'm hoping after the next like major menuing for gear and stuff, we'll like, it's like we're about the same at the same level I would normally be. Like it's like we're out of the like random element part of it, because like I don't find anything random anymore. Every fight I now do are required fights. So this is about the level I would be at traditionally anyway. So I think it's maybe off by 2 or 3 levels. So who knows? All it could have happen is maybe one fight get a dramatic or something. Who knows? Maybe I'll just take that impromptu extra fight that I normally skip. Maybe we'll just do that. That will just completely fix everything.
Maybe.
Welcome to Water 7. My favorite arc in the One Piece manga. It's got some of the most character development you'll see in the manga and anime at this point in where the story is. But we have returned here for our next set of memory revisiting. We, continue regaining our powers and everything. So Water 7 is where we came to after so basically the Going Merry was damaged. It was in bad shape. So we came to the town of Water 7, where we heard there are very famous shipwrights who can help hopefully fix our ship and everything. But on our way here, or as of reaching here, we find out that Nika Robin at this point, who originally wasn't with the crew because she was considered a villain in the Alabasta arc, joins us. This is where we start to learn more about Robin's backstory and why she's wanted by the world government. We won't get into that here. A whole lot of info to talk about. But, basically stuff starts happening here because, we're trying to get the ship fixed. Usopp is not really happy because Luffy wants a new ship, but Usopp's like, no, we can fix it. It's the Merry. Like, that doesn't make sense. Why would you want to do that? So they have a whole falling out. Which is part of the reason why Usopp is not really around for most of this chapter, because he's just trying to have some time with the Merry and spend some time because, we haven't seen the Merry in, technically 700 episodes at this point. Well, I guess this goes up through Dressrosa, so more like 800, more like 500 episodes at this point. That ship, came from when Usopp joined the crew, like back in like episode 12, 13 or so. It was or maybe 20 actually. It was like the third or fourth arc, depending on how you count the initial couple arcs. And so we've been here before. We kind of know what the outcome is. So the big thing with this arc was when we were, walking around Water 7, there was this whole thing going on in the background where a secret organization for the government known as Cypher Pole 9, kind of like a secret assassin squad. They were here because they were trying to find Cutty Flam, who had the blueprints to a destructive weapon. And so they were here looking for that person. And so at the time, we didn't know there's this whole betrayal thing that happens. But since we do know that, we're looking for the leader, or not the leader, but he was like the head honcho of CP9, Rob Lucci. And so that's why we're here in Galila, because we're like, at this time, Lucci was pretending to be a member of Galileo. Like, okay, let's come here. Let's see if we can find him. That's what we're looking for. But in the process, Granny said that she can't find her daughters and she needs some help. So, doing a little like detour here where we're looking for her daughters. Before we continue looking for Lucci. She's so busy she can't tell us where Lucci or Iceberg might be. And Iceberg is like the mayor of Water 7. Because there was also this like assassination subplot where they were trying to assassinate Iceberg and kidnap Nico Robin because she's wanted by the world government. Because Robin is from a island called O'Hara, and O'Hara was basically wiped off the face of the, for more dramatic way of putting it, they were wiped off the face of the world because they were studying the Void Century, which is illegal in the world of One Piece. And so the world government put out what's called a buster call. If you have a buster call put out on your island, you are basically, you're doomed. Because it's like 10, 15, whatever the number is, amount of naval ships rain down upon your island and just destroy you. But Robin, thanks to the help of a giant by the name of Jaeger D. Sol, was able to help her escape. And so that's why she's wanted by the world government, because she has the ability to read the road poneglyphs that I mentioned in the previous section that Crocodile was doing. Why she was teamed up with Crocodile, because he wanted her ability to read these poneglyphs. How much of this is going over your head, Oz?
Most of it.
Most of it.
I will admit. I can pick up some stuff through maybe context clues, but it goes in one ear out the
Is it too much anime backstory during this run?
I think it's the right amount. Here's the thing: you need to realize, am I the target audience? is the thing. I feel like it's great. I feel like if I knew more, I feel like I would appreciate this so much more if I knew like anything about One Piece. Like it sounds incredibly interesting. The more we go about it, the more I'm just like, hey, maybe I should really watch more anime in One Piece.
I mean, depending on what your rule of thumb is for shows, I always tell people, if you get through the first 40 episodes, if you get through the first like 42, 43 episodes of One Piece and you're not bought in by that point, then you're pretty much good to go.
You see, the thing is, you also have to commit to 40 to 42 episodes.
Yeah, but like, okay, you watch TV. You watch TV. You don't watch any TV.
Yes, I do.
Okay, what's your favorite show?
My favorite show is a show that's currently going on called Barry.
Barry. Okay, I'm familiar with Barry, Bill Hader, all that. Okay,
yeah.
How many episodes of Barry are there?
Right now, with the addition of the 2 new seasons of season 4, or 2 new episodes in season 4, there is a total of 26 episodes total.
Okay. So, in a way, that is half of what I mean, obviously, there's that looming thing of like, well, what if I actually like these 40 episodes and I keep watching more? Then yes, obviously. But it's like, if you think of One Piece as just a 45 episode show, then, you know...
Yeah, you're right.
Then, you know, then it's not that different from some of your other favorite shows. Pokemon has more episodes than One Piece.
True. Another one of my favorite shows.
Feel that way because the seasons keep changing, and so it felt like different shows.
Yeah. I mean, one of my other favorite shows is called The Good Place. And
that show too.
Yeah, that has 13 episodes, 4 seasons. So what? That's 40 plus 12, 52 episodes total.
Yeah, exactly.
You have a point.
But obviously, watch what you want to watch at the end. But speaking of content, here we have a boss battle.
Yeah.
Oh my god, my first time save since the beginning, since the chapter 2. We saved 6 seconds.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Love to see it.
So to kind of gloss over what just happened there, because so essentially we were looking for Lucci. We were told to go check Iceberg's place. Like I said, Iceberg is the mayor. And as we got to Iceberg's place, there was so in the world of One Piece, there's a couple of different I guess you could say adversaries that you'll come across. So there are obviously bad pirates, which tend to be a lot of times the focal point for most of the arcs. There's a pirate group goes to an island, they do something to the island, or they're overtaking the island or something, and the Straw Hats get involved and stop them. But there's also the world government. They're kind of the overarching body of the world of One Piece. And what we just fought there was one of their vice admirals, Kuzan Aokiji. He has the I think it's called the Plume fruit, which is for ice. It's actually an ice devil fruit. So that fight is actually not winnable. That fight ends at 50% HP, and he can hit pretty hard. And so what originally was a very iffy fight for me, I'll be honest, that fight would vary, because I would have times where I literally had him dodge 3 attacks in a row, where he doesn't dodge anything at all. But thankfully, because of the discovery, and that fight was actually where I finally discovered that this was a thing, because of the inability to dodge bond moves, all I have to do is 3 bond moves between Zoro, Luffy, and Nami, and the fight will be over, because I need to do about 3,895 damage. And I did a menu while we were talking where I took all of Luffy's gear, because he has the strongest gear right now, put it on Nami because he's a technique type, and that way Nami would deal the most damage, because I don't have Usopp. Not any technique enemies, Nami's got to handle. There is no Usopp for basically this whole chapter. Because of the story of how this chapter goes, Usopp is never in our party for like anything. Alright, we should be good to nuke the field. And also, one thing I didn't mention was that with each cube, and I may briefly gloss over this, but basically with every cube reabsorption, we regain new moves, ultimately. So we have gained a bunch more abilities, you know, a lot more stronger hitting moves to our arsenal and stuff, which also, of course, costs us a lot of TP. The stronger the move is. No, not the 1 HP warrior. Common thing when I run this game. I say that a lot because I don't know if it's the routing or the levels, but man, there's a lot of damage rolls that leave the enemies at like 1 HP. It's kind of uncanny how often that happens.
I feel like I would get annoyed by that. I'm just like, can you just please just die? That would be my internal reaction every time that happens.
It has made for some very tense moments in some of my fights. I will say that.
It does build up tension. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, the reason why you can't win the battle against Aokiji is, well, because he's a vice admiral and he's very strong. And so, you know, we do our best to survive against them, and then he basically freezes Robin in a block of ice, and he freezes Luffy in a block of ice, which is why we were running to the ship. But we got there, and the ship is gone. Usopp and the ship have vanished, and we found out it's because the Frankie family has basically taken the ship to their dock. The Frankie family is basically a group of people who work with Frankie, who becomes one of our crew members. He is playable in this game. We actually don't really use him in the speedrun outside of like one fight because he's forced into our team. And then he does build the bridges, which is required for parts of the run. But Frankie doesn't actually join you until after this chapter, because this entire time he has been trying to fix the Thousand Sunny, which is the name of our second ship, the ship we actually get at the end of this arc. Spoilers. He's actually trying to fix it because it was damaged in the weather storm that got us stranded on the island in the first place. In addition to that, I broke a chest because I picked up some spicy urchin, because I've been slowly picking up items throughout the run to basically build towards a a specific thing that we're going to make food-wise. In chapter 8. This is how far ahead planning for cooking food there is that I've been picking up ogre onions. I haven't really pointed it out, but I picked up 6 ogre onions. I've picked up 2 spicy urchins. I'm going to get 4 more in chapter 8. And then I've picked up... I bought 6 sandy shells, and in chapter 8 I'm going to buy 6 dress shrimp. And those 4 items are going to allow me to make a very powerful attack boosting item that is going to be utilized for a chunk of the final battles, which we'll get into. It's chapter 9 conversation. So Luffy has been unfrozen, and so now we need to go find our, we basically need to go find Usopp, who's been kidnapped by Frankie and his followers, as well as the Going Merry. So we're gonna head to the sewers. Since I realized my microphone fell back, so I apologize if my levels were a little low. I just realized my microphone fell backwards. But yeah, we're gonna head to the sewers because, as we remember from our first time here, that's where Frankie and his family hid out. We're in the sewers. We figured, hey, you know what? They're still there probably, because everything is like it was. So why don't we just go there, and they'll probably be there. But I did buy 28 attack accessory items from that Yoisa. So now we're able to buy 154 plus attack items. So it's a bit higher than our 114s that we got in chapter 2. And I'm gonna make sure we set up for the next stuff. So let's see, we gotta move Nami's gear. And then we're gonna get in here, give him the strongest, then do him, then do her, and then actually do Chopper. Boom. Yeah, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Chopper are the kind of the main users for this whole chapter, since we don't have Usopp. While Sanji's great and Robin's great, they don't bring enough to the table that really warrant the need to use them. Alright, so Nami's going to start out with her mass AoE Thunder Tempo to just weaken these guys out. And then from there, we're going to basically do our best to take them out. We're going to use basic attacks for some of our characters just to make sure they have TP in order to basically get through the next 2 boss battles. So we're going to have back-to-back. We're going to basically have a back-to-back boss battle coming up here in a little bit. So we want to make sure that we've got the TP levels, especially from Nami, to handle that. So here we're going to utilize the turn order difference to try and not get them any more turns. Perfect. Now we enter the sewers. I guess now would be the time for me to decide, do I want to try and fight that extra encounter and see if I get some dramatics to try and maybe get me some more levels, maybe offset some of the earlier stuff we had happen?
Why not? Well, what could go wrong? That's the real question.
I don't think anything could go wrong. I think it just turns into a matter of, like, I don't get the dramatic, then I don't get as much experience, but imagine the time loss would be very minor.
And you got nothing to lose.
Yeah, at this point, I would agree. Yeah, why not? Let's fight it.
Bet. That's what I'm here for. To encourage people to make questionable decisions.
So let's say to make bad choices.
Yes.
So yeah, normally when I grapple over here, I jump. So normally I jump over this rat. We're gonna go ahead and fight it and kind of see, what we get from there. But it looks like I don't think we're gonna get a dramatic occurrence, since there's not as many enemies. Oh, never mind. Nope, that's not it. Okay. I thought that was gonna be a dramatic, but it was not. Instead, they all just got really confused. So, perfectly fine. Not the outcome we maybe wanted, but Didn't hurt anybody, right? And it was a quick enough battle that we got through it pretty fast. Yeah, there was a chance to have that fight also have like a gator and like a bunch of other enemies. So, but it was a quick battle as you saw. Welcome to the RNG of this run. It's a stable enough run that you'll know the outcome, but there's enough RNG that it still adds a lot of randomness to it, so it's not too tight cast. Yeah, so we're basically playing our version of Zelda in water levels. So we're basically having to go around to these switches to lower the water so we can get to the base part of the sewers here, where Frankie's hideout is. We are going to have to fight Frankie, and then after Frankie we are going to have to take on a second encounter almost immediately against Rob Lucci. Lucci decides to rear his head finally. Alright, so we're gonna fight Mr. Super himself. To make sure Nami is not on the same part as him, Frankie, because Frankie will really hurt Nami if he is. Like he could basically one-shot her if things don't go well. Alright, so we're going to actually jet whip the group, because we don't want the people to get turns if we can avoid it. Of course, we want to, be mindful of, our boy dying too. We're actually going to do Caliber Phoenix, the technique type, get him out of commission. Alright, there's too much. Alright, we are going to Bronze Bat Suit because there are too many people who are low HP to really risk doing a solo heal. Let's see. Actually, we are going to swap these two. This will allow us to kind of best utilize the type difference. Dangerous to have Nami go over there, but what I'm doing. Kind of like a 1 HP warrior. And immediately we were thrown into a battle against a Lucci. I want to make sure that almost perfect setup. So you swap these two, and now Nami is actually going to hit him with the stronger thunder move. We got one paralyzed there. Then we're gonna have Luffy can start his assault on Lucci. Lead's not great. And then he's going to Bowser World these guys. Cloven cross him to take him out. So we're gonna actually have Nami. Thankfully we still have some soups. We'll do a little bit of healing. And we're gonna... Unfortunately, the risk is too high to go into Monster Point, because I feel like I need Luffy to... Or I need Chopper to help with healing. And there's one of our attack ineffectives that we've talked about before, so that's 1 out of 3. Okay, that kind of works out. Then I can do this. And I can do this. And just to avoid the risk of dodge, we'll do that. Same thing, even though, because they can also dodge basic attacks, so even if it's like, oh, a basic attack would have killed them, that just prevented the risk of that from happening by doing it that way. All right, so now, unfortunately, even though we beat Lucci, he transformed with his devil fruit. So you'll see it later when we fight Lucci again, but Rob Lucci does have a devil fruit that turns him into like a leopard, or cheetah. I guess it's cheetah. So he does that and then basically kicks our butts. And then he kidnaps Frankie and Usopp. Now, normally Robin is the one who gets kidnapped. But because of how, like, you know, some information Usopp had and knowledge, because, you know, we've been here before, they thought Usopp was a danger or a threat. So they actually kidnapped him, because Robin was, you know, frozen in ice, recovering back on the Mary. So she just caught up to us finally. So she's rejoined us finally. So now we gotta get to Eni's lobby, to the Tower of Law, try and rescue Usopp and Frankie. But to do that, we need to get access to the Aqua Laguna. Or sorry, Aqua Laguna was the name of the giant wave. We need access to Rocket Man, because Rocket Man is going to help us get to Eni's lobby. And Rocket Man is this train. So we're basically leaving the sewers because we got to go. Nah, no Sogeking. He's off on Sniper Island. And we're gonna actually swap the Nami here because there are two pickups of 200,000 berries that can be found on the ground here. So that's going to give us basically 400,000. That's just going to help with, you know, because they're on the way, it's just going to help with some of the money because their shops get more and more expensive with some of the stuff we buy. And then before we trigger the next story point, we're actually going to do some more crafting. Because now that we have Robin, we can basically do the next level of this. And that's right. Or not the next level, but we can... It's basically time to craft for these bigger items, is what I'm trying to get at. Now we have higher attack items. So we're going to take the first two items, and we've already got 2 boosts. And then we're going to actually take these, because these items actually have open slots. So we're just gonna combine them with each other, and that way, because they're small, you can generally put a bunch on one person. So we're gonna do that and basically go from 154 attack to 308. I can't do math. I think it's 300. Speedrunner runs RPGs with money and stuff. Can't do math. Love to see it. But of course, there's a chance they can be boosted. And hey, we got 2 in a row.
Speedrunners simply cannot do math.
Hey, 3 in a row. All right. Okay. And then we're gonna have a party so we can replenish our not only our critical hit rate chance, because remember it's a 50% boost to crit chance, but of course the 30% increase to experience. Yeah, 2 + 2 = time save. Not this run though. So this is this is plus 18 minutes.
Plus 18. Well, we still got time.
Yeah. Yeah, green good, red bad, yellow/gold amazing.
I put my golds are rainbows. My golds are rainbows. So
Rainbows,
for me, it's
yeah,
rainbow
rainbows or
amazing.
golds. I've done both. I've switched it up here and there. But we went and talked to Iceberg. Basically, we're gonna head to his little secret shop here, so we can get to the Rocket Man ship. So then we can make our way to the Tower of Law on Ennie's lobby, where Frankie and Usopp are being held captive. I would say if we've got any new donations, or if we want to remind all these fine folks why we're here this week, now would probably be the best time, because I'm just going to be running around for a little while here.
Yeah, absolutely. So, No Glitches Allowed is a charity event dedicated to speedruns with very few glitches or without glitches entirely. This includes categories such as no major glitches, glitchless, and any other run that doesn't have any kind of significant tricks or skips. So if you're interested in getting involved or finding out more, make sure to join our Discord and follow us on Twitter to get updates about all of our current and future events. And a little bit more to say about No Glitches Allowed is that we are raising money for Go Rescue, which is a dog shelter. It's located in Norfolk, Virginia. Go Rescue works to provide a safe haven for homeless dogs, give them the time and care and the love they need to find not just any home, but the right home. So, if you like helping out puppers, which I absolutely love helping out puppers, then you have come to the right speedrunning marathon.
As a dog owner myself, I enjoy helping out the puppers too.
Same here.
All right, so we've gotten to the workshop. There we literally just have to talk to everybody to trigger the next part. Now we're headed to Judiciary Island, where the Tower of Law can be found. You just crash the ship right into the building. Alright, so we're gonna go inside Ennie's lobby, and the way we do that is so we do have to come this way as part of the story. So what's happening is there are these flame turrets that will block our path, and the only way to get rid of them is to attack them from behind. So we do have to come this way to take out one of the 2 required flame turrets that we have to take out. But we are going to deviate up here, because this shop right here is kind of the key to a lot of things we do in the back half of the run, and that's these food items that I don't have to craft that are going to be really useful for attack boost, crit boost, also just TP boost, and then we're going to buy Jabra sunglasses, which is another kind of attack-based item. And then from here, this is where we're going to set up our party. We're going to go ahead and remove everyone's gear, just because of the nature of crafting. Some of the higher gear items might be on characters that we don't want them on. Then we're going to do Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and finally Chopper. And Robin's gear we don't take off because she has like stuff from like balance and whatnot, and it's fine if she keeps it on. Yeah, first we're going to take down Commander Gage. Commodore Gage, or whatever ranking he has, because he is in our way. And so Nami's going to start with her Fabled Thunderbolt Tempo, which will do a pretty good job nuking a good chunk of the field. Basically taking out most of the enemies. Chopper finished that one off. And then Zoro's going to Tiger Trap. Didn't quite kill, which is fine. We'll just have Luffy finish up the basic. Yeah, we're gonna basically have a handful of like required fights, because in addition to like taking out those turrets, there are some like because there's a couple in the way, and then there's like a couple other like required fights that we get thrown into as we make our way through Annie's lobby. But because of the nature of all these fights, there's a lot of enemies in every fight. Nami is like the key player, because as of right now, she's the only character who has a move that will hit the entire field in one attack. A lot of characters will get attacks like that, like as they gain more and more abilities in later chapters. But in the nature of the speedrun, because we don't fight random encounters. Because later fights, like the random encounters, really get stockpiled full of a lot of enemies. We have a lot of enemies in these fights because they're required. So Nami really shines as like an MVP in a number of these battles because of that. So here we're just kind of, skipping all these like side paths. We're basically just sticking to kind of the required story stuff. So we're going to switch to Chopper because we're going to be going through a bunch of little tiny spaces. So Chopper's going to be key here, because there's one of those flame turrets in our way, so we have to kind of sneak past it by going this way. So get to see Chopper utilize his ability to fit into tiny spaces. And then this is where the game finally introduces another thing that Robin can do. So as I said before, Robin's very smart, and she can basically read old scripture, is the best way I can put that, or ancient information. And so this is where the game introduces that mechanic into the run, or not into the run, but into the game. And it's again one of those like side trophy, lore collectible things that you can kind of do. If you come across like a special area, Robin will be like, oh, there's something here and stuff. Let's see. So we need Nami to pop in here. And then we actually want Nami to not be in front of anybody. Same thing. Nami's going to nuke the field. Take out most of the people we fight. And usually melee the last one. And same idea. Don't want to use too much TP, though I guess it's fine because we're going to use something to replenish our TP in a fight later, so not the biggest deal if we use a lot of TP to get through these fights. Because the boss, to get out of this area, we are going to use one of our food items that will give us 300 TP, so it basically gives us the amount of TP we need to perform the attacks we're going to use. Same thing. Battle starts. She nukes the field. Basically takes out whoever she can. Luffy comes in, the jet whip. And we just use, basically our strongest moves to nuke the rest of the enemies. Thankfully, thanks to bleed damage, he went down. Alright, so we defeat him. We learn about this door and how we need the 3 gate keys to actually get through it. So from here, we actually have to go back up. Thankfully, Chopper can fit inside this dumbwaiter, which is going to basically take us back upstairs to Basically, it's going to take us back upstairs to the prison cells here, and so we're going to go to the other dumbwaiter, because that dumbwaiter is going to take us right to where the first key is that we're trying to access, or we're trying to find, because the guy inside the, like, kitchen knows the location of that one. I'm going to run past these enemies. Like I said, at this point, we don't need to fight any random encounters. Basically learn that one of the keys is over here, and then the other key is in possession of an admiral.
What? Where was that key? In the fire? In the pot?
In the pot or near the pot? I can't remember. Like they say it in the dialogue, but I haven't read the dialogue in a couple months now.
It's like you just went over to a fireplace and you were so small that I thought you got it out of the fire, and I'm like, why would you ever put a key there?
Don't worry, you should wait till you see where the second key is.
Oh, am I about to lose it? My goodness.
I don't think you're gonna lose it, but it's One Piece playing into its comedy. This dog has the key.
Oh, on his collar. Okay,
Yeah.
I thought he was gonna like cough up the key or something.
Nah, the dog has it on it because Chopper can talk to animals. So he can because he's an animal himself, so he can actually understand animals, which is why the dog actually had like text and everything.
Why is Chopper Naruto running?
Because he's got tiny arms and little legs.
Tiny arms and little legs.
I don't think this plan was thought out very well.
Right. You can't reach those, Chopper. What are you doing? How is he turning these?
It could have been somebody else. Remember, there's like 6 people standing around.
He's standing right there in front of the machine.
Suspension of disbelief.
Right. I like to believe that when you have when the character of the party that you're playing as is the only character that's there.
That's completely fair.
Yeah.
All right.
Because otherwise, how would Chopper be able to go through vents and like the rest of the party just has to squeeze through? The best they can.
I mean that is. I have that question too. I think it's hilarious, by the way. It's like,
yeah,
where are they this whole time? So here we have one of CP9's agents, Kaku, who ate the devil fruit that lets him turn into a giraffe. That's why there's a giant giraffe there.
Yeah, naturally.
Alright, and so same thing, but Nami's gonna nuke with her strongest move. Her stronger lightning move, which does do a huge chunk of damage. And then Luffy is gonna hit Kaku with Jet Pistol. It shouldn't kill Kaku in most cases. And then Zoro is going to take him out with a bond move so he can not dodge it. And then, boom, he's been knocked out. And on the next turn, Nami will finish off everybody. Assuming she doesn't die here. Because in theory, that enemy could have been like, I'm going to punch Nami in the face. And then that would just ruin everything. And that's the fight. I'm actually really proud of that. I'm actually really proud of that fight strat. Because I used to have a lot of trouble with that fight, and so now kind of finishing that fight in literally like a turn and like one turn and a move was just a good feeling. But now we are in Eni's lobby, and we are going to play as Usopp for a brief period of time, as him and Frankie aim to escape from their jail cell. None of the fights in Usopp's section are required, so we are not going to worry about equipping him with anything. We do have to bait this enemy to kind of chase after us, because room to dodge him is just too tight. Just kind of just to do it, because I have tried to dodge and then I like failed, and like I got into a very awkward fight that just felt like it was taking forever because Usopp doesn't have like anything equipped to him to increase his damage output. He doesn't have to actually fight anything, but Frankie is there to help him, so it is not just a solo Usopp thing. Though if Usopp does die, it is a game over, because guest characters cannot solely win the battle. We're just going to continue our climb. And this is where, in a cutscene that we're not going to watch, but this is kind of where the game introduces the concept of building bridges for Frankie as his kind of like, I mean, the game doesn't like you see Frankie do it. The game will actually teach you about how it works like when he joins you in the next chapter, but this is where you kind of see it firsthand. So Frankie building a bridge in the anime is some high quality humor right there. Yes, this bridge I'm running on right now, Frankie literally built out of thin air.
As one does.
Yeah, you don't you build bridges out of thin air?
Exactly. Like you say that as if it's not something normal.
Yeah, that's just a normal day-to-day activity.
Exactly. Wait, so like if a human eats like a fruit that like turns him into a giraffe, but then like they eat the human fruit, would it turn them back into a human, or are the effects of a fruit not reversible?
So the devil fruit, zone type devil fruits, you don't necessarily have to stay in that form. That's why like when I fought Rob Lucci earlier, you didn't see him as a leopard or a cheetah. You just saw him as a normal guy with a top hat and like long curly hair. And then we skipped the cutscenes, but in the cutscenes, Kaku was in his human form. Because Kaku actually eats his devil fruit like in the middle of this arc. Like he actually doesn't start with the devil fruit. Two of the CP9 agents are given devil fruits, kind of like halfway through the arc, and they introduce them in their fights against the Straw Hats. But no, Lucci and Kaku and like other devil fruit zone users can just change back to their human form. Like Chopper, like it's never really explained why, but like Chopper, I guess could in theory like revert. I mean, he can go back to a reindeer form. He'll still be a talking reindeer, but like he can like act and walk like a reindeer if he wanted to. He just tends not to.
He just chooses not to. Interesting.
Yeah, it's the same thing with like the gun and the sword that have devil fruit powers. Like, they stay as sword and gun usually. One Piece rap. Yayo, dreamin'. Don't give it up, Luffy, dreamin'. Don't give it up, Sanji, dreamin'. Don't give it up, Zolo. Give it up, give it up, give it up. You should look this up, Oz, if you want a piece of golden 2000s history.
One Piece.
The One Piece rap from the original English dub. So One Piece first came to America. It was licensed by the same company that handled Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! For kids. And as they did with Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh, they changed the opening theme song to try and appeal to U.S. audiences, and so they came up with a rap song called the One Piece Rap. And,
I'm looking at this right now. Yeah,
it's great. It's golden. It's pretty golden stuff.
When was this released? What?
Mid 2000s.
Let's see.
Because One Piece came out in like 1998, 99. And the anime I think was like 2001, 2002.
I see.
So I want to say like 2000, because 4Kids only licensed up through, I think, like right after Alabasta, before they dropped the license, and Funimation, the current owners, or Crunchyroll, they're merged now, have had the rights since like 2008, 2009.
Mm-hmm.
And they went back and like redubbed everything.
See, according to Google, season 1, episode 1 came out in like 2000.
That is true. They did go bankrupt. That is a very accurate.
Yeah, like, oh, it says 1999 when the anime first started, right? That sounds right.
For Japan.
For Japan. Okay.
I'd be shocked if the anime started in 99 in America. There's no way.
Regardless, it's older than me for sure.
Yes, that it is.
That it is.
And now it's time to fight Rob Lucci. So this first fight against Lucci is actually not a winnable battle. It's again one of those like get him to 50% HP kind of battles that we've got here. And that's pretty much what we're going to do. So in an effort to ensure that we don't have any dodged attacks here, we're going to do the bond move span. Double check 04 to 07. No, I guess Sanji was pointless for that fight. Realistically, Chopper is the one who's going to do most of the damage. Give or take. Let's see. Just do a little... He took a bite of gum. There we go. And that should end that fight. And now Luffy has rejoined the fight. Alright, so we're going to take Zoro out for Luffy. And then we're going to do a little beefing up. So first we're going to do an elephant tuna saute. Thank you, Mash, for the good luck. Because we're going to do an attack boost from an elephant tuna saute. And then we're going to have an aqua cabbage roll. And then we're actually going to heal the bleed damage. We got hit with bleed. And then Luffy is going to go to town. Like I said, to avoid... essentially avoid having a dodge attack, we're just going to use bond moves. As you can see, they do a huge chunk of damage. Sanji will do like no damage. Nami can just help. And then he's gonna get one more attack in, doesn't matter what happens. And fight should be over. Yeah, again, another boss battle that used to have a lot more risk factor. Thankfully, has become more consistent. Thanks to the realization that the bond moves cannot be dodged. So it was another one of those fights where it's like, again, 15% chance enemy dodges you. If it's the worst person, like let's say Luffy goes to attack and that's when he dodges, you lose so much damage. Because you saw I was doing like around 6,000 to 7,000, like about 6,000 a hit. So we've defeated Rob Lucci, we've rescued Frankie and Usopp. It is now time to get out of here because the Buster Call is happening. That's what all this exploding and explosions and everything that's going on, and we're trying to run away from these Marines. For those of you in chat, you're a One Piece fan, you know what happens next. In the original Enies Lobby story, one of the most infamous moments in One Piece history. They make us relive it in this game. Those evil, evil developers. I was probably thinking, was like, what the heck is he talking about?
Yeah, well, there's only so much that I can appreciate without knowing the source material, you know.
Yeah, of course. I know. See, New Life gets it. Oz, what if I told you that there are millions and millions of One Piece fans out there who have cried to a boat?
Who have cried to a boat.
Who have cried to a boat being set on fire.
I would believe you, but I would need to know why.
Happy to explain. So that's essentially what was happening in the cutscenes I was just skipping. So
I figured, yeah.
As I talked about earlier, why they came to Water 7 is because their ship, the Going Merry, was it was really hurting. It was falling apart. It wasn't in good shape, and so they came to Water 7 to essentially get a new ship. Usopp didn't want a new ship, which led to a falling out. They had this whole fight and everything. And at the end of Enies Lobby, through some, I don't even know how to explain it in any way that's going to make sense, the Going Merry shows up and rescues them. Basically, they're trapped. They jump into the water. The Merry's there, takes them back. But at that point, it's time to say goodbye to the Merry. And so they set it on fire. They give it a Viking ship's death. And there's this whole emotional moment of Luffy up crying and saying oh, we were so bad to you. We're so sorry. And then the Merry speaks to them, some spirit of the Merry or something, talks to them and says, thank you. It was a pleasure. I'm getting goosebumps trying to tell you about this, where I could start crying out of nowhere. But yeah, that
sounds like an emotional moment. It does.
It's very emotional. I even know it's coming, and if I watch the clip, it still gets me all teary-eyed, even though I've seen it 100 times.
I mean, if a scene like that is able to trigger such good emotions, then that's powerful writing. You know?
Yeah, that's
good writing.
It's also a pretty funny image meme. It's only a Chiro Oda could make millions of people cry to a boat being set on fire.
You got a point.
But yeah, I remember when they announced that Water 7 was going to be one of the memories. That was the first thing that I thought. I was like, oh god, no. Do not make me relive the Merry being set on fire. And then of course they do. It's not as emotional of a scene because the Straw Hats already know it's coming, because they already went through it one time. There's not as powerful of a speech from Luffy, but it still has its kind of sad factor. But hey, we're back in Wofford. We've completed our second memory. We've regained more of our lost powers. We're not quite there yet, but hey, our new ship, the Thousand Sunny, is finally fixed. So Frankie has decided to kind of rejoin us as we continue our efforts to take down the rest of the Colossus, because there's still 2 more Colossus to take out. Still got to take out the Water Colossus / Ice Colossus. I actually don't fully know what element it's supposed to be. Agreed, New Life. The Water 7 Enies Lobby arc is my favorite too. So here we are. Like I said, we're back on Wofford Island. So we went to go meet with Audio and Lim. Seems Lim has wandered off to the inland sea. So that's why we're heading over here to go check on her. Kind of see what's going on with her. So when we finally catch up with her, we do find out that she is missing her crystal ball, essentially. That's funny. Actually, man, I was supposed to pick that up much earlier. That cube that was on the ground, apparently I had completely blanked on it the first time. Yeah, so now we're gonna head back to Audio's house. I guess we actually, as I remember, I don't think Lim was there. I think we were looking for her, but she actually wasn't there. At some point I am gonna have to do a menu, but I've got time. I don't really need to do the menu until the actual boss. This kind of like brief little section we have here. Because in true fashion of RPG mechanics and everything, and you know, helping pad out the adventure, if you will, we can't go straight to the ruins because now somebody has stolen Lim's crystal ball, and we can't enter the Memoria without it. So it sounds like a Yoisa may have taken it. So we're gonna go investigate the Thunderhead ruins, see if they know what's going on with this crystal ball. Before that, like I said, we are going to do a menu here. We're going to upgrade a couple abilities so we can get some more damage output. I forget what L1s and R1s do. This. Move chopper stuff. Yep. I've been slowly going through and cleaning up my notes and rerouting things, so some of my menu notes are still a little new in my head, so I don't have them fully memorized. So we talked to the Yoisa, mentions about a Yoisa up here in front of the Thunderhead ruins, so now we're gonna climb back up here. See if this Yoisa knows where Lim's crystal ball is. Yeah, for now we're honestly just, so of course in true fashion of hide and go seek, we're not gonna actually find it from the first one, so we're actually gonna make a bunch of different stops in a few parts of the island. So if you've got any questions, Oz, or if there's any donations we want to read, or if Chad has any questions, now would probably be the best time to ask, because there's just not a whole lot going on right now.
I don't have any like particular questions. I feel like the majority of like the things that I would usually think of have pretty much been answered by your commentary. It's overall like just, again, the fact that you've been able to just carry commentary so well for 4 hours is amazing, and like just being able to follow along with what you're doing, because a lot of the questions that I have are like very like side tangent kind of questions about like the theory behind certain things, or like rounding out like 100% that I asked earlier, stuff like that. And like the run itself is like it's very interesting, very good. You're doing pretty well, really well.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you as well, T-Tree. Funny enough, I started speedrunning a couple years ago. It's almost going to be either 3 years at this. It's not quite 3 years. It'll be 3 years in a couple months. But I actually started with Final Fantasy VII Remake, which itself is like a 5+ hour run, depending on the category. So yeah, I've been in the long run land for quite a while. I have added some short runs, some sub 1 hour runs to my repertoire if I'm feeling those. So nice little range of different styles of runs.
Yeah, I just couldn't imagine doing like really long, if I had like the time and energy to do it, because like right now I'm at a point where like I grind a 30-minute game for like 2 hours and I'm just like, oh, I'm tired, I need to stop playing this game. I could not imagine doing a 6 or 7 hour run, but I want to learn at least one in my life, at least one really long run that I can do.
You should. I mean, I think I mean, that's kind of why I looked into shorter runs, because I wanted to be able to do shorter runs too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I think if you run a game that's a lot longer, I think that like what you're saying with the whole like, well, you know, I spent like 2 hours doing like you said like a 30-minute run, like you feel tired after it. I think with longer runs, you maybe don't hit that wall in the same vein, because you're not, unless you're running a game that you've gotten a really good time on and like now you're resetting because your early game is not great, and that's just what you're choosing to do at that point, then maybe that might feel that way. But like you won't reset as much in theory, and so like I feel like you, and then maybe that's just me, maybe it's different for you and others, but I don't hit a fatigue if I'm doing different content. And so if I'm doing a shorter run, I can understand hitting a wall, where if I'm either finishing runs and then I'm just doing the same thing over again, or if I'm resetting a bunch because I'm not getting like the optimal start, and that's just the nature of the run. Like Onimusha Warlords, the first Onimusha game, I'm not a huge fan of that run. I do run it, I will run it and work on it every now and then, but that early game is so like strict with like execution that I reset so much, and because you can't skip cutscenes, it does wane on me a lot, where I do get kind of like I lose my energy doing the run a lot quicker as a result. But then I do something like this, or like Final Fantasy VII Remake, and then I'm not hitting that wall as much because like the content, because I'm not really resetting, so the content's changing more, if that makes sense. Unfortunately, we did not get the boosted experience. So in terms of One Piece, though, so as we were running around, we finally got the crystal ball back. It basically, our little scavenger hunt led us back to the opening area of the game, the King Kong Garden, where there was a giant Doisa. The big ones are called Doisas, in possession of it. And so we have reacquired our crystal ball, so now we can finally decide to go venture into the next ruins and find the next Colossus and get their core.
Which Colossus we going to now?
The ice water one.
The ice one. All right, nice.
I mean, it's called the ice block ruins, but there's this whole gimmick you'll see of like making the liquid solid or liquid.
Okay.
So there's this whole thing of like where we'll swap back and forth between like solid and liquid water to get through like dungeon.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, funny enough, I've actually never done a randomizer. I see comments about randomizers in chat. I've never tried to do one, which is funny because I run Final Fantasy 10 and 12 TZA, and both of those have randomizers.
Yeah, I can say this because Sapphire's in the call right now. But every time I look at one of Sapphire's submission videos for No GA and one of Scout's submission videos, they record like a brand new run specifically for No GA, and I'm just like, what? That's like 4 hours right there. That's like 4+ hours making a submission video. That's amazing. It's impressive. The dedication to the craft.
Well, because as far as I know, this is where my lack of like randomizer knowledge comes from, is like there's no place to submit that stuff to. So like wouldn't you, other than highlighting the events, like wouldn't you just do a new randomizer for a submission? I don't know, maybe the thought process, because it's not like, and mind you, like obviously there's always the debate about, you know, speedrun.com and all that stuff, and not the avenue for that, but you know, run what you want to run, but it's like It's not like a leaderboard system for randomizers.
True.
As far as I
No,
know.
but like a lot of folks would just like submit whatever their most recent run is or whatever their PB is. But no, they make like a whole new thing, which is
Oh,
impressive.
nice.
Both of them.
Taking a break from my hosting abilities to preach the wonders of randomizers. The short answer to your question is we're just really passionate about randomizers, and the randomizer community isn't quite as competitive as the speedrunning community, but there is definitely like a lot of excitement and passion for running those randomizers, and I think it's less like competitive with other people and more competitive with yourself to learn new tricks, get better at the game, etc., etc.
Good stuff. It really is.
I used to watch a lot of Kingdom Hearts 2 randomizer. I've seen some like Ocarina of Time ones because there's a lot of like tournaments for that stuff. It seems like.
The last tangent that I will say when you mention Kingdom Hearts, and this is the last tangent we'll go on, is just like I just don't get Kingdom Hearts. Unpopular opinion, I just don't get it. I don't get the hype. I don't understand it. But it's okay. I don't have to understand it. It's just not for me. I know so many people that would die for Kingdom Hearts, and I'm just like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I personally just don't.
I will say, while you may not know it because I've never streamed a Kingdom Hearts game, I am actually a very huge Kingdom Hearts fan.
Oh, I can believe it. I can believe it.
Very, very big Kingdom Hearts fan. Like, I just absolutely love that series. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That is a very convoluted story, so I can't fully blame you for possibly feeling kind of lost at the hype in a way. It may just depend on your exposure to it and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's also true.
I mean, I don't have it on hand, but I want to say there's a very detailed video about it that explains the story of Kingdom Hearts that might help.
You should send it to me after this run.
If I locate it, I will. Sanctuary is so good. So simple and clean. We all know the goated track from Kingdom Hearts is dearly beloved. We are in the ice block ruins, and so we've already kind of started. We already utilized the whole solid to liquid modification. So this was originally a giant wall, like a waterfall, like a giant waterfall. And so we went into a room, we activated a machine that then turned it all to solid. And so it has allowed us to traverse up this giant wall as we make our way deeper into the dungeon. We grab that Phoenix down as like a safety, just in case something goes haywire, as we've seen in the Chapter 2 shenanigans, if you will. And thankfully, with making this stuff solid, we can run on ice, frozen water. Hideki Dean. I mean, that's a good answer too for altering brain chemistry at a young age. Big ups to Final Fantasy X. Sorry, I'm distracted by the back of my neck for a moment here. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do is we actually are going to slightly detour over here to this Yoisa shop so we can get in our next round of gear and stuff that we're going to need. We're also going to buy 2 critical raid ups, and then we're going to buy 14 of these 301 attack rounds now. Now we've upgraded the accessory to a 301 attack item and not just 154. And the critical rates, those crowns are going to be important because it's going to play into some of these basically menuing and just damage output that we're going to be doing here. Because as we talked about before, you get a guaranteed, not guaranteed, but sorry, you have a 50% chance to do a critical hit when you have a camp bonus, right? And so luckily, numbers in this game, and really touched on it, numbers in this game are actually cumulative up to 100%. So what we do is we're going to put 3 crit rates plus 17 onto some of the accessories. Now you're like, well, 3, you only have 2, Woadyb. Where's the third one? Well, we get one for free in a chest. It's literally staring us in the face when we go through a door, so you know, why spend the money when we could just open the chest? Yeah, we're gonna take 3 of those crit rate items. We're gonna put them on 3 of our gears, and then, you know, we'll put more attack boosts and stuff. And then either Luffy or Zoro, depending on the outcome of the rolls, will get those 3 items most likely, guaranteeing that every hit out of one of them will be a critical hit, because it'll be over 50%. So here we've got to fight this bird because he's kind of in our way. The chilly bird. So should go down in one more attack. So again, that's kind of dependent on level and damage rolls, what happens there. We have to fight that bird because it's guarding its chest. Because in true Zelda dungeon fashion, you know, we have to solve puzzles and collect keys and stuff to like get through doors. So we found the red key. It's gonna allow us to get through red doors, which is going to be important to get through the next area. But at the same time, we also want to make sure we re-solidify the liquid, or we're not going to be able to get across the platform.
On our way up to the next area, do we have time for a donation?
Yes.
Sweet. So we have $15 from ARPGme. It says, proud to support another awesome event with many cuties making it possible and all the entertaining people doing some gaming to save the peppers. Thank you, ARPGme. And with that, we are a whopping 6 cents away from reaching the Luigi's Mansion 3 incentive to watch the Director Ghosts Godzilla movie. So I'm sure that will be met before long. Yeah,
6 cents.
Stuff. 6 entire cents, I know.
No, you could find 6 cents in your couch probably.
The minimum donation unfortunately is $1 though.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah. That's not even us thing, that's a Tiltify thing, you know?
Okay, we're gonna reactivate solid to liquid so we can get up the next kind of elevator platform, find the blue key. The next goal is to find the blue key. And blue key is gonna be what allows us to get to the Colossus. Just running from room to room. It was funny. My first couple runs of this, I hadn't realized. I kept doing like this thing that was just much slower method, because when you get to the final room where the Colossus is, if you don't have the it as a solid, you can't get to him. And at the time, I hadn't realized that there was a quicker way to liquefy the water. And so I was taking this awkward scenic route all the way to the right, where I'd have to like run to the right, climb up a bunch of like platforms, change in the chopper, going through a door, and then like re-solidify everything. And I finally realized, looking at the map, hey, there was a platform to re-solidify it literally behind me in a door. I've had some entertaining routing changes to this dungeon to make it go a lot quicker. We gotta fight this kind of giant ice dragon, which I now realize I forgot to do a menu. This is gonna be interesting. Not gonna be the end of the world. It just means I won't maybe do as much damage as I was hoping, but it's fine. We'll just have to do the menu afterwards. Assuming Luffy didn't die, but it's fine. It was a type disadvantage, so not the most shocking of possible outcomes. Though he's given us 1-4, but it's fine. Just thread the needle. Just thread the needle, right? Definitely gonna need to touch a save sphere. Save sphere. What am I playing? Final Fantasy X? Also, if anyone has been keeping track, we are on chapter 5, 9. Okay, so the menu we were supposed to do was that, because the Ice Colossus is going to be weakest to Usopp, because it is weak to fire attacks. So Usopp's got a bunch of fire moves. And because of typing, because it is a technique type. So this is the part I was talking about, where I just have to go into this room to re-solidify the liquid. But originally I was definitely not doing it. I was taking like a much longer pathway to actually like do that. But it's time to take on the Colossus.
Let's go! It's Colossus time!
Colossus time!
We gotta hide from the Colossus up. He's just vibing. He's about to ruin his vibe.
Hey, that's what I'm here to do. Here to ruin some vibes. Look, man, what I need is core. Alright. So we're gonna actually have Luffy use a Aqua Cabbage to replenish our TP and give us a crit chance. He's gonna attack, that's fine. And then Usopp's gonna go to work. An old 10k hit. And then Nami here is gonna do that. Then we're gonna Tiger Trap. And we should be able to finish. I can't remember if he's gonna go again before Luffy gets a turn, but if Luffy does not die, then I should be able to kill him with Luffy. I don't usually aim to kill with Luffy, but I wouldn't mind the extra experience. And unfortunately, that second hit from Luffy did him in. So, no boosted experience. We'll get the 30%. That's it. Kingdom Hearts story has been bad for a while, so no great loss to Shed is not a good place to explain that in detail, sadly. Fair enough. Be like me and get dropped into a later game and cope by only caring about gameplay. Alright, so we've collected the next core. It's time to do more memory visits. And funny enough, chapter 6 is actually the fastest, the shortest chapter, because it's basically a boss rush mode. It's like 9 fights in a row and a bunch of cutscenes. But before that, we might want to make use of some of all these items and stuff we've collected at this point. So let's do some more fusing. Alright, so the first couple items are going to get the critical hit rates. For the first 3. Ooh, no, Woadyb, you almost messed that up. I've lost... What's happening? Okay. I lost track of my cursor for a second there. Go. Alright, and then now we're going to put the 301s. I'm going to do about 12 of these, so that's 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. No! Oof, okay. I almost 8. Did the wrong one for a second there. But it's organized by highest attack power. 9. I mean, we basically go until we get to the bottom of the list there. Started playing a game when this run started, and now it's 4 hours in. As it should. And that's 4 hours in with me being 20 minutes behind PB. Or like 19 minutes behind PB. Oh, apparently. I had a moment there where I forgot that I can skip cutscenes. So, funny enough, this chapter, it recommends you be like level 34. We are like level 30. I think I'm usually around like 31, 32, so we're about on even of where we normally would be. But damage is still a little bit less than what I'm used to. But it's, you know, it doesn't hurt the strats really. Uh-oh. Actually, I did not equip anything I just put on everybody. This might be a problem. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
I made all those items and I forgot to put them on people. I've never done that before.
That's never happened before. What are you gonna do?
I don't know. I guess we're gonna have to play by ear because I can't menu. There's no menuing in this section. It's just battle after battle. Okay. I'm a little embarrassed now.
What's
Guess
up?
we'll just have to see how our DPS holds up. I mean, unfortunately, Usopp has much higher attack than Luffy does, so. Oh boy.
You can't equip mid battle, I assume?
Nope.
Dang.
Nope. I've got to get through all these fights.
How many fights?
It's like 7 or 8.
Ooh. We'll just have to see.
You're gonna have to see. It's now the autosave isn't. It triggers an autosave when you start.
Okay.
Yep.
Seem to be going good so far, from what I can see.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Wow.
Let's see. I think we're gonna. We'll be fine. I think. I don't think it's going to. I mean, because right now, as you can see, who knows? Maybe this will lead to unintentional route change. See, maybe I don't actually need all the stuff I was doing. It'd be kind of funny if some sort of route change comes out of this. Alright, so this fight is not a winnable fight. It's just a get him to 50% fight. So this is Kizaru. He's another one of the admirals, of the 3 vice admirals. The problem though with this, I guess, is that
Sanji has no gear on him to help him deal more damage, so that might make this fight a little bit on the iffy side, especially when Zoro is about to potentially die at this rate. All right, like I said, we're gonna make this work. Sure, we do the smart thing. Let's heal up. So I just gotta give him the 50%, which should be that. Perfect. Like I said, we'll make it through. We'll make it through. I'm determined enough that I think we can still. We just have to potentially take slightly slower fights, but yeah, it won't be like a I have to like mercy kill the run kind of situation.
That's good at least.
So it's funny, this might lead to like a unintentional gold split that I would probably either never beat or have to consider routing in, but we'll see. I don't think it's gonna gold by any means.
I mean, things have been going good so far. We'll have to see. You could have accidentally like figured out some pretty high time saving.
I mean, it just might. I mean, it might be something I look into. I will say that it might just be something where I'm like, well, I clearly am still pretty strong, so maybe I don't need to do some of that menuing I did there for this chapter and save it till like after or something. We'll see.
We'll see.
I'd have to play around in a non-marathon city where I'm like trying to backpedal and make sure I'm actually getting through this run now. But it looks like it's going fine so far, so. Alright, so we got through. We're getting there. We're making it happen. We're making it happen. We just got 4 more fights to go. Thankfully, this fight, Luffy gets help. So I'm actually going to Jet Whip Kizaru because of the type difference. Yeah, Luffy just doesn't do as much damage. That's my only concern there. This one's gonna be iffy because Luffy can't die and it's Luffy with 2 guest characters, but hopefully Crocodile and Jinbei are gonna do enough to help defeat these two since they do a lot of AoE moves. Then I'm gonna stick to the more powerful AoE move and not do the bomb stuff quite yet. Try and get through the fight. Might want to possibly heal next turn. No, Jinbei will help heal, but I think, yeah, we're gonna be fine. Okay, now I'm gonna do a bond move so I can't. There's a dodge, and then Jinbei heals me. Ooh, that almost went bad. Alright, here we go. Whew. Got out of that one. And got a free heal. Yeah, that cost me about 1.5 minutes, so yeah, I probably still want to do the menu. Probably should still do the menu. There's 3 more fights. Thankfully, Ace takes care of most of these guys with his DPS output, and then Nami's just going to finish everyone off like she has been. Right. Okay. 2 more fights. Luckily, the second fight does not have to be a victory. Thankfully.
Okay, that's a good opener. A basic attack. And then we're going to do this. And then we'll bazooka for the tier 2 attack boost. Let's see. I am a little worried about this, so I'm going to heal Zoro. I'll play a little bit more, play a little conservative in a few places just to be safe. Alright, now we'll do the bond move because we have the gear 2 buff. I was afraid of that. I literally just talked about being more conservative. I'm gonna bring Chopper in. Might be a little risky. Oh my god, because Luffy's there, I can't heal. Okay, that's gonna make things a little awkward. Alright, gotta hope Akainu doesn't attack Luffy. Of course he attacks Luffy. Alright, now we're gonna heal. You know, the one time you want to see a 1 HP warrior was right there, so I could get the experience from this. Calculated. Alright, so now we just have to get through this next fight. Now, luckily, this next fight, you don't actually have to win it, but you do have to survive like 3 turns, if that's the case, before it actually ends. And it can be kind of iffy, so it's definitely a dangerous fight. Since I don't think I'm gonna have the DPS to actually win the fight, we're gonna have to, I think, do this. Use an elephant tuna saute for the defense boost. We're basically gonna try to tank these hits as much as possible. I'll still deal damage. Yeah, that output is not great. So that's 1 turn. At this point, I should just basic attack to get through the turns faster. And this will be 2 turns. Good. Attack ace. Fortunately, he does not have TP. Fine. I think this should be the 3rd turn, so just gotta get through this turn, and the battle should end on its own. And there it is. Okay, we made it through.
All right.
First thing we're doing is the menu. The minute I can control Luffy, we're doing the menu. Okay, so normally we would do this. Attack here, attack here, attack here, and then attack here. Okay.
There we go.
All right.
Chapter 7. On the chapter 7, I saw, right?
Yep, chapter 7. Chapter 7 is pretty short. Essentially what we're doing here, so we got to take out the last Colossus, as you would figure. But before we do that, we've decided it's finally time to find Brook, our musician. He's the little ghostly spirit who's maybe popped in a few times. So we want to find Brook's body, and it's at the bottom of the water. And so to get there, we need cola. Yeah, I said cola. Basically, Frankie gets his strength, because Frankie's like part cyborg, and probably mostly cyborg after the time skip. And he gets a lot of his strength from cola, and he makes a bunch of these like machines, and they run off of cola as well. And so we have come to the Lakeshore Cave because there are these bubble mushrooms that can be used in making cola, and so we've come here to basically collect a bunch of mushrooms, and then after that we will, you know, make our efforts to go get Brook's body back at that point, and then we'll go deal with the last Colossus. Revisiting our original first dungeon. Second bubble mushroom. Oh no! It's kind of funny. I've never had that happen actually. I can't imagine these enemies are very strong. Yeah, I got like 5,000 experience. Yeah, admittedly, and it's definitely unfortunate that you all had to experience kind of like what a run like this looks like in like the worst case scenario. Because yeah, admittedly in the 12, this would be my 12th time doing this run in a row, because I've been pretty much grinding this game since I finished it casually. It's like 12 weeks in a row of running this. This is probably the roughest iteration I've seen of this run, with how the XP levels have gone.
Okay. Well, that's just how it runs like as it goes sometimes, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it finally gave me a perspective of this run, because I needed, I guess, a run to finally do that. It's of course unfortunate it was a marathon version of the run, but if I can know, so I could truly know what a worst case scenario looks like for this run.
Yeah. Well, I think you're still gonna go under estimate. It's 615, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're at like a 557 right now.
No, we should be good.
Yeah, so we got our coal. We've got the stuff we need to make a cola. We've got a barrel to make the cola in, so we're letting it, I guess, ferment overnight is essentially what's happening there. And so now it's time to go get Brook's body back.
Now I am gonna need to make sure I interact with a save spear just so I can heal up. Because we talked about it before, is that when you level up, you do get free heals. The problem is that second Akainu fight is not a fight that has a victory screen, because it's not like it's not considered a fight to win, like a fight you're expected to win. And so because of that, there's no experience, there's no leveling up. And so any damage you took from that fight will carry over into this next battle. We're gonna head to the beach so we can try and fish out his body. Right. So in an effort to get Brook's body back, though, his body is basically eaten by a giant walrus.
Oh my god, what is that walrus?
That is a merchant walrus. But that's fine. It took him out in one shot.
Damn.
So now we're really in the nitty-gritty of high damage values.
That is a walrus.
That is a
in
walrus.
my nightmares. That's my oh my god, what is this guy doing here?
So the Fire Colossus actually doesn't have a temple. He actually floats around the island as like a form of security. And so he just happened to show up in the middle of all this. And so we fight him twice. Not first battle, you're not expected to win, so you just basically attack of everybody to get through their turn order. And then finally Brook comes back, and Brook's got his body. And then so, you know, we have Brook now. And Brook's big thing is not only is he a technique type, but he does have the power to essentially buff us.
Dang, Brook's
so he's the only character who does have a attack boosting ability. I'm gonna be honest with you, that was the worst RNG I could have got. He basically nuked everybody, unfortunately.
Dang. Well, it looks like we got 4 more party members at least.
Yes, but we have 4 more party members who don't have like anything on them for gear.
Ooh, unfortunately.
Yeah, so this battle is probably going to be a wash, unfortunately. Of course, so now he doesn't want to do his mass AoE move to knock everybody out of commission. It counts. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not a game over until the until everybody goes down. So the game does like give you the ability to like bring in your other teammates, as you saw there, like when all 4 were taken out. But yeah, unfortunately, oh, that's right, I still have Sanji. We got so with all of the Colossus battles, unfortunately, they all have, so that move you saw there, and we had something similar happen with the Wind Colossus as well, is that's like their mass AoE move, and if they do their mass AoE move, it's very dangerous, unfortunately, where it really, then there he goes doing it again. It does so much damage. Oh yeah, unfortunately, as you saw, we got hit with a game over. I don't see a lot of those. Those are pretty uncommon.
You know what? There's a first time for everything.
There is, but there are auto saves, so thankfully, we have that in front of us.
いやー、皆さんご迷惑をおかけします。今の私にできるのは感謝の気持ちを歌にすることしかありません。よほほほほ。それでは早速。今はいい。もしかして海岸に流れ着いてんじゃないか？
海底の岩場で削れてなければいいのだけど。
Alright, so we're basically just going back, and then we're just gonna have to.
お前ら警戒はしとけよ。
なんだよ、ゾロ。ひょっとして海岸になんかいるのか。
さあな。だがこの島だ。何が起こるかわからねえ。
Can I poke in here for a donation?
Sure.
So I have a quick $20 from Anonymous. Thank you so much, Anonymous. They put it towards the bonus banishment ritual level incentive. So that is at 20 out of $60 right now. So that's some pretty good progress, I would say. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
I think we can get to like 500 by the end of the run. Probably even more than that.
That'd be dope. Oh my god, he's doing the move. And it's not even on the like...
Oh my.
That's the like... And that's the fight that like... You don't win.
Oh my.
Alright. So we get Usopp out of there. And then instead, I guess what we'll do is we'll heal instead of doing the New World buff. Okay. Better starting move. Alright, so we can't do Red Hawk because it's a fire move and this is a fire type, so it's not gonna do as much damage. So we do Jet Bazooka, and then we do Death Lion Song, or our strongest move. Okay. Line of Chopper goes down. He's gonna pretty much be dead on the next turn from Luffy. There you go. Now we got him. Like I said, just had a very unlucky opening attack. Now time to go to chapter 8.
And now what is left? Now that we've defeated all the Colossi.
Well, we have to get our powers back, so we have to deal with the cubes we got from this Colossi.
Ooh, I see.
Not quite fully invigorated, since we still have to deal with that. So
only 2 more chapters left, right?
Hmm?
Only 2 more chapters left. You said there was 9, right?
Yes, yes.
Nice, nice. Making good progress.
Yeah, so now we're headed to Dressrosa. This is one of the like newer arcs from the game, or the manga. In terms of like the story progression of where this game kind of covers up to. So in a similar system to Alabasta, another kingdom in conflict, a villainous organization
character, bad guy, basically takes over this kingdom because he's in search of something or just wants a kingdom to rule. His kingdom of his own, so he takes over this kingdom. So we're here to basically stop him. The game picks up a chunk into, because this is a pretty long arc. So the game actually picks up fairly far into the arc where what's happened is this thing called the basically we've challenged Don Quixote do Flamingo is his name, and he has activated what's called the bird cage essentially, and has basically said like to remove the bird cage, like you have to defeat these like specific people, and it's like the Straw Hats, it's a handful of like other faces, because they're, you know, they've been causing so much trouble. So it's like, if you bring me these people, you know, then I'll release the kingdom from the destruction of the bird cage. But if you don't, there's a time limit. The bird cage is like constantly enclosing on itself. And so that's where this kind of takes place, is that the bird cage has been activated. And so we need to basically take down Doflamingo, so the bird cage will stop. There we got a glimpse into one of his generals, Pika, who we'll deal with later. That's that big stone statue. I forgot what the name of his devil fruit is. But basically he can create like these giant like stone structures that he can like hide within. May even be the stone fruit, but I might be off on the name of the devil. So here there's a lot of running around in this first part. This is kind of similar to Dressrosa in the pure sense of like the maps are kind of big, so there's a decent chunk of like running around. Not as much as Alabasta, because that one had a lot more maps and like there was a lot more back and forth. This one kind of lives more in the scope of like going forward versus like go forward. Oh no, I need to turn around and go back this way, and then you do a lot of that. Here we need to buy 6 of these dress shrimps, because we are finally just about at the point where we're going to make use of all these ingredients that we've been picking up along the way. Because it is almost time to craft ourselves the one of the stronger items used in the speedrun, because it guarantees the next attack from your character to have a critical hit. So no longer is the like party bonus a necessity for the crit hit. Yeah, for right now, like I said, we just do a lot of running around. And at some point,
No. I was gonna say if Chad has any questions, maybe they could ask.
Yeah, if Chad has any questions, I'm happy to answer. Got my words there.
No, it's you're trying to be cool. Shorten your words, you know?
Exactly. So with that first fight, this is where we learn how the Marines here are not like real Marines. So, you know, we beat, you know, it was just a random encounter against like one enemy. So we just melee attack them to get some TP build, because we'll hit pretty hard. And then from there, we're just going to continue running through the streets. The goal here is there's a Yoisa shop down the road here that we're going to utilize some purchasing from. It's probably one of the last times we buy anything. Actually, no, it is the last time we buy anything from a Yoisa. So it'll be our final Yoisa shop, collecting a handful more of attack crowns, as well as a couple more other like flat attack items. And then after that, we're going to activate a fast travel point, go backwards in the direction that we came. So that way we can do some fusing, and then we'll warp back to the path here to be able to continue on. So we buy the Isabella gloves, and we're going to buy 22 of these. Okay. Now that we activated the fast travel point, we can head back here. The reason why we have to do that is because the tavern, which is where because you can only use Robin's fusing ability at a tavern or a campsite, and it would be a minute before we get to a campsite. And then we need to make sure we upgrade that. Final level, so we can do all of the slots.
We love slots.
Yes, we do. Yeah, so we're gonna go down the line. We're only gonna fuse about 12 of them for right now. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice, we got a big boost. 5. Yep, boost. Love to see it. 6. 7. 8. 9. Nice. 10. 12. We'll have a party for a boost. Right. Back. 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 He's gonna do. Okay. Now we continue. And chapter 8 is kind of like a combination of like chapter 2 and 6. It's a big map, a lot of running around, but there's also like a lot of boss battles throughout this chapter. Right off the bat, we're gonna fight not a member of Don Quixote's group, but a member of who is arguably like the overall villain of One Piece, Blackbeard. One of his captains, essentially. Either, I don't know if it's Jesus or Jesus Burgess. I've never actually heard his name said in the anime.
Oh, I don't. Whatever it is, I love this man's hair.
What is Chopper? Chopper is a reindeer.
Dang, that punch does so much damage. My goodness.
Yeah, this chapter is where we really go for the like big damage.
I mean, it's at the end of the run, you know? Might as well.
Exactly. We're just gonna go straight into a Red Hawk this time, since the buff did not yield an instant kill. So I guess Zoro does not have enough to actually do it. So let me do this. Got to account for Zoro's TP levels.
Go. And honk him out. Commission. Alright, so we've taken out Burgess. So we've also joined up with Sabo, another one of our brothers, one of Luffy's brothers. Again, not biological, but kid he grew up with. Who up until this point, spoilers, was presumed to be dead, actually. Up until this point, we actually thought Sabo was had been killed when they were kids, or like a long time ago. But this was a nice little moment in the anime reunion for them. So Sabo is running around with us, traveling with us to help out. There's also a bunch of guest characters in this chapter too. And I've picked up a couple items along the way I didn't really point out. I picked up some junk and some steel bolts. The reason for that is because where we're headed, we're actually going to have to build bridges. We're going to have to build 3 bridges with Frankie. And so I'm collecting the materials to do that in ideally the most optimized manner of collecting them items. Because originally, up until last run, there was a section where there were these 3 chests which were giving steel bolts, and the chests were arguably, they felt like they were out of the way. They were kind of like, I had to like run down, like I had to run in a direction that wasn't required to like move forward on, and I had to open like 3 chests, and there was no like seamless like pathing to like maximize the routing for it. So I found that there were steel bolts I could pick up here in this section that were on the way, like they were like literally on my pathway, or they had like maybe a second deviation from the path to pick up. And thanks to Luffy's Gum Gum Rocket, he can pick up stuff from a distance. That allowed me to find that time save as well. I need 6 steel bolts, and I need 9 pieces of junk to make all 3 bridges. So now we're basically trying to head to the top of the Royal Plateau where Don Quixote is, so we can defeat Doflamingo. Junk. That's right. I forgot that one. The first pickup I didn't need to get. It was the second one that had the steel bolt. And I believe that should have been my last steel bolt. It should have been number 6. At the beginning, I pick up 5 pieces of junk, and I pick up 2 steel bolts, and then there's another steel bolt. So that's 3 and 5. And then I picked up 2 more steel bolts for 5 and 6. So yeah, that was my 6th one. And then I think I'm on 6 pieces of junk. Got the Nimbus Spider. 7. 8. 9. I feel like I might have 10. Like I maybe have a piece. But that's fine. Yep, 6 and 10. Cool. So we have enough. We don't have to worry about picking anything else out. This chest we're going to open is going to have the 4, because as far as I'm aware, there are only 6 spicy urchins in the entire game. And thankfully, all 6 of them are easy enough to pick up in the speedrun that we can make 6 of those dressed shrimp paellas, because we're going to need all 6.
Especially with how some of these battles are going. Yeah, so now we have all the ingredients we need to make our dress shrimp paellas to be able to really maximize our DPS in the final chapter. Since we're not going to be able to, we're not going to be able to cook the dish until the end of this chapter when we go back to town.
さん、あれから気絶したままですね。
そういえば恩人を殺されたって話していたけど。
ドフラミンゴは非常な男。
Alright, so we're here in the Royal Plateau. Yeah, like I said, Dressrosa, like Alabasta, just has a lot of like kind of running around, but then there's like boss after boss after boss. Like in a moment here, we're gonna have ourselves like a boss encounter.
Excited to see what other bosses there are.
Huh?
I'm excited to see what other bosses there are. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, they're good. They're pretty good. I will say, the one thing that the game doesn't do justice when it comes to like the anime is that there's a lot more like quote unquote bosses that are not featured in the game, so you do miss out on some of the fights that happened in the anime. Because the common thing, like a lot of anime in the same vein as this game, is the main group of characters who usually fight like a villain group of characters, and there's a lot of like one-on-one fights. And so Don Quixote has this whole family, and so the Straw Hats, there's a lot of like one-on-one fights with various members of Don Quixote's family and stuff like that. And so we do miss out on a number of them because the game only incorporates like a couple. But there's a lot more that would happen like if one was like watching the anime or something.
I see.
Alright, so we're going to replenish our TP. We can make sure we utilize this fight as fast as possible. So here we run into Cavendish, who has an alternative personality called Hakuba, which is kind of a crazy person. And so Cavendish fell asleep and Hakuba has awakened. And so yeah, we need to deal with that, unfortunately. Kind of snap him out of it. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually buff everybody with Brooks' New World. Enemy should get a turn. It's not great. That's actually really unfortunate. So this may not do the damage I needed to. Okay. Thankfully, even with the damage reduction, we still one-shot everybody else. So ended up working out. And then not quite a one-shot, only because Luffy didn't do as much damage. But thankfully, Chopper was able to finish him off. Yeah, normally with that fight, as long as Luffy doesn't get bled, like as long as he doesn't have bleeding, then he would have done a lot more damage, and then Zoro would have like shot at Hakuba. Yeah, and I would have to agree, Sapphire, which is probably why like a lot of times games like Naruto and One Piece and Bleach end up with like fighting games a lot more often, or musos. Like for instance, like One Piece Pirate Warriors. One Piece Pirate Warriors is basically a Muso Dynasty Warriors style game that there's like 4 of them. They cover huge chunks of the game, like really get in there and try to feature as much of the characters as possible. Luffy took a little bit of damage in that fight, just to be safe. Because we're about to have another fight. Our final fight against Burgess. Here we also, Trafalgar Law has joined us. Same idea, we're going to go in with the same 2 attacks between Zoro and Luffy. And that's why I healed. And it looks like I can't afford... Alright, I let it happen again. I didn't pay attention to my TP levels. Fine. Okay. No more Burgess, thankfully.
No more.
No more. He's gonna finally leave us alone. So the quick backstory on Burgess. So his whole thing is, like I said, he is actually not part of the Don Quixote family. He is part of the Blackbeard pirates. Like I said, Blackbeard's kind of become like the pseudo main villain to some extent. And what's going on is they are going around stealing devil fruits. And so one of the plot points of this arc was that Ace, the guy with the fire powers in the previous chapter that was helping us fight that other Admiral Akainu, Ace dies, and apparently if a person with a devil fruit, I guess, is killed or they die, their devil fruit like is reborn into the world. And so when we're here in Dressrosa, we find out that Doflamingo is holding a Colosseum battle for the Mero or the Flame devil fruit, so Ace's devil fruit. So that's where Luffy decides to join the tournament, and Burgess was there as well, trying to get that devil fruit for Blackbeard, because they're trying to collect like really strong devil fruit to buff up their squad and stuff. Alright, so make sure we don't run into the same conundrum with TP levels. So here we run into one of Doflamingo's generals, another one of his generals. This is Pika, the rock guy. So before we can fight Pika, though, we have to defeat these rock like formations, these like stalactites, to find where he's basically hiding. So ideally, Luffy is going to knock everybody out of commission with his hockey. Now, unfortunately, it looks like we low rolled because Luffy does not seem to have guaranteed crits right now. Must have just been how the equipment rolls went. So because of that, we did not take out the rock formations in our first hit. So we're just taking them out on our, one hit from everybody in this case. And so once you do that, Pika decides to rear his shiny, ugly head. And so from there, we're going to now take out Pika. Now, Pika is hilarious. You don't hear it in the speedrun. Or you kind of hear it. I don't know if you heard the noise he just made. But essentially, Pika has a very high-pitched voice. A hilariously high-pitched voice. It's actually a running gag in the show. When Pika talks, it's just like this just really high-pitched voice that people have like a hard time not laughing at. But if you laugh at it, he gets really mad and then basically wants to kill you. It's hilarious.
I love character dynamics like that, or character jokes like that.
No, it's great because like everybody knows not to laugh, and so when Luffy and Zoro first hear it, they're just dying, and then like Pika's getting like just so pissed. I remember when I was reading the manga and I was like, man, I really want to hear this I want to hear this in the anime because it's like you have to like make it up in your mind when you read it. So I was like excited for when the anime would finally show it. I can hear how they go about it, and it did not disappoint. I've only heard the Japanese version, which was hilarious, but I haven't heard the English version of it yet. Because the English dubbing should be up to that point. Well, up to that point and past it. But alright, we are getting down to the wire on chapter 8 here. Got a couple more fights. For here, we actually have to bring Sanji along. Luffy is actually not going to be involved in the next 2 fights. It's gonna be Sanji with the help of Usopp and Robin, but because of who we're fighting, they are a speed type, and so Sanji is going to be the best person for the DPS alpha. And now, while we've been trying to take safer strats, because of massive difference in DPS, we're gonna have to roll the die on RNG here and see if we can pull off the better damage. So let's see how our RNG's feeling with how the whole run's been going. So we're basically having to fight a clone of Doflamingo. So this is not the real Dofi. This is kind of like a made-up version using his devil fruit. All right, we got the one shot, so perfect. So that actually went fine. That went as intended, thankfully. So far so good. Now we just got to get through these knuckleheads. Thankfully, we do have the help of Cavendish and Trafalgar Law. Ooh. Gamburus. If you know, you know. I will say Sanji in Faint Mode is not great. Mostly because I'd rather him not be dead going into the next fight, or near dead. Thank you for the good luck. So I feel like there's a chance Sanji might die. I guess it kind of depends on what the AI does. Okay, he's regained consciousness. Alright, I think for the sake of ensuring bad stuff doesn't happen, because I don't know if I'm going to level up from this fight, we're going to heal. Alright. Yeah, we did not level up. That will make this next fight kind of interesting. For a couple minutes. Alright, so we gotta fight Dofi again, but we've got Robin with us, as well as Law, and Dofi's brother, Corazon. He's technically dead, but I'm not gonna get into it. He's not technically dead, he is dead, but the whole thing. And,
yeah, being dead is like a whole thing, you know.
Alright, so we got the hit, thankfully, so it's possible that Corazon and Law will hopefully either kill him, or, you know, he'll be weakened enough that we should... Nope, we got the attack ineffective. And then, okay, he attacked Trafalgar Law, so that was probably the best outcome. We'll do this to guarantee the hit. Alright, cool. So we got through those 2 fights. It's gonna be a little dicey if he dodges the Hell's Memory, because as much as I'd want to just use the Bond move, the Hell's Memory will, for the most part, like one shot. So it's like 10,000 attack difference. Alright, but before we get into the next fight, we should probably give Luffy his gear back. Then let's get the appropriate people in here. Alright, time to actually take down Doflamingo. Same kind of idea. We're gonna do our new world to start with for a buff. Okay. It'll bleed damage, so unfortunately I do gotta eat a turn to get rid of the bleed damage. All right, it's time to red hawk him. Let's see what happens. Cool. He did not. We just need to get to either Trafalgar Law, and I don't think these two will actually be able to kill Dopey. The repair is not ideal. But thankfully we do enough damage that it did matter. Alright. That should pretty much wrap up Chapter 8. We gotta do a little bit of running around, but it is time for the end game.
End game, let's go!
Woo! Been a wild trip, man. Been a wild trip.
It's been a solid 5 hours, 28 minutes, and 2 seconds, according to this delayed stream timer that I'm looking at.
You know, which is crazy to think because my PB is 5 hours and 35 minutes. We still have an entire chapter to still get through.
Yeah, but you know, these games do in fact go like that sometimes, you know.
Yeah, I definitely will say that I got the wildest wake up call from today's run. Really shows the domino effect this run can have depending on how the early game goes. I will say the me dying part did not help. Alright, so Sanji needs to update his cooking to be able to do this menu. It's finally time to craft us some dressed shrimp paellas. I'm gonna make 6 of them. Like I said, these are a 30% attack boost. That will guarantee, so you get 30% attack boost and you get a guaranteed critical hit. So it doesn't matter at this point, like who technically gets the crit items, since we're getting some good boosts. Oh my god, what are these like stat increases that we're getting? Sure, the game decided to take pity on me in the end, right?
Yeah. What's the run prediction at right now? I'm curious.
The run prediction, it's at 606 for what my splits are saying. Alright, and that is it for the menu. How difficult would you say the menuing is in this run? As of right now, it is not that difficult. I wouldn't say it's that difficult. Where I get tripped up a lot on is because you have your L1 and R1, and you have your L2 and R2, and like L1 and R1 swap the tabs of the menu, and L2 and R2 swap between characters on like the accessory menu. So, or like on the cube fragment menu. So I do find that like sometimes like I get tripped up with that part of the menuing because I might hit L1 instead of L2 or R1 instead of R2, and then that kind of throws off some of the menuing. But thankfully, because of the ability to optimize your gear, and that's kind of what is utilized for equipping, it's not too bad. It would be probably a lot harder if optimizing gear wasn't a thing, because then you're playing Tetris, because then you'd have to like do this whole thing with like putting pieces in like a Tetris formation, but then like knowing the shapes and then knowing what shapes are going to work best on certain characters with like what stats you're getting. Like the menu would be so much more complicated if we didn't have the ability to like tell the game like, hey, I want you to actually like put all the highest attack items on this person. I want you to do this. I will say it's probably difficult to go fast, but I'm not very good at doing menus fast for me, and I run a lot of RPG games. Today you're probably wondering, well, hey, we have all our memories at this point. We've got all our powers back. Like, why is there a final chapter? Well, like most anime, especially shonen anime, somebody hasn't been exactly truthful to us this entire time with their intentions. That person in question is Audio.
What? How dare they?
Blasphemy, right? So yeah, apparently this entire time Audio has been playing Lim and us like fools. And the reason why he told us about the Colossus is because by defeating all the Colossus, it allows him to activate a powerful weapon known as the Divine Breath. And then, you know, with the Divine Breath and the activation of this weapon, he can destroy this barrier around the island of Wofford. And the reason why is because Audio is essentially from like a race of people that have been scattered or like basically put in some form of like exile, and so he wants to find his people, and he can't leave the island because of this barrier, and so he needs the Divine Breath, which is the name of the weapon that he is trying to awaken at this point, to destroy the barrier and be able to locate his missing people. Art. So now we need to stop him. So first we were trapped in the cubes. I can't remember what, I want to say power of friendship or something like that. We busted out without Lim's help because Lim is despairing over here in front of Audio's house. So we try to come and console her a little. Yeah, now that all the Colossus are defeated, the Sky Tower has awakened, and so now we can head to the Sky Tower and chase after Audio and put a stop to his plan. And I want to make sure we do this menu. And make sure we give Zoro and Luffy. So as with any cube memory thing, we of course have new abilities, as you would expect. Luffy actually now has access to, so we kind of alluded to this earlier when I was fighting Lucci and doing some other things, but so Luffy has forms called gears that he utilizes to increase his strength and power. And gear 2 is where he has like the blood rushing through his body, and just makes him run faster and punch things faster and just move really fast. Gear 3 you didn't really see me do, but gear 3 is basically where he enlarges his body. The after effect of this is in the beginning, at least, it was causing him to like turn into like, it was like stretching him so thin that it would turn him into like a really tiny version of himself, kind of like the size of Chopper in a way. For a period of time, it's kind of like an after effect to it. And then eventually in Dress Roses, where we first see this, he unlocks gear. He creates gear 4, Bounce Man. You're gonna see gear 4 because gear 4 is where he gets his mass AoE move. So this is where he gets to do King Kong Gun, which he can hit just like Nami can. He can nuke the entire field, essentially. And then with that, Zoro is then going to pop in and defeat this enemy. Realistically, I probably could have did a different move, but you know, this way we ensure he's down. But yeah, that was Bounce Man. And then he has like a version of Bounce Man called Snake Man as well. What did you think of that, Oz? Bounce Man.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, we had a bit of a forced fight there because Frankie was busy building a bridge, and so we of course get ambushed by a bunch of Isas and a Jishin dragon. I've never been great at pronouncing the word that it had.
You're trying your best. That's all that matters.
I am. I'm notoriously known for enunciation issues. I'm not great at saying words are hard. Words are hard. Yeah, before we enter the Sky Tower, we're gonna do one final camping session.
Oh my god, everyone's here. Look at your whole party.
Yep, everyone's here.
The gang is all here.
Gang is all here.
Oh my god. We're all having a wonderful dandy time in the campfire. Like one last hurrah before going into the final dungeon.
Pretty much. You know, I have to say, I was kind of surprised Frankie's appearance didn't throw you for a loop. You've made comments on various looks for some of the characters, but Frankie's is pretty out there. There was no comment.
Ooh, this dungeon looks actually really cool. Design.
Yeah, this dungeon's pretty neat. It's a lot of little like platform puzzle warp gate stuff, but visually it's also really nice to look at.
It is, yeah.
So there's a bunch of these boxes floating around, and they do house enemies in them. So that's what we've got going on here. We got to fight, jokingly, some of my viewers like to call it the 3 legendary birds from Pokemon. Because there's a fire bird, an ice bird. I'm not sure what the Jura bird is. I don't know, it's like wind, I want to say. It's like a wind bird. But ideally, yeah, Luffy's gonna nuke all of them in one move here.
Dang. That was violent. That was powerful.
Yep. Yeah, it's kind of what we rely on for, like I said, for like chapter 8 and 9. By this point, we've gotten so many items that have high attack stats, and then because of the like 301 attack crowns added in, and then Brooke's like free buff that doesn't require like food, it just allows us to really front load. Now, of course, it does mean that, you know, we are somewhat glass cannons at the end of the day, so I mean there is definitely still this whole like, you know, if something goes wrong, or like the Fire Colossus battle where, you know, we got arguably probably one of the jankier opening moves. You know, it turns into a situation where it kind of like throws everything off pretty drastically.
I see.
So it still adds some of the risk reward factor in the speed run. But here we are, just traversing across the platforms. Basically, each time we step on one of these switches, as you see, it basically creates a path.
How many floors?
How
many floors are in this tower?
How many floors in this tower? Not that many. Not as many as you think there is.
No, because I just see that it changes. Like it says on the screen when you go to a new floor, which got me thinking.
Yeah. There's probably five or technically 5 floors, because after this we end up in the Garden of Purity, I think is what it, if I remember correctly, is the name of the area. And then after we get to the end of the Garden of Purity, we're gonna have to, funny enough, we're actually gonna have to revisit Alabasta and Water 7 very briefly to collect information to solve a puzzle to get to the rest of the tower. And then after that, it's the boss rush mode. Yeah, so now we've made it to the Purity Garden. So this is a little bit more open space mixed in with, like item collectibles and random encounters. So this is where there's a little bit more exploration for people. I would say for XP, like if you're trying to get to like level 70 or higher, this is definitely the best place for it, because some of these encounters just give so much experience, because like all of these fights, this is where I was saying before, like if I was to accidentally get into an encounter because like maybe I didn't dodge properly, I would have to just fight the encounter, because the amount of enemies and what the level differences, like it would just be too risky. And then the problem is if you fail to flee, if you actually fail to flee, your entire team loses their turn, but the enemy has to take all their turns. So then you are literally sitting there watching the enemy take all of their turns, and depending on like what they do and their actions, like how many there are, you might end up dying from it. Actually, I know I had something risky happen where I got into an encounter and I did try to flee by accident, and then I had to sit through all of it, and it was just so dicey. I was like, oh no, please don't take me out. Here we just jet across this platform, and we're gonna go ahead and fight ourselves one final volcano dragon.
He's just chilling here, waiting for you.
Yep. In this case, didn't replenish my TP. It's
He's
fine.
been waiting for 6 hours, dude. Like,
exactly. He's been waiting for 6 hours. So Luffy just does whatever attack he can with the TP he has available, and then Zoro will come in and try to finish him off. And we'll take care of that fight.
okay, but like within like the context of the game, how much time has passed since the beginning?
How much time has passed? I guess it depends, because I mean technically like you can go to sleep, so I'm trying to think from like story cutscene purpose, like how many times did like we technically go to sleep and wake up? 2 days.
Dang. Yep.
Maybe
Get straight on, and then you find your way out in 3 days. Dang. Wow, impressive.
Well, because to my understanding, I mean, I don't know if it's ever explicitly said, to my understanding, I don't think time passes. Yeah, time doesn't pass regularly. I don't know, because I guess the other way to look at it is like the Marines are on their way. Like, so in some of the cutscenes I skipped, a Buster Call was summoned onto this island, like I was talking about with Water 7. And so, I mean, obviously it takes time for the ships to arrive. So maybe it's been several days, more realistic, because I can't imagine the ships got there within 24 hours, you know? You know, man, anime, man, you know, progression of time. Like,
it's not real.
What? It's not real. I mean, how long was Ash a 10-year-old boy for? Like 20 years? He was a 10-year-old for 20 years.
All right, folks, we're in the last like 20 minutes of the run. Let's go.
Yeah,
I can't believe we've been here for this long. How do you sit here and do runs for this long? I feel like I'm exhausted just sitting here and commentating it.
You know, I don't know. Actually, I'll be honest with you. I will say I think it's because my body's gotten used to it. So when I first became a speedrunner, in fall of 2020, I spent a bunch of time building up to like, because I never speedrun a video game before, but I've been playing video games since I was 6 years old. And so when I first started, mind you, I've had hours and hours of sessions, so like, I've definitely spent as a kid plenty of time playing my video games, because I play a lot of RPGs anyway. So I would have to assume I just got used to it, because I will say, like, my body does feel it by the end of the run, like when I get up and stretch, and especially when I first started doing this, like it was a lot. But I think because I keep doing it, like, it's just, it builds more and more up to it, and so like I'm just more and more used to it. And but yeah, no, when I was learning Final Fantasy VII, I was doing like chapter 1 through 6 speed runs. Like I was like practicing, I was like building up like to like a full run, because like I think my first run was like 7.5 hours for that game. So
I see.
I think it's just something you kind of build up to, like if
True.
that's what you run.
You got a point.
I mean, I'm sure if I started with just speed running like shorter games, and I try to do like a longer run, then I would probably feel it in the same
That's
vein.
true. You got a point there. God, I love Brooke.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I love the way
that
that Brooke looks. Like just a fashionable skeleton.
Yeah, he's the Soul King.
I love it.
So Brooke, because this is us just literally revisiting areas. So what's essentially happening here is we come to a dead end. We're trying to figure out like, okay, how do we get out of this area? So our first plan was, oh hey, you know what? We've seen these symbols somewhere. They were in the mausoleum in Alabasta. That's why we went back there. We went to the bottom floor, and we were like, okay, we recognize these things. And it's like, okay, hey, this is sheet music. Okay, that's interesting. And then so now we need to go back to the library, because there's some information in the library that will help us kind of fully learn the mystery of the mural to get through. But Brooke ate the soul devil fruit. And what's interesting about that devil fruit was that it didn't activate right away. It actually didn't activate until Brooke died. And when Brooke died, he was reborn into a second life as the talking skeleton you see him as. And he's the musician.
So
that's why he's the Soul King. Because during the time skip, yeah, as far as we know, he could die again. Yes.
But that's why he was the Soul King.
Yeah, he's the Soul King because he's a musician. So during the time skip, he became like really famous as like a musician, and he went by that name essentially. All right, so now it's time for the infamous like boss rush mode moment of the run. So essentially, what's going to happen here is we are going to refight in very classic Mega Man fashion, if you will. Like a lot of games will do this. So we're actually going to refight some of our previous battles that we've already fought. Because to get to audio, we have to climb these 3 rooms of recollection. So in the first room of recollection, we are going to have to take on Rob Lucci and Kaku together this time. Right. So for this battle, what we're essentially going to do is we're going to actually have somebody give Luffy a dress shrimp paella, so he has a guaranteed critical attack. and then he's gonna do King Kong gun. And depending on, because remember, there's a 15% chance they dodge this attack, the battle will vary. So here we got the instant kill. So that is the best outcome you can ask for in that fight, is to get the one shot. The same thing, we just want to make sure Luffy's got plenty of TP going into these fights. So now we gotta fight, probably guessed it, Crocodile and
Doflamingo
in the next room of recollection. Now we're gonna take on these two. So kind of same idea, though in this case, because Crocodile's going first, I don't want Luffy to take a hit, because he could start bleeding. We're gonna move him away from Crocodile, let Zoro take the hit, which obviously may not be the best choice because of that, but we'll find out how good of a choice that was in a moment. Looks like it worked out just fine. We got the one shot. And a free heal because he leveled up. So that is uncommon, because normally Doflamingo has just enough HP that he actually survives that hit, so I admittedly was pretty shocked that worked out. Looks like I used up all my Thunder Soup, so we'll just use Aqua Cabbage Roll. Thunder Soup is a 300 TP boost for single person, which you can use outside battle, and then Aqua Cabbage Roll is a 300 for the whole team. But it also does like a critical hit thing in battle, so. But here we are, we now have to fight all three admirals. This is the hardest fight in the entire run, due to the nature of it. Because it's three admirals. These guys hit really hard, at the end of the day, so. But same idea, we're going in with a dress shrimp paella. Nami's gonna probably die. But, you know, basically let her eat the hit. And then we're gonna see what Luffy does. All right, come on, come on. Let's get the good. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Looks like we took. Looks like okay. Well, we got a 1 HP warrior, and apparently another 1 HP warrior. Why is everybody in 1
That's
HP?
so weird.
Either it's so weird. I don't know if it's like they're not supposed to like die in one hit or not. And it's just like
I feel like that's the only thing that it can be, right? Like, there's no way that you conveniently put them both at 1 HP by accident.
Right. But okay, we should be fine. So we're gonna take out Akainu because remember the bond move can't be dodged, so that saves us. Then we're gonna take out Kizaru. Now we just gotta take out PG. You're gonna see I like to thread the needle because pretty much everybody's dead. It's the same thing that happened in my PB. It basically got down to the wire of one person. All right, so that is the hardest fight in the entire run because you can get absolutely trolled by the dodge mechanic in some cases. So it can be super risky. I've had some really janky fights. In fact, some of my biggest time save in a run that is way more ahead to this is probably going to come from that fight ultimately. But we've got 2 more battles.
2 more to go.
2 more to go. We just got to stop audio. So we are going to make sure we replenish the TP of everybody. Ideally, we want to make sure we have at least some Aqua Cabbage roll, at least 1 Aqua Cabbage roll going into the final battle, because the final battle is kind of a DPS check, and I'll get into why that is when we actually get to it. But first, we got to take down audio. I will say, when we do defeat the next two bosses, unlike most games where the run ends on final hit of the final boss, there is actually still some gameplay, about 6 minutes of gameplay after the final actual battle. Yeah, I'm surprised it took 6 hours for somebody to make a audio joke like that.
Mute.
Yeah, just to
that was actually one of the first things that I thought of when I heard audio, but I didn't connect it to making a joke. I didn't.
Well, I've seen 2 versions of it. I've seen people make I've seen the audio joke for audio, but I've also seen it used in reference to adios for Spanish. So first time you saw the name, that's fair. Yeah, dude, we're gonna finish strong. Yeah, funny enough, the 3 admirals fight is a lot more dangerous of a battle than the actual final bosses. Especially now that we know that guaranteed bond moves are guaranteed hits. Because audio can dodge you as well, so there is still some risk factor involved there. But yeah, thankfully it's not too bad.
We're almost there.
Almost there. Yeah, we gotta go all the way down to the
He's moving his little legs as fast as I had to look at him.
Here we go. Time for the battle against audio and then the divine breath.
One final battle. And beautiful scenery of everything on fire. Of course, everything has to be on fire for the final battle.
Yes. Alright, so we're gonna have Nami, Dress Shrimp Paella, Luffy. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen him do Tempesta. We are gonna do the bond move to ensure he can't dodge it. We're gonna have Zoro bond move to move. I am worried about the damage we've taken, so I'm actually going to have Chopper heal. Interesting. Normally he would use like Grande by now, like beef up some defense, but apparently he's chosen not to do that. And so we're actually going to have Zoro, because of the type difference, attack. Damn. Alright, luckily this move is just like a countdown to destruction move, so it's kind of a wasted, it's kind of a free turn, but audio's down. Now for the final battle.
One final battle.
So this is a bit of a DPS check battle. So we need to take out his barrier first before we can actually hurt the divine breath. And so to do that, we are going to have Nami or somebody Dress Shrimp Paella Luffy. Then the attack goes through, and then Luffy is going to King Kong gun, which, because of the crit hit, should take out everything in the area. And then from there, we've got to take down the Divine Breath before it stands back up. So I don't know the exact amount of turns it gets like the wind knocked out of it like this. But that's essentially what's going on here. So now I just need to lay into it with my strongest moves. And so we're gonna actually use an Aqua Cabbage roll to replenish our TP. That way we have enough to do our next attacks. See how it's like he's struggling to float. We're gonna do King Cobra because it's my hardest hitting move. And Zoro is going to finish him off, and that should be the battle. All right, now we just got to run around for like 6 minutes, and that should be the run. Yeah, so at this point in true like anime fashion, we take out the bad guy, we defeat him, and then time for us to kind of have our like epilogue moment before we set sail and the rest of our journeys. Yeah, so we do include this in the time because this is gameplay. There, is still gaming. The credits have not started rolling. Other games like Blue Dragon have something similar where you defeat the final boss and then there's still like this like running around piece of it. So normally if you're playing this casually, this is where you can like do all your side content or do all the stuff to like, this is basically where you would do all the side missions and then work on like maybe the trophy, the platinum, whatever it is. And then you run up to Lim and you basically tell him, hey, I want to prepare to set sail. And then that leads to this part. And so basically Frankie and Brooke wait at the boat and you run around to various parts of the island, finding the rest of the crew. So first up, we're going to go find Chopper. Then we're going to go find Sanji, Usopp, Zoro, Nami, and Robin. Thankfully, none of them are in like really far, because there's some places that we don't go to in the speedrun that are like really far off, or like in a really far distance. Thankfully, that's not really the case. Chopper is going to be right here at the base of Thunderhead Ruins. Sanji is going to be over by Adio's house. The only one that doesn't make sense to me is Robin is also in Adio's house, but like upstairs in like the top of the house. And I think to myself, like, why couldn't I get her and then Sanji and then save Nami for last instead of making me run all the way back to where Robin is? But yeah, I mean, I may as well use some of this time. I would say this might be time for any last minute donation reads or anything we might want to say before we get to the finale of the actual end of the run.
I mean, what is there to say for me other than like this has been an amazing time for 6 hours? Like, it's been pretty good run. I enjoyed this watching you run this pretty thoroughly, especially because of how clearly you explained everything. I honestly, if the game didn't cost like $60, I'd buy it right now, but it is on my wish list now. Honestly, like, it's pretty nice.
Awesome. Luckily, it's a Bandai game, and I'm sure it will go on sale. It'll eventually drop down to like $20 or even cheaper.
I hope so.
It should. I mean, a lot of Bandai games tend to go that cheap. I mean, look at Tales of Arise. I could probably get that for $20 if I really wanted to.
And a T-Tree is saying that I can read all 1,050 translated chapters in the manga.
But there's 1,080.
There's 1,080. There's 1,081.
Yeah, chapter 1081 came out. Comes out this week.
Dang. I can't imagine having a story go on for that long. I really can't.
It's good though. You would think, like, a lot of people are like, that doesn't make sense. Like, how could how could that be possible? But it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
You're right.
it keeps you engaged, and it's got enough twists and turns that it really it doesn't feel stale. I mean, there's some stuff that might, you know, feel like it drags a little bit, but for the most part, it's all very engaging stuff. All right, now we just gotta get Robin. It's been a blast, Oz. Thank you so much for joining me. You know, for something you have very little experience in, it's fun to talk about this stuff. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Admittedly, it was definitely the roughest run I've ever done of this game. So it was I guess you could say an interesting wake-up call to like what a bad run of this looks like, which is fine because you need those too.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it was enjoyable, even as someone that doesn't like watch anime. I wanted to, like, you know, come in and talk as much as I could, but the majority of the time I could really just like enjoy watching it because it's enjoyable. It really is.
Nice. Still, I would say there's still plenty of work to be done in this game, so it's not going to be disappearing anytime soon. May take a break. I'm now 12 weeks straight of playing it. But
someone has to get sub 530 eventually.
I don't know. We'll see. That's gonna take some luck.
Yeah.
But I should say time is about to happen here. So when I talk to Frankie, and the screen fades to black, once the screen's black, it will be time and time. I realize how kind of fast I brought that upon everything, but that's the run.
60805. What does it say on your live split, actually?
What does it say on my live split?
Oh, nice. You're right on the dot, then. What's the decimal? 60805 point? Oh, we were 0.79. We're half a second off. How dare us?
But thank you all so much for the GGs. Thank you for letting me showcase One Piece Odyssey. Always a blast to do stuff here for no GA, and being able to showcase this run for a newer game and something I'm really passionate and excited to put out there, and hopefully encourage more people to come and run it. I'd love to see more activity for this game. If you create it, they will come. So, you know, I'll set the times, and I'll wait for the people to show up.
It was a good run. It was an amazing run.
Yes, I'm gonna go pass out now.
As you should. You deserve it. All right. Well, like, if people wanted to find you, where could they?
Oh yeah, sorry. If people want to find me, twitch.tv/Woadyb, same name as written on the stream. Little bar here at the bottom. I believe it's in this quadrant somewhere. Stream 3 times a week, running this and a few other games at this time. So a lot of variety in your speedrunning needs.
Wonderful. Wonderful. And if you want to hear more of me, Ozmourn, I'll be on commentary for Luigi's Mansion 3 tomorrow, as another commentary buddy. But the difference is, I actually have speedrun that game. That's the difference there. With Lab Member, who is in chat right now. I'm excited for him. So that's all from us. Thank you so much, Woody.
Thank you. We out. One Piece is real.
All right, everyone, this is Sapphire Sapphic, your host. We are almost done for the evening, but we have one more run coming up for you. That's going to be Journey, White Robe, any percent glitchless, run for you by Sancho Panda, with extra, with extra commentary done by Illegally Sam. And other than that, we've got some pretty exciting incentives coming up for tomorrow. The Luigi's Mansion incentive just got met a little bit earlier, so we will be watching the director's cut. We also have Forewarned, bonus management ritual level. It's a 20 out of $60. And we have Bram Stoker's Dracula upgrade to hard difficulty. That needs only $10 left. Always love to see the runners have to do more in their games. So I'm excited to see those things get met. And we'll be up with our next run shortly.